Welcome to E-Vibes. It's yet another Monday, and I'm sure you had a lovely weekend because, of course, there was so many events, especially here in ENUGU State. We had the Week Fair, Priceless Hair Week Fair, we had Abacha Festival, we had some concerts, some music concerts. So ENUGU people cannot say they did not enjoy their weekend. But as for you that did not go anywhere in your household, it is well with your soul. Okay, so this is the entertainment hour. It's your baby girl, Queen Nwokonta. I'm doing the show alone today. We have interesting stories, a negotiable one, and we also have a guest today. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Nigerian comedian and actor Okechukwu Anthony Onyewule, widely known as Oke Bakassi, has stirred conversation by advocating for polygamy as the ideal marriage system for Africa. He argued that monogamy is failing in Africa context and that many couples in monogamous union are merely pretending to be happy. Speaking on the Honest Bunch podcast, Bakassi explained his stance. Forget all the lip service we pay to polygamy here. I still think polygamy is the best form of marriage for Africa. Monogamy is not working. We are pretending. Now, what's the difference between polygamy and monogamy? Polygamy says you can marry two people at the same time. Monogamy says you cannot marry them at the same time. You have to let one go. But what if you don't want to let one go? Adding to the discussion, Nollywood veteran Stephen Alajemba, popularly known as Uwezuoki, also shared his views on marriage in a separate interview with Ugumba TV. Alajemba controversially stated that it is a sin for a man to marry fewer than 3 wives, claiming such men are putting themselves at risk. It's a sin to marry 1 or 2 wives, but if you marry 3 or 4, you'll be free from sin, he said. If you marry 1 wife, your life is at risk. The safety of the director is in the hands of the security. If you marry 2 wives, they may conspire to poison you. But if you marry 3 or more, they'll be independent of one another. You will only need to provide for them and take turns with their meals and bedrooms. The remarks by both Bakassi and Alajemba have sparked widespread debates, with many questioning their interpretations of marriage dynamics in African culture. Now, the question is this, because I know these 2 people as comedian. The veteran actor basically features in comedy movies, and Oke Bakassi is a well-known comedian. I tend to laugh when I hear them say these things because these 2 people we are talking about are actually married to just 1 wife. They don't have 2 or 3 or 4, just as Alajemba is claiming to say that if you marry 2 wives or 1, the chances of you getting poisoned and killed is very high. So he's trying to say, ideally, you should marry 3, 4, 5, 10. But think about it. In this economy, you want to have 10 wives. You want to have 4 wives. You want to have 3 wives in this economy of ours. Anyways, who am I? You can do what you want. It's a free world. But the emphasis of Africans, if we're talking about Africans, don't forget that we are also Christians, because Muslims are entitled to marry 4 wives, as many as they want. But Christians are not entitled to. So I need to understand the part of Africa they're talking about, because if you come out to give this kind of advice, make sure you're doing the same thing. You have to show us your 2nd and 3rd wife. And Oke Bakassi, you have to show us your 2nd wife too, because if you're giving us this kind of interpretation and analysis, you should do according to what you say. Okay, so moving forward, veteran American actor Denzel Washington has shared his thoughts on the impact of social media, expressing concern for the younger generation. In a recent podcast interview with Paul Maskell, Washington reflected on how social media has changed societal dynamics and sympathize with challenges faced by young youths. I pray for your generation because we didn't have to deal with what you're dealing with now, he said. It's our fault to putting this in your hands. There wasn't millions of opinions coming at me every moment of the day, with people liking you 1 minute and hating you the next. You don't even understand why. The actor emphasized that he has deliberately avoided social media platforms like Instagram and LinkedIn, highlighting the negative influence they can have. I've never had an Instagram account or LinkedIn, Washington noted, adding that social media distorts reality and disputes people's sense of self. His remarks have sparked conversations about the pressures of the digital age and the impact of constant continuity on mental health and societal value. You know, it's a true fact that social media is another word where you tend to have people that gives opinion on your own lifestyle. Okay, social media is a place where you post things, you say things, and people have to give their own opinion. They have to say whatever they feel because, I mean, if your life is private, you won't take it to the social media. And it's also a place where you can be liked and hated. It's a place you can be dragged, backlashed, you know, insulted. It has a lot to do with people's self-esteem. You see people tend to lose their self-esteem because of social media. Personally, I don't even like the X accounts. Personal reasons, though. But talk about other people on Instagram that tend to post something and people are backlash because everybody have the right to have their own opinion. They can come out and say whatever they feel that is right or wrong. It could be your body size. It could be the shape of your head. It could even be a mistake you made. Okay? So he's not blaming us because in their own time, there was no social media. You get your fame naturally. But right now, if you're not trending on social media, they don't even know you as a celebrity. And it's very unfortunate. It's good because social media is interesting, but it has its own disadvantage too. Okay, so up to the next story is in a shocking daylight robbery on Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, a couple was attacked by 4 armed thieves, leading to a terrifying scene where one of the victims appeared to suffer a seizure. The incident caught on video shows the man and woman walking along the upscale streets with designer bags when they were confronted by the robbers. The assailant pointed a gun at them, demanding their belongings despite initially resisting. The couple was overpowered. After the robbers fled, the man was seen lying on the ground with his left leg shaking uncontrollably and his head jerking, suggesting he had suffered a seizure. A bystander rushed to assist him while the woman also appeared shaking. Both victims later sought medical attention on their own. The thieves escaped with 2 designer bags containing cash and cell phones. Police recovered one of the stolen phones nearby but have yet to apprehend the suspect. These brazen attacks has left many questioning safety in even the most affluent area. Let's take a look at the clip of the robbery.
Oh shit. That's crazy.
They have guns here. Store? Oh my god.
What the fuck? Oh shit.
guns here. Store? Oh my god.
Okay, so we know Beverly Hills as a place where celebrities reside and also a shopping area, just like we have Lagos as a big place where celebrities can stay, go for shopping. So many businesses can be done there. So Beverly Hills is a place that is located in Los Angeles. And imagine robbing a place in Beverly Hills. I don't know what people think most times. I don't know what. I don't just understand. Do you feel you can't be caught? Do you feel like people cannot catch you? Like, because the person that actually captured that particular clip was very far from them. Of course, that place has so many security, what they call it, CCTV camera and the rest. But you have the guts to go into a shopping mall. Anyways, that's by the way. Let's move to the next story. Finally, Don Johnson, famously known as The Rock, has encouraged fans to sing along in cinema as he attended the UK premiere of Moana 2. Especially if you love music, that's the fun part. Johnson told BBC News on the red carpet at London's Leicester Square, which was transformed into a Polynesian paradise for the event. Johnson and Alice Carvalho reprised their roles as Maui and Moana in the highly anticipated sequel to Disney's 2016 animated hit. The original film followed Moana, a bold Polynesian teenager, on a journey to save her people. In Moana 2, set 3 years later, Moana and Maui embarked on a new adventure with an unlikely crew of seafarers. Debate over the cinema singing is Johnson's comments come amid a social media debate sparked by the recent release of Wicked, which saw fans divided over whether singing along the musical disrupts the cinema experience. Sing! You've paid your hard-earned money for the tickets and you're into a musical, go for it, Johnson said, making his stance on the matter clear. Now, talking about the legacy of Moana, Carvalho, who debuted as Moana at 16, expressed her excitement about returning to the character, saying Moana blurred the line between princess and hero. She is strong, brave, and fearless. She's the captain of her own ship. Carvalho said since her role in Moana, Carvalho has appeared in Mean Girls 2024 and stage production, but noted how the character continues to impact her life. Kids still look at me with wonder and say, "You are Moana." It warms my heart every time, she added. Johnson, who is 52-year-old, highlighted the personal significance of the film, particularly for his 3 daughters. They see themselves in Moana, and that representation means so much to them, he said. Now, talking about a new musical journey, the Moana 2 soundtrack features songs by 4 composers, including Abigail Barlow and Emily Beer, known for their viral Bridgerton musical. Lin-Manuel Miranda, who worked on the original, did not return for the sequel. Disney surprised fans earlier this year by announcing Moana 2 would head to cinemas instead of being a Disney Plus series. The first film with global box office success, earning $687 million, remains a fan's favorite and was the most streamed movie in the US in 2003. With a built-in audience of nostalgic fans and a new generation of viewers, Disney hopes Moana 2 will create its predecessors' magic when it hits UK cinema on 29th of November. So, if you're a fan of animation, I'm sure you're not going to miss out in Moana. Now, talking about The Rock's daughter and seeing yourself in Moana. Moana according to the story, showcases that she is a fearless, bold princess. Imagine taking a risk to travel across seas to save your people. I mean, that's a very huge decision to make. And The Rock, who is Maui, that actually stole the heart of Tefiti. Imagine a young girl, I think she should be in her 16 year or so, fighting with someone that is built like that to get the heart of Tefiti to save her people. Okay, let's wait till 29th of November because that's actually Moana 2. So for you to understand Moana 2, you have to go watch Moana 1, which was released in 2016. So you can understand why people tend to really love the movie, because it's not just an animation. Even if you're 52-year-old, you can still watch Moana. It has a lot to teach. Okay, that's all we have for you in the news segments this hour. We'll be going on a short break. When we return, we'll be reviewing our guests to you, so stay with us. Okay, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to all celebrities whom their birthday is today. So I have a one-of-a-kind guest. His name is Michael Osiago, popularly known as MOG the Poet. Today, we'll be talking about censorship and freedom of expression in spoken word artistry. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let me ask you a personal question. Why did you choose spoken word artistry?
I think one of the major reasons why I myself and most other spoken word artists out there,
Please speak out.
one of the major reasons we are in this genre is the freedom we have compared to other genre of art to actually express ourselves.
Mm.
Yeah.
So talking about expressing yourself now, because I tend to understand that most of this poets, writer. Okay, so we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll continue with the interview with Michael Osiago. Welcome back. So, sorry for the little technical issues. Back to you, Michael Osiago. Okay, because of course our audience didn't hear you when you said the reason why you chose spoken word artistry. So, retract that.
Okay. So one of the best things that has happened to me as a person is the genre of spoken word poetry.
Okay.
Reason being that it's a nervous one to express yourself while hiding in plain sight.
Really?
Yeah. When we say hiding in plain sight, there is censorship of what one can say per time, and every country has their boundaries to
Okay.
what their artists, music-wise,
Could say and
comedy-wise
what not
can
to say.
and all that. But then for us in the art space, especially in literary space, you can comfortably say things, hide them in a plain walk. People listen to what you say,
Okay.
but it takes time to digest and break down and unveil those hidden meanings in words.
Okay, so talking about expression, right?
Yeah.
Because personally, most times I feel like they overshare.
Overshare.
Let me explain why I said so. Because some of these people, most of the poem is like it has to do with emotions,
Okay.
what you've actually passed through.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
In as much as we know that people must have experienced that. And you as a spoken word artist, you just feel like you want to share, right?
Yeah.
You want to express yourself. You want people to like hear you and understand. I feel like most times they overshare personal issues, personal talk, because I watched a video
Okay.
and it's all this open mic kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the person picked up the mic and she was talking about relationship and what she has passed through. Okay.
Yeah.
So, would you say, because you talked about expression,
Yeah.
would you say that when they come to express themselves, they bring in their ultimate best, even what they've actually gone through, private life and all that?
Now, one other thing that's important to give a concept to what you've just asked is this. Spoken word poets try as much as possible, especially those that are very professional in what they do,
Okay.
to embody characters.
Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes you would see someone express something so passionately, and you think that this person has gone through such situations, but sometimes it's far from truth or far from reality.
Okay.
So the ability to embody characters
Yeah.
is one unique thing in spoken word poetry. So I can, for one, go through your environment or go through the everyday environment,
Yeah.
and you see an angle that many people are not seeing, and then you just stay and absorb that reality. It can take you a while. You can just pause, look at this thing. People are not looking at it. People are not seeing this.
Yeah.
And you absorb this reality so much so that when you talk about it, someone feels that
It resonates with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so because I'm so into this spoken word kind of thing, do you get?
Yeah,
So
that's good.
what I want to ask now, do they get inspiration? Like, how do they get their inspiration? Because you just said, apart from them looking around the environment and you come to think, you come to like do your analysis in your brain, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question now, do they, apart from getting inspiration, do they go ahead to research?
Yeah. Now, what makes most of the poems or poetry works live over the years is that ambience or that stimulation one has with reality. Okay. To give context, I would say, apart from research, spoken word poets go through some trainings which sometimes is called strategic foresighting.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Okay, strategic foresighting is of profession, per
Yeah.
se, where one can look at something that has happened before, look at something that is happening now, and you tell categorically what will happen in the
Tomorrow.
future. It's just like soothsayers, people who can see the future. Yes. So that's one of the things in area where people can call it research,
Okay.
but more relatable term one would say is strategic foresighting, where you can categorically connect the dots and you make a statement that 10 years, 20 years, 50 years to come,
People can still
resonate with it.
Yeah.
For example, I can say one of the works that has lived time and time again is Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart.
Okay.
Yeah. Every single time people revisit that work, it's just as if it's new.
Okay.
It's as if he is currently living in our time and writing those pieces.
Yeah.
So that's the power of strategic foresighting,
Okay.
where you are looking at the reality right now. This is the things that are happening in my time. These things that are happening, what are the incidents
That could happen tomorrow.
that had brought these particular things that are
Okay.
happening now. Now, putting the ones that have happened before and what is happening now, you can categorically predict
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. And when you pen down words with these insights, 100 years to come, people would look at your work and would be like,
Wow.
wow.
Okay, so can I also call spoken word artists, because it's an artwork, it's a craft,
Yeah.
right? Can I also call them philanthropists? Did they go through philosophy courses?
Philanthropists and going through philosophy classes are two different things.
Okay.
Yeah. But what spoken word poets eventually go through are two different areas. The first area is mastery of words. Yeah, for you to be a spoken word poet, you need to understand language. Yeah, so the part of understanding language is where a spoken word poet can say something that ought to have put him or her in crisis,
Okay.
but they would say it so free and seamlessly,
Okay.
communicating the same meaning, and hence would not go through such situations. That's one of the things spoken word poets go through. Okay. Now, the other skill set that is needed for spoken word poetry is media literacy.
Okay.
Yeah, because so when we are talking about media literacy, we're now looking at your perception to control the narrative. Because as a spoken word poet, you are in term to say, one can call you an advocate,
Yeah.
a human rights advocate. You're becoming a voice for those who are passing
speak for
through
people.
situations to
Yeah.
actually communicate. Now, if you don't understand media literacy, we can connect it to what people can really connect to, like the VDM movement that's
Okay.
currently happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one can say something like the young man who has embodied the VDM character now that everybody's following.
Yeah.
He can actually say something, but if he doesn't have the concept or conceptual grasp of media literacy, most of the things he would say would put him into trouble.
True.
Yeah, but when you understand the fact or the dynamics or the elements of media literacy, it helps you say things that is hard to crack, but you say it seamlessly that people accept this bitter truth
Okay.
and also share your point of view without hanging you for saying those things.
Yeah.
Because in our society, there are things you would say you put yourself into trouble. Yeah.
Okay, but do you think that spoken word is as powerful as activists speaking for Nigerians?
Art form in its entirety is advocacy.
Okay.
Now, niched down to spoken words poetry, this is an art form that is representing advocacy in one particular unit.
Okay.
So it can also fly as advocacy.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, doing it calls for some peculiar skills. Yeah. Doing it calls for some peculiar skills. That's why spoken words poetry is so unique and hard to get into. Yeah. You can easily do music.
Okay.
Yeah. You can easily do music.
You can easily do acting.
You can easily do acting. You can easily do comedy. But when you are narrowing down now to spoken words poetry or many of these literary works, the requirement becomes higher
For you.
for you as an individual.
Okay. So, like, do you think there's risk to this spoken word artist, especially when it comes to talking about Nigerians? Why are you laughing?
Yeah. Life is filled with risk.
Okay.
Now, there's a saying that has been going around that's now even a cliche in our contemporary Nigeria, where you say you die. If you don't say it,
You still die.
you still die.
Okay.
Yeah. But a unique skill that spoken word poets do have that has given them this power, per se, to express themselves without putting themselves into trouble is the skill of critical thinking and word mastery. Yeah. Word mastery comes to play where you say something, especially word mastery in this term, I'm talking about language, understanding language. Now, people, because we're in the third world settlement, there are things one would say you might think it's for its literal meaning, but it actually means a different thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So when a spoken word poet understands and masters the craft of language, he can comfortably take you through a lot of things. You on the open end would enjoy it,
Yeah.
but the people who get the meaning are those who would sit down
And think.
and think.
Okay.
And it happens, even in comedy, there are some comedians that are good in these skills too, where they would say something today and you start seeing the meaning of this
Tomorrow.
comedy 10 years, 5
After.
years after. So
Yeah.
that's what saves most of the spoken word poets from getting themselves into trouble.
Into trouble.
And one clear example one can always relate to this is a book written by George Orwell,
Okay.
The Animal Farm.
Okay.
Yeah, when you go through the book, it talks about a particular government and all the bureaucracies
Okay.
that comes with that era. Now, not to dive into specifics, he decided to use animal figures
To explain.
to express this point of view
Yeah.
than using human beings.
Okay.
So that's why if you come to spoken word gathering where you have open mics, you see people using figures of speeches
to talk.
to talk. Yes, so they will talk about the sun, talk about
The
the
moon.
moon and all that and all that.
Okay, so talking about you now and open words, spoken
word.
words, what genre are you particularly into? Are you into relationships? Are you into activism? What genre are you basically on?
From my background, where I am coming from, it's natural that I'm more of an activist in spoken word poetry.
So why are you talking about VDM like that?
No, when you relate to some of this genre, it really doesn't matter which part you niched down to, right? But as long as you are in the industry, you really understand that everyone is just going in cycles. We are talking about the same thing, but from different angles. So, so activism is what I do, and sometimes you do touch here and touch there, but because of where I am coming from, it's just natural that activism became the part that I speak more of.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so can you do a freestyle for us?
Yeah, eventually, that's it's tradition.
All right, so I'm all ears.
I love the man goes, but not the story of how man goes. So before you turn a blind eye to that bad road, bad leadership, bad branding, bad packaging, bad business, just remember, say, if this quest to leave home to feed home, no finally feed home, if this career no put food on the table plus an extra change for a summer vacation, if this business no succeed, if this country doesn't succeed, if this hustle no pay, evidence no day. So we even try our best. We go explain to the next generation city we serve go tire. So bro, no grief for anybody. Like Wabale, Kwichiri. Bro, then say who get money know they do eye service. Who naked know they shook hand for pocket. Now every man know why him know they sell a sam. Bro. Then say this country and shaggy na 5 and 6. All eyes done red, no cap, but it choke. So drop mic, drop dead. The only condition for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. I said drop mic, drop dead. The only condition for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. So the rising and falling of empires, the making and breaking of dynasties has always rested on the shoulders of men, not gods. The J.P. Morgans, we are men, not gods. The Andrew Carnegies, we are men, not gods. The John D. Rockefellers, we are men, not God. The Nnamdi Azikiwes, we are men, not gods. For men would work, men would fight. For gods too would curse, and gods will bless. But those who would stand, dominate, and take over kingdoms would always be men, not gods. I mean, those who would stand to dominate sectors, take over kingdoms, and rule even nations would always be men,
Not
not
gods.
gods.
Okay, so you just showed us the activism part of it, but explain that particular spoken word, because I like the melody you actually put into it. Okay, so explain the spoken word to us.
Okay, so the concept of this spoken word poem is coming from the angle where, as religious people, most Nigerians are religious per se. We believe that somewhere, somehow,
Okay.
a supernatural being would come to our aid.
Yeah, which is God now.
Now, this can be taken for even those that are not Christians, those
Okay.
that are per se the Muslims, the traditionalists and all that. Most Nigerians or most Africans believe that a supernatural being would come to their aid. Hence, they moved their responsibilities to complaining that God go run am, do your best, leave the rest for God.
Yeah.
But in reality, those who have actually made things happen had always been men,
And not God.
not gods.
That was a wonderful one.
Yeah.
An interesting one. Okay, so I have some few games to play with you before I ask you one more last question. We'll play Riddle. Why are you looking at me like that?
Riddle. Ha ha. This is interesting.
Okay, so what kind of band never plays music?
What kind of band never play
Music.
This is interesting. Help me out with this one. Then.
Okay, the answer is rubber band. You didn't see that coming, right? So rubber band
God.
does not play music, but it is a band.
That's crazy. That's
Okay, so let me ask you the second one. What has many teeth but can't bite?
what has many teeth.
But can't bite.
You've kept me on the spotlight this afternoon, and this is not helping matters.
Sorry, just think.
This is not helping
Think
matters.
critically.
Riddles is not critical thinking. It's a crazy kind of thinking, because sometimes most of the things you are asked are just
Just
things you.
think. And it's very simple.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about riddles.
So should I help you?
What else? Okay.
A comb. A comb has so many teeth, but it can never ever bite.
Don't you're just leaning
That's
it.
0/50.
Ah, so this,
Should I ask
this
another
is, no,
one?
No, I'm not going again.
You don't want to play
I
another
don't
one?
want to play again. This is.
Okay, but let me ask you the last one. It's also simple.
Oh God. Okay.
Yes, now God will help you.
I swear. Now I need to depend on a supernatural being.
What question can you never say yes to?
What question?
Can you never answer yes to? Go in,
There's There's always this. There's always this Nigerian question. God.
Should I ask? Should I help you?
I think it was in my head. Are you mad? No, that cannot be it.
Okay, so I should help you.
Help me again.
Are you asleep? Are you asleep yet? If you're sleeping, you cannot answer. So if you answer yes, that means you are awake. You are not sleeping.
True.
So you failed my riddles.
So this is crazy.
Okay, let's do social media abbreviation. Because, of course, you're into social media, right?
God, this is hot. This is me on a hot seat.
It's simple. It's just that,
Okay.
you know.
Abbreviations.
Yeah,
I'm
social
not,
media abbreviations.
I'm not a fan of abbreviating words.
I'll give you simple
Oh,
ones.
let's go.
HMU.
H
What's the full meaning of HMU?
HMU. Not a fan of abbreviation.
Oh my God. Hits me up.
Okay.
You're failing on my games.
This is
Okay, let me give you a simple one. AKA, full meaning of AKA.
also known as.
Say it with confidence.
Also known as.
Also known as correct. High five.
Okay.
Okay, so another one. FAQ.
FAQ. Oh God, this is
Frequently asked question. So you got 1/100.
that's crazy.
No, 10/100.
That's crazy. That's
Sorry.
crazy.
Anyways, thank you so much for,
I need
for
to get
joining.
I need to get more in touch with reality.
You're doing more of activism and spoken
I
words. That's why.
I swear. I need to.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael, for joining me on set today. I had so much fun. I enjoy your spoken word,
Thank you very much.
honestly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is where we draw the curtain. The show is a wrap for today. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe on our YouTube channel. And join us same time tomorrow. Signature TV. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Nwokonta. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
Welcome to the news on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, wife of a prominent Ugandan opposition figure says she doesn't expect her husband to get justice from military court. Uruguayan opposition leftist Osis wins in presidential runoff. Australia Prime Minister plays down privacy fears of social media ban for children. Emergency responders on site after DHL cargo plane crashes near Vilnius Airport. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The wife of a prominent Ugandan opposition figure who was abducted from neighboring Kenya on Saturday said she doesn't expect her husband to get justice from a military court where he has been charged. Kizza Besigye was on November 16 seized by unknown people from the Kenyan capital Nairobi, where he had gone to attend a book lunch and forcefully brought back to Kampala. He was subsequently charged in a military court-martial with several offenses, including illegal possession of weapons and ammunition. Besigye was once an ally and personal physician of President Yoweri Museveni, while the aging leader was in the bush battling the government then. The two, however, eventually fell out before Besigye retired from the army and eventually challenged Museveni in 4 presidential contests. He has lost in all, but rejected the results as fraudulent. Ugandan opposition and rights activists have long accused Museveni's government of using the military court to punish the president's political opponents. Bayayima said the charges were politically motivated.
They were first of all trying to pretend to be Kenyans and were speaking Swahili, but even before they got to the border, they forgot. And one of them then went on his phone rang and he picked it up and forgot and he spoke Runyankore. Now, which Kenyan speaks Runyankore? You see, so he knows who brought him in. He doesn't know them personally, but they were Ugandan. I want President Museveni to know that his security system is in overdrive, complete overdrive, because the very people who frame others from his system, those people who go and fabricate and get opponents of NRM party, they get rewarded. And so the system has an incentive inside their incentives to keep framing and keep creating, fabricating, and criminalizing opposition. I'll speak with everyone. And yes, I am keen to speak with the president, to speak with the leaders of, if they want to, other leaders, whether in the parliament or wherever, about ways forward. Because this is not just about Kizza Besigye. This is about how the opposition can have its space, healthy space, to play its role in a constitutional democracy.
Inge Anderson, Executive Director of a UN Environment Program, said she was confident that this week's talks in South Korea aimed at securing an international treaty to curb plastic pollution will end with an agreement. Anderson pointed out to the communique from the G group of 20 nations at a summit last week, calling for a legally binding treaty by the end of this year.
Where there's a will, there's a way, isn't it? And, you know, people are expecting the negotiators to deliver this. People want a pathway towards solutions. They know, I'm sure, that this is not going to be solved in a day. And they know that the text of a treaty, once agreed, is not going to fix the plastic on their beaches. But they want a stake in the ground that allows us to move forward. Let me just say that it took us 21 years, COP21, to get to agree that we have to be less than 2 degrees and aiming for 1.5. We don't have 21 years for this. People want answers, and they want it now. So it's precisely within the hands of member states to get us there. The heads of state of the G20 met in Brazil. They have actually, part of the text, the summit declaration, says that these 20 countries are expecting that the International Negotiation Committee on Plastic will land the agreement this final round of talks, which is talk number 5 in Busan.
South Korea is hosting the 5th and ostensibly final UN Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee, INC5, meeting this week after the previous round of talks in Ottawa in April ended without a path forward on cabin plastic production. Delegates from 175 countries would participate. Outstanding issues include whether there should be a cap on plastic production, how to address the single-use plastics and chemicals of concern in plastics. Center-left opposition candidate Yamandu Osei secured victory in Uruguay's presidential election. Official results showed on Sunday with 99% of votes tallied in a second-round race that polls as expected to be closely fought. Osei, the pre-election favorite by a few points, secured a small but comfortable margin of 49.81% of the vote to conservative Alvaro Delgado's 45.90%, officials' results show. Osei, a 57-year-old former mayor of Canelones, which has lured in firms such as Google, has said it would avoid raising taxes that could scare off business and instead focus on attracting investors, spurring growth, and skilling workers. It has also signaled closer cooperation with Europe on fighting drug trafficking and more funding for the prison system. His victory was celebrated by the Regional Organization of American States and fellow Latin American nations across the political aisle. Both Delgado and Uruguay's president, fellow National Party member Luis Lacalle Pou, considered the election swiftly, congratulating Osei and offering to help with the transition after the results signaled a victory for the center-left. The election between the two moderates in the small nation of 3.4 million people, known for its beaches, legalized marijuana, and stability, marks the closing of a bumper year for global elections, many that suffer from bitter political divides. Osei, Delgado, and Lacalle Pou all expressed goodwill for their political opposition, pledged to work together to move the country forward. South Korea's main opposition leader, Lee Jae-myung, was cleared of all charges that he forced a witness to commit perjury on Monday, the Seoul Central District Court said in the latest of a series of legal cases that could threaten his political future. Lee thanked the court for bringing back truth and justice after the ruling as his supporters cheered. 60-year-old leader of the Democratic Party had been accused of ordering a witness in a 2019 trial related to an election law violation to give false testimony. Still faces several other trials, including for bribery and other charges, mostly tied to a $1 billion property development scandal. Any final prison sentence or fine of 1 million won or more in an election law violation case will strip him of his seat in parliament and his right to run in any elections for the next 5 years. South Korea and Malaysia signed an agreement on Monday to cooperate in supplying critical minerals from Malaysia's reserves and to boost cooperation in the defense industry as the Southeast Asian country looks to upgrade its Air Force jets. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim also shared a commitment at the summit to conclude a free trade agreement by next year, which would include additional areas such as services, investment, and green energy. South Korea invited continued interest from Malaysia as it embarks on a project to replace lighter fighter jets after a 2023 contract to supply 18 jets valued at $920 million, Yoon's office said in a statement. Yoon and Anwar also shared concern over the growing military cooperation between North Korea and Russia, a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and violence in Lebanon due to the Middle East conflict. The government of Canada on Saturday apologized to the Inuit of northern Quebec for the mass killing of sled dogs in 1950s and 1960s, which devastated communities by depriving them of the ability to hunt and travel. Federal Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations Gary Anadasingari traveled to Kanginsuak in the Nunavik region to deliver the apology and promised $32.19 million in compensation. It follows another government apology in 2019 to the Inuit of the Kikazanik region, which includes Baffin Island, for the effects of traumatic federal policies, including family separation and the slaughter of sled dogs known as Quemit. Thousands of sled dogs were shot by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, and other authorities at the Inuit settlements from the mid-1950s onwards, said Peter Atami, president of Makivik. The organization represents Quebec's Inuit. Sled dog teams were an integral part of Inuit culture and hunting traditions, providing quick travel across the vast frozen landscapes of Canada's far north. They were also instrumental in the hunting of seals and caribou. The justified killing of the sled dogs led to food and economic insecurity for the Nuvaki Inuit and a loss of traditional ways of accessing land and caused deep and lasting emotional wounds, the government said in a statement.
I am sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive us. This was a horrendous betrayal. It should not have taken decades for Canada to apologize to Nunavik Inuit.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Monday laid down privacy concerns regarding his government's proposed ban on social media for under-16s, saying firms will be required to destroy personal data used to verify ages for users. Australia plans to trial an age verification system that may include biometrics or government identification to enforce a social media age cutoff, some of the toughest controls imposed by any country to date. The laws will impact Meta platforms, Instagram and Facebook, ByteDance, TikTok, and Elon Musk's X and Snapchat. Proposals are the highest age limit set by any country and would have no exemption for parental consent and no exemption for pre-existing accounts. Platforms face fines of up to $32 million for failing to comply with the legislation.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make because we're doing more than setting a new minimum age of 16 for social media. We are setting a new community standard, making it clear that social media companies have a social responsibility and sending a message to all those mums and dads who are worried about the impact that social media is having on their children's well-being, their mental health, their confidence and their sense of self. That message is simple. We are on your side. We've got your back. And that's the opportunity before us. Let's seize it. Let's give children back their childhood. Let's give parents new peace of mind. Let's work together. Let's pass this legislation through the House of Representatives and the Senate this week, and it will be something we can be very proud of.
Yeah. Meanwhile, an Australian teenager, Leonardo Puglisi, founded a streaming news channel when he was just 11 years old. Now, at the age of 17, he is about to witness his country's planned ban of social media used for those under 16, a move Puglisi said would stifle creativity. Speaking to newsmen from Melbourne on Monday, a teen said if the ban had been in place when he started his channel, 6 News, it would never have seen the light of day.
Yeah, so 6 News Australia is a streaming news channel that I founded in 2019 when I was 11 years old. So this was in year 6, my last year of primary school. At that point, it wasn't really anything more than a little passion project. It was just like weekly uploads to YouTube. At that point, because I obviously was under 13, my parents were, they were checking what was posted. They weren't, in control of the content, and they never have been. And then from there, it's kind of built up, as I, entered high school and became a teenager. And at this point, we're on air 24/7. We've got a small team, and we're able to do all of this literally from our houses. Yeah, I think this ban will really stifle creativity. Look, not just in Australia, but there have been young people around the world from the ages of 13, 14, 15 who have been able to explore their passions, maybe make a career out of it through social media in some form or another. There's plenty of people at 6 News who have seen 6 News and then been able to join the team from there and explore their passion in media and in journalism. It's been my passion this entire time, and it wouldn't have been possible under a blanket ban. So
The government's proposal are the highest age limits set by any country and would have no exemption for parental consent and no exemption for pre-existing accounts. Platforms face fines of up to $32 million for failing to comply with the legislation. Puglisi disagrees with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who said on Monday that he wants to give Australian children a normal childhood.
Look, you can do all of that and have a TikTok account and have an Instagram account and be able to explore your passions through there. A lot of kids don't have footy or netball as their main passion, and they might need social media to explore whatever they want to do. Let them explore that. We want to make sure they can do it safely as well. But a blanket ban just does not allow for that. Yeah, definitely. If this ban was in place a few years ago, 6 News wouldn't have existed in the first place. We built up our team by having 13, 14, 15-year-olds, people my age, reach out and see us through social media. And then from there, they're able to break a lot of stories. They're able to do some significant stuff. And again, all of that would be suddenly taken away.
He added that educating parents would be a better way forward than a ban, and collaboration between the government and social media companies would also help to keep children safe online. The government has said it aims to pass the bill into law by the end of a parliamentary year on Thursday, fast-tracking it through the upper and lower houses of parliament. Police were guarding the streets of Fiuggi on Monday ahead of a second meeting of the G7 foreign ministers during the Italian presidency. After meeting in April on the Mediterranean island of Capri, delegations were gathered today and on Tuesday in Anagni and Fiuggi in the central region of Lazio. At the top of the delegation's agenda will be major global tensions, from the conflict in the Middle East to the war in Ukraine and the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani would open the first session on Monday when he welcomed his counterparts in Agani, 70 kilometers from Rome. Preparations were underway on Sunday for the second meeting of the G7 foreign ministers in a year with Italian presidency. After meeting in April on the Mediterranean island of Capri, delegations were gathered on November 25 and 26 in the cities of Anagni and Fiuggi. In the central region of Lazio, the ministers sitting at the round table will not be the same as 7 months ago, as Britain, France and Japan changed governments following elections, while the United States is also preparing for a change of administration. At the top of the delegation's agenda will be major global tensions, from the conflict in the Middle East to the war in Ukraine and the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani would open the first session on Monday when he welcomed his counterparts in Anagani, 70 kilometers from Rome. Ministers would then move to Fiuggi, where they will receive delegations from Arab countries, and in the evening inaugurate a red bench at the Municipal Theatre to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. The meetings on Tuesday will be attended by Ukraine Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha and delegations from Indo-Pacific countries. The group of 7, which is chaired by Italy for 2024, also includes Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, United States, as well as the European Union. More to come. China says it's in communication over ship in Danish waters. Georgian parliament meets after disputed polls as opposition supporters stage new protests in Tbilisi. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it over by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
China's foreign ministry said on Monday that Beijing has maintained smooth communication with all parties involved when asked about a Chinese ship in Danish waters. The Danish military said last Wednesday that it was staying close to China's bulk carrier Yipeng 3, which was sitting idle in a strait between Denmark and Sweden after two fiber optic data communication cables in the Baltic Sea were severed. The military did not mention the cable breaches or say why it was staying with the ship. The Chinese ship left the Russian port of Ust-Luga on November 15 and was in the areas where the cable damage occurred, according to traffic data, which showed other ships to have been in the areas too. One cable running between Sweden and Lithuania was cut on Sunday, November 17, and another one between Finland and Germany was severed less than 24 hours later on Monday, November 18. Emergency responders were on the scene after a DHL cargo plane crashed near Vilnius airport on Monday, killing one person and injuring three others, authorities said. Firefighters were seen pouring water onto smoke from a building some 1.3 kilometers north of the airport runway in the Lithuanian capital. A large police and ambulance presence was seen nearby, and several nearby major streets were cordoned off. The airplane, operated by Swift Airline on behalf of DHL, originated from Leipzig, fell on a house, a spokesperson for the Government National Crisis Management Center said. All of the people in the house survived, he added. Police said the plane crashed into the house as it was approaching for landing, and 12 people have been safely evacuated from the building. Search for a fourth person is ongoing, police added. Lawmakers from Georgia's ruling party opened the first session of Parliament on Monday after last month's disputed election, defying protesters outside and a boycott by opposition parties who say the vote was illegitimate. Official results for the October 26 election showed the ruling Georgian Dream Party re-elected with almost 54% of the vote, a result that opposition parties have said was fraudulent. Observers said the election was marked by violations, which could have had an impact on results, though they stopped short of saying the vote was stolen. Western countries have said allegations of voter fraud must be investigated. Opposition parties have vowed to prevent the ruling Georgian Dream Party from convening a new parliamentary session and declared that they will boycott the new parliament. Protesters gathered on Sunday night and pitched tents outside the Soviet-built parliament building in a bid to block Georgian Dream's lawmakers from entering the complex. But on Monday morning, Georgian Dream MPs entered parliament and opened a new legislative session with no opposition lawmakers present. Protesters outside shouted Russians and slaves at arriving deputies and threw eggs at the parliament building. A traditionally pro-Western country with European Union candidate status, Georgia has since the outbreak of war in Ukraine moved closer to Russia, from which it gained independence in 1991. Israeli Army and Ambulance Service, MDA, said that over 200 rockets were launched from Lebanon into northern and central Israel on Sunday, leaving many damaged and wounded in multiple sites. In the central Israeli city of Petah Tikva, near Tel Aviv, heavy damage was left after a direct hit was made into a residential neighborhood. 6 people were wounded. In the northern Israeli town of Nahariya, firefighters, police and paramedics rushed to a site of a direct heat in the presidential area. In Haifa, Israel's third largest city, 3 injuries were reported at the site of a direct heat. A U.S. mediator traveled to Lebanon and Israel this week in an effort to secure a ceasefire. The envoy, Amos Hochstein, indicated progress had been made after meetings in Beirut before going to meet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz.
Around 12:50 afternoon, sirens heard in the center of Israel, and after the sirens we heard a big boom and explosions around the Petah Tikva city. This is one of the main cities in the center of Israel. Paramedics and EMTs of MADA that reached to the scene found 6 people that needed treatment and evacuation to hospital. One of them was with injuries and difficult breathing because of the fire, and another 5 with minor injuries.
A suburb in southern Beirut on Sunday was engulfed in smoke after being hit by an Israeli airstrike. Lebanese army said at least 1 soldier was killed and 18 others injured seriously after an Israeli attack targeted an army center in the town of Al-Amiriya on the Al-Akela Tire Road in southern Lebanon. Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati said in a statement that Israel had sent a direct and bloody message rejecting all efforts to reach a ceasefire, to bolster the Lebanese army's presence in the south and to implement UN Resolution 1701. Also on Sunday, EU's foreign policy chief called for pressure to be exerted on both the Israeli government and on Lebanon's Hezbollah to accept a U.S. ceasefire proposal. European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell on Sunday stressed the urgency of a ceasefire as he visited a hospital in Beirut. Borrell met medical staff and patients and visited the facilities at Gate Tukur Hospital in Beirut, where some casualties from Israeli strikes have been treated. Speaking to media after touring the hospital, Borrell said a ceasefire is absolutely needed.
And these last days, it seems that the ceasefire is coming, but it's not coming. Someone is not interested in it. And everybody should understand that the ceasefire is absolutely needed, because the Lebanon capacity is to continue taking care of their people, in spite of the great efforts of these medical doctors, nurses, and hospital organizations, has a limit. If every night there is a new bombing, and every night there are more people being killed or being wounded, at the end you will reach a limit in your capacity. So I don't know which is the obstacle, but I don't think anything that could justify a single day more of war. I don't see any reason that could justify a single day more of pain. And I hope that the people who are not willing peace, the people who continue pushing for war, they will have to be accountable for what they are doing.
Israel launched a major offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon in September, following nearly a year of cross-border hostilities ignited by the Gaza war, pounding wide areas of Lebanon with airstrikes and sending troops into the south. An Israeli rabbi who went missing in the United Arab Emirates has been found murdered, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said on Sunday, denouncing his death as a heinous anti-Semitic terrorist act. Zvi Kogan, a rabbi who worked in a Gulf Arab country for an Orthodox Jewish group called Chabad, vanished in Dubai on Thursday. Kogan's body was found in the Emirati city of Al Ain, with borders Oman, though it is not clear if he was killed there or elsewhere. Former Israeli Druze politician Ayob Kara told Reuters in an interview in Dubai. Kara said he was waiting for the UAE to finish an investigation, but blamed Iran for the murder.
Yes, the body is found in Al Ain, but the action happened in Abu Dhabi. From Abu Dhabi, they take it. So they are investigation to know exactly what happened now, and we waiting for the protocol of the officially government to send it us to know exactly what happened. We not have enemy. Israelis did not have enemy today. The one enemy we have it, the terror, and Iran that support the terror. So this is the what we have, the indication that we have it now. This is the direction of the investigation. Very bad. They're in shock. I'm thinking that the Israeli and the also Emirati, they are not accepted and they are take it difficult, but no one could stop the relationship between two teams, two states. UAE is safe place, continue to bring or to found solution to accept Jewish that want to invest here, and I'm sure that lot of Jewish continue to invest here. No way to stop this relationship and this cooperation.
The UAE's Israeli and Jewish community has grown more visible since 2020, when the country became the most prominent Arab state in 30 years to establish formal ties with Israel under a U.S. brokered agreement dubbed the Abraham Accords. The UAE has maintained a relationship with Israel during the 13-month Israel-Hamas war in Gaza. However, the public presence of Israelis and Jews in the UAE has appeared to recede since the devastating Hamas cross-border attack on Israeli communities of October 7, 2023, that triggered the Gaza conflict, which has sparked protests worldwide. France's foreign minister on Friday said there were no red lines when it came to support for Ukraine, and that the war-torn country could use long-range missiles to hit Russian targets. Jean-Noël Barrot added that France wasn't discussing Ukraine's accession to NATO with other members of the military alliance to get them closer to our positions.
President Macron last May expressed the idea that according to international law and in a logic of self-defense, the Ukrainians could use long-range missiles to hit targets in the Russian territory from where the Russians are aggressing Ukraine. What Macron said is that we not set and express red lines. We should set a strategic ambiguity and not say what we ought or what we ought not to do. And this is the reason why we do not discard any option. We are open to extending an invitation. And so in our discussions with friends and allies of Ukraine, we are working to get them closer to our positions. By resorting to North Korean soldiers in his war of aggression against Ukraine, and who even more recently updated his nuclear doctrine. The firing of intercontinental missile is in the same order of actions, an action that is meant to intimidate, to create fear and agitation. We will not let ourselves be intimidated by Vladimir Putin.
France, which has provided long-range missiles to Ukraine, last week also signaled allowing Kiev to strike military targets inside Russia remained an option on the table. Russia fired a new intermediate-range weapon into Ukraine for the first time on Thursday, a step Russian President Vladimir Putin said was prompted by Ukraine's use of U.S. ballistic missiles and British cruise missiles to hit Russia. Moscow says that by giving the green light to Ukraine to fire Western missiles deep inside Russia, the U.S. and its allies are entering into direct conflict with Russia. On Tuesday, Putin approved policy changes that lowered the threshold for Russia to use nuclear weapons in response to an attack with conventional weapons. Heavy rainfall and dire winter weather is taking a toll on many of Gaza's displaced population living in poor conditions and flimsy tents. Most of Gaza's 2.3 million people have been displaced, many of whom have been displaced several times as a result of a deadly conflict triggered in October last year. Heavy rain flooded hundreds of poorly constructed tents across the enclave, spoiling food and belongings, while sometimes sweeping away plastic and clothes sheeting that had previously protected them against bad weather. Palestinian Civil Emergency Service said thousands of displaced people were impacted by the seasonal flooding and demanded new tents and caravans from aid donors to shield them. The war erupted in response to a cross-border attack by Hamas-led militants on October 7, 2023, in which gunmen killed around 1,200 people and took more than 250 hostages back to Gaza. Floods swept through parts of Britain on Sunday as residents woke up to flooded homes and streets as Storm Bert battered Britain. Floods in the small Welsh town of Pontypridd near Cardiff left residents battling high water levels and volunteering in groups to help clear water from their homes and streets using an assortment of buckets. In West Yorkshire's small town of Hebden Bridge, firefighters plan to return a major road back into use as they spend the morning using pumps to remove the flood waters from the road and back into the local river. Storm Bert brought snow, rain and strong winds on Saturday, killing one person and closing several railway lines, bridges and roads. Local police said a man in his 60s died after a tree fell on a car on the A34 highway in southern England.
Yeah, I had to move everything upstairs and everything that we have sentimental value to, and we're just going to move to Hereford until it's over, really. We kind of expect it to happen, so it's really sad. Yeah, it's like it's not something you ever think it'll happen to you. You see on the news, you know, it happens in Spain, globally, and then it happens to you and it's like, oh, right, well, how do we handle it? And it's just, you know, some of them having a cuppa, some like me panicking, going away. It's just, yeah, everyone's got their own ways.
We work closely with the environmental agency and we also monitor river levels at the monitoring stations. So at the moment, it is the river levels are going down, which is positive. This will enable us to then pump the water, as you can see, back into the river system.
Still to come, Pakistan police fired tear gas at supporters of former PM Khan in Artok. Hard-right Romanian presidential candidate Simeon looks forward to a better future. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Police in Pakistan's northwestern district of Artok fired tear gas on Monday as a clash with supporters of jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who were protesting for his release and marching towards the capital, Islamabad. Highways leading to Islamabad were blocked as supporters of Khan, led by members of his Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI party, approached the city and were planning to gather near the parliament. The protest march, which Khan described as the final call, is one of many his party had held to seek his release since he was jailed in August last year. Turkish President and EU Foreign Affairs Chief expressed support for the arrest warrant issued by an International Criminal Court, ICC, against Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for alleged crimes against humanity. In a statement issued on Thursday, the ICC's pretrial chamber accused Netanyahu and Gallant of committing crimes against humanity and war crimes between at least October 8, 2023 and May 20, 2024, the date when the prosecution submitted the arrest warrant applications. The ICC stated that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu and Gallant each bear criminal responsibility as co-perpetrators for committing war crimes of starvation as a method of warfare and crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhuman acts. When delivering a speech in Istanbul, the country's largest city, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said that he welcomes and hails the courageous decision of the ICC and that it should be carried out by all state parties to the ICC. On the same day, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell, pointed out that European Union members states are obliged to implement the arrest warrant issued by the ICC. The arrest warrant has drawn different responses from among world countries, United States and the Czech Republic supporting Israel, and Canada, Australia, and European countries, including the Netherlands, Italy, Spain, Finland, Portugal, and Ireland, showing respect and support for the ICC's decision. The presidential candidate for Hard Right Party said he hoped for a good turnout in the first round of Romania's election on Sunday, with opinion polls predicting it will make it into the runoff. George Simeon will lead the Alliance for United Romanians as cast elections as a choice between an entrenched political class beholden to foreign interests in Brussels and himself, an outsider who will defend Romania's economy and sovereignty. Opinion survey shows leftist Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu will make it into the runoff vote on December 8, with Simeon the likely runner-up. About 3.7 million Romanians, or 20.7% of registered voters in the European Union and NATO state, had cast their ballots across the country. By 10:45 GMT, data showed voting ends at 19:00 GMT, with exit polls to follow immediately. South Africa's Pieter-Steph du Toit was named Rugby's World Player of the Year for the second time on Sunday at a ceremony in Monaco, where England's Ellie Kidune took the women's honours and Antoine Dupont and Madison Levi claimed the 7 titles. Flanke du Toit also won in 2019 and becomes the 4th man to take the honour twice after New Zealand's trio of Dan Carter, Richie McCaw, and Bolden Barrett. He's the 3rd South African winner after Chuck Boger in 2004 and Brian Habana in 2007. The all-action forward helped the Springboks to a first rugby championship title in 5 years and followed up with a clean sweep of wins over Scotland, England and Wales in the autumn series.
So the winner of the 2024 World Rugby Men's 15s Player of the Year, Pieter-Steph du Toit.
Congratulations, Pieter-Steph du Toit. He's unfortunately been caught up in this storm, but we're absolutely delighted to have his wife, who's going to be here to collect this award for him.
The winner of the 2024 World Rugby Women's 15s Player of the Year is Ellie Kildunn.
People have actually asked me a lot this year what's changed, and physically nothing has changed. I haven't suddenly got faster or stronger, but unfortunately we had a passing to a close family member, and for me it made me reflect on what happiness is and the importance of happiness, and I just then took that into my rugby world and tried to find the happiness in everything I do, whether it's in the rain, in the shine, and I just love what I do. I love the team that I play with, I love the support network we've got, and it's made me cherish every moment and, you know, not take anything for granted, so that's what's changed.
Australia's most decorated Olympian, Emma McKeon, announced her retirement from all forms of swimming on Monday, bringing an end to a glittering career where she won 14 medals at 3 Olympics and 20 at World Championships. 30-year-old sprinter had signaled her retirement earlier this year at the Paris Olympics after winning a gold, silver and bronze in relays to help Australia to its most successful summer games. McKeown missed out on London Olympics as a teenager, but hit a stride in Rio in 2016, where she won her first gold in a 4x100 meters relay, as well as silvers in 2 other relays and a bronze in the 200 meters freestyle. In Tokyo in 2021, she won the 100 meters and 50 meters freestyle sprint titles, which along with 2 relay golds and 3 bronze medals, gave her the biggest medal haul for a single athlete at the delayed games. As well as her 6 Olympic golds and 5 world titles, McKeown was also part of a relay team which set 8 world records in the pool, 3 of which still stand.
Yeah, certainly a celebration of an athlete who's had an enormous impact, on world sport and certainly us as an Australian Olympic movement. Our most successful ever athlete, 14 medals. It's just an extraordinary career, and we really just thank her for all that she's done for the Olympic movement and congratulate her on a wonderful career. She's certainly, our greatest swimmer in terms of the results achieved. Extraordinary record of, 14 medals across those 3 Olympic Games. So it's a wonderful achievement, it's a wonderful career, and she's got a special place in the Australian sporting history, Australian Olympic history, forever.
Ramiro Enrique scored his first play of goal 6 minutes before halftime, and Orlando City set a new franchise high watermark with a 1-0 victory over visiting Atlanta United, Sunday's Eastern Conference semi-final. With a shutout of 9th-seeded Atlanta, which won both these teams' regular season meetings, number 4 seed Orlando reached its first conference final since the club began MLS play in 2015. Allowance for those 7th-seeded New York Red Bulls, who defeated New York City FC in Saturday's East semi-final. Pedro Gales kept his 3rd clean sheet of a postseason, this time without having to make a single save against an Atlanta side that had scored 8 goals in its first 4 playoff matches. Atlanta's season ends with the club's best postseason finish since reaching the 2019 Eastern Conference semi-finals. Taiwan took gold in the World Baseball Softball Confederation WBSC Premier 12 in Tokyo on Sunday, beating defending champions Japan by the score of 4-0. Top-ranked Japan arrived in the championship final with a perfect 9-0 record, having already beaten Taiwan in both group play and the super round, but were shut out by the Taiwanese pitchers, who put an end to a 27-game winning streak. Taiwan got on the scoreboard from a Chen Cheng-Ling home run in the 5th, which was followed up by a Chia Hing-sheng 2-run homer in the same inning, with Captain Cheng also earning MVP honors. Crowds of celebrating Taiwan supporters gathered outside the Tokyo Dome Stadium after the match, flourishing flags and chanting Team Taiwan. The WBSC held the Premier 12 tournament for the top-ranked international teams in 2015 and then again in 2019 before it returned this year for a 3rd edition. Patrick Reed wrapped up the Hong Kong Open on Sunday with another dominant round to win the US $2 million event by 3 shots. Former Masters champion carded a final round 4 under par 66 to finish on 22 under, 3 clear of defending champion Ben Campbell. It is the first victory for Reed since the Farmers Insurance Open on the PGA Tour in 2021 and his maiden title on the Asian Tour. Japan's Kazuki Higa finished 3rd, 5 short of the pace, while Australians Wade Ormsby and Thailand's Sadam Kagwanjana shared 4th.
Yeah, it took long enough. I mean, it was hard to get that 10th one, and I felt like we were in great form. I felt like a lot of things I did during the off season was really solid, and I just needed to go out and see it, and nothing like coming to a place that I know pretty well, and love the golf course. I love how it makes me think about golf shots, and you have to be creative around this place. So to be able to come out and play the way like I did on the weekend, I mean, it always helps shooting 59 on yesterday.
Hyundai's Thierry Neuville shrugged off the heavy tag of rallying Nearlyman to win his first World Championship on Sunday, while Toyota sailed the manufacturer's crown on a dramatic final day of the season in Japan. 36-year-old Belgian, 5 times an overall runner-up and 3 times 3rd, scored the points he needed with 6th place after teammate and main rival Oat Tanak crashed out while leading. Toyota's Elfin Evans won the Asphalt Rally ahead of 8 times the world champion teammate Sebastian Ogier as the Japanese manufacturer won the final power stage to finish 3 points clear of Hyundai. The Belgians had led the championship since their opening Monte Carlo round, but faced a potential nightmare after a turbo pressure problem dropped them to 15th on Friday, with Tanak heading for maximum points. The driver's title is a first for Belgium and also for Hyundai after a decade in the sport. Hyundai led the manufacturers' championship to Japan, but Tanak's exit on Sunday's slippery first stage of the final day dealt a bitter blow, with Toyota winning by the slimmest margin since Lancia did it by 2 points in 1983. Two manufacturers had been level going into the power stage before Toyota prevailed. Evans inherited the victory, becoming the 6th different winner of the season and moving ahead of Tanak into the overall runner-up position. Ogier finished 1 minute and 27.3 seconds behind the Welshman, with Hemsworth Ford's Adrian Format third and Toyota's Takamoto Kasuta fourth in his home event.
I'm feeling great, to be honest. We worked for that so long, so yeah, super happy. I mean, I don't have the words, but I just want to thank everybody who was part of it and who supported us, and obviously the team as well.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. How are you doing this morning? We are back here every morning to bringing you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. Today is 25th day in the month of November, and that is Monday. You're supposed to begin your week on a very positive note. And by the way, talking about positivity, today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And I'm doing this today, as usual, with Charles Pius.
Good to have you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in today. It's a Monday, November 25th. The weekend is come and gone, so we're looking out for a brand new week. This is a week that will actually herald the end of the month, and then we get into the brand new month, which will be the end of the year completely. We are just there, almost at the tail end of the year 2024. And of course, you know what happens always during the end of the year. Most of the time, people come from every part of the world into the southeast. The Igbos are the most traveled, of course, according to research. And there's something that usually happens too during this period, apart from the festivities. It's the traditional marriage, wedding ceremonies, family meetings, and end of the year messages, and so much so. There's something I saw just recently that struck me, you know. A UK-based Nigerian actually called off his marriage because he was handed over a list that is worth over 3.5 million naira. He says he's not going to do it because he feels that it's an extortion. Well, I don't know what you think. Let us know if you think that it's an extortion, or maybe that particular tradition by people who give lists to attending suitors. That is an extortion. Let us know in the comment section. All right, we'll be back shortly with all of the headlines for the dailies. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Is Signature Morning on Signature Television, and we're going straight to the headlines. On the Nigerian Tribune this morning, PDP chair, fresh plots to retain Damagum beyond 2025 unfolds.
FCTA releases list of CFO debtors in Abuja.
Dangote refinery reduces petrol price from 990 naira to 970 naira for marketers.
Nasima OPS question on impact of arbitrary taxation on businesses and economy.
Tinubu Buhari did not prepare for governance, says Kuka.
Southwest speakers order principal officers to push for full legislative autonomy, with the rider plan to meet Governors Forum to update fund management and laws of Southwest Parliament.
We paid 1 billion naira ransom to bandits, Southern Kaduna community cries out.
Buhari's removal of Omogan, a dent on Nigeria's democratic record.
Nigeria, Brazil sign MOU to boost agribusiness in 774 local government areas.
Moving ahead to the Daily Trust's newspapers, Presidency lobbies National Assembly over tax reform bills with the wider proposed laws meant for good governance, says Boala.
ICPC tracks 21 billion naira constituency projects in Kaduna.
Dangote refinery reduces petrol price to 917 naira per litre.
3,000 litigations stall AMCON's 5 trillion naira loans recovery.
I could have been a drug addict, says Obasanjo.
Fact check. House senators misinterpreted Constitution to endorse CCT chair's removal.
8 killed in Abuja Kaduna road crash.
Over now to the Daily Times newspaper this morning. On the Daily Times, Edun, Nigerian government saves 20 billion naira by ending fuel subsidies.
Petrol prices to drop as refinery cuts costs.
Kuka, how Tinubu, Buhari, Jonathan Obasanjo became presidents by accident.
I want you to pressure from APC governors to dump PDP, says Adeleke.
Clark to Tinubu, try Buhari Malami for humiliating ex-CJN Onogan.
Reverend Father Thomas Olehe, Nigeria's oldest Catholic priest, passes away at 104.
On the Blueprints newspaper this morning, Dangote refinery reduces price to 970 naira per litre.
Minimum wage hike will further strain Nigeria's fiscal imbalance, says experts with rider. It must be matched by corresponding revenue growth, says Muda Yusuf. Fiscal imbalance imminent. Cut down in cost of governance, the way to go, says Dadia.
Diri approves 300,000 naira grants for each Bayelsa Law School student.
Tax reform bills will be passed by NAS, says Rep. Jibri.
Federal government to 332 directors, use your promotion to drive civil service reforms.
IMF wants Nigeria, others to drive growth with tax reforms.
International friendly Super Falcons coach invites Nadozie Ohale, a plum tire, 17 others for France.
Tinubu extols virtues of Gambari at 80.
On the Guardian newspaper this morning, MPC's imminent rate hike jolts firms amidst inflation, survival concerns.
All Nigerian presidents were unprepared except Tinubu, says Kuka.
Dangote cuts petrol price to 970 naira for marketers. Ipman takes cue.
We saved $20 billion from subsidy removal, forex floating, says Edun.
Deviance contractors yet to deliver projects worth 74 billion naira.
Stakeholders insist aging pipelines account for 50% oil spills.
AMCON seeks judiciary support to resolve over 3,000 asset recovery litigations.
COP29 set 2035 targets for $300 billion yearly pledge to developing countries.
On the Nation newspaper this morning, CBN likely to raise interest rates to halt inflation, with the rider experts predict MPC tightening of monetary policy.
Labour in showdown with 4 states over minimum wage. For the rider Castina, Cross River, Zamfara, Imo to face battle, 32 states, FCT in full compliance.
Nigeria, Brazil pact to boost agric in 774 councils.
Economy fully on the rebound with Tinubu's reform, says Omokiri.
Okwebolo, Obaseki clash over move to probe past administration.
CBN likely to raise interest rate to hurt inflation. Experts predict MPC tightening over monetary policy.
Lagos welcomes Supreme Court's voiding of lottery acts.
Petrol pump price to go down. Dangote cuts off 20 naira.
All right, still on the headlines, let's take a look at what's going on the Punch just as we wrap this segment up. Right now, presidency tackles Kuka for tagging Tinubu accidental leader.
Tinubu may present budget this week, says Senator.
Reps may clash over Tinubu's 2.2 billion naira or $2.2 billion fresh loan Tuesday. Loan is an extra burden on government. Nigerians, Minority Caucus warns will the rider will approve loans and ensure it is not diverted. Deputy spokesman speaks.
Oyedepo's jet can't leave private airstrip without clearance, says Keyamo.
PDP governors, 24 state chairmen plotting to keep Damagum.
Police hunt Ogun woman for dumping child outside clinic.
All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper this morning. We're back to the table, and Chris Monica is standing by. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning and welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Belinda. Good morning, the people of the world.
So, petrol price is down by 20 naira. Welcome development?
Good news.
20 naira.
Yeah. If you times the liter of oil fuel Nigerians consume, according to their records, times it by 20 naira, you will see some element of money saved. But my issue is, where is the money going to who? It has not touched up on the people. But they will tell you that if the right thing has been done, there will be some market regulating itself in the oil and gas. But there are deliberate effort by the hawks. That's how I describe them. In the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, they didn't want things to go right. If Nigeria had borrowed the track of telecommunication, allow, of course, I was listening to one virtual interview that went around. I was talking to Obasanjo. Obasanjo was analyzing why the refineries cannot come back, and cannot even be, nobody can buy them. If you want to sell it as scrap, it's less than $200 million or something. And even the quantity of refined product that comes out of it is so low. There's one he said has 600, the other one has 100,000. So many issues, and there are people that the whole thing comes back to NNPC. So why did they say they can manage at the point where some independent people were brought in? NNPC came back and told him, Obasanjo then, that they can manage the refinery. And now this is where we are. So when even we are talking about, it still traces back. So when I was calling NNPC that they are part of this issue, problem, I never knew that history until I heard it from Obasanjo. If they had allowed this kind of investment at Dangote, imagine if Bua comes and he has a competition of 1 naira less, people will go and buy from him from everywhere, the global market. So whoever sells cheaper, whoever has some motivation and incentives to give to the customers, they will go there. That is good news. But let's see, when the president was taking over power, that particular hour he mentioned removal of fuel subsidy, the pump price of everything about fuel increased that immediately. It was like, in an international stock exchange where you're watching how figures are changing at intervals. We expect this 20 naira to have reflected in all the downstream sectors. Because it is removed from marketers, is that the marketers will now come out and want a way to give us another reason why they will not let them drop it.
Well, across filling stations today, you see 1,130. NNPC is selling 1,105. So across board, there's still some disparities. You know, you also see 1,100.
This is what we have expected. What we have done for this morning. There has been no clear reflection of this change in the pump price across the nation, and that's one thing about price increase, and that's why we shout and cry. Once you allow it climb to come down, Nawala. But then let's say it's let's, for instance, at least for once, hear something that looks like good news. 20 naira across the board, it's something, you know. What, no matter how negligent Belinda might feel it is, because Belinda just said just 20 naira. But when you put it in the population of Nigeria, you look at the multiplier effect, what do you have?
Well, I just said that because, you know, marketers are still importing. So I don't think, do you think with this, downstream sectors are going to change in terms of price?
If it's
since
not,
it's not solely all coming from...
Yeah, if it's not, yeah, that's why I'm saying, if it's not the insincerity, some of them are important, some of their landing costs are landing cheaper than what the Dangote is selling. If they put it to effect with our benefit, what they don't want, if they import, they will still be looking at Dangote now. Because if I import fuel and it lands for me at 20 naira, and I'm selling what Dangote is selling at 970 naira, imagine the margin of gain, because I will have a reason to say. But if it's where they are sincere, they import, and they say, let's sell cheaper, they will force Dangote, price will begin to regulate. And before you know it, we might be talking about 700 naira. And there's something. But this sincerity, the insincerity in oil and gas in Nigeria, the insincerity is breakneck. And what else can we say? Thanks to Dangote. Let's hear from the importers. Since they still export, they damage and they manage, they do whatever they want to do there. What we are looking at, according to Igbo proverb, whatever we are looking at the bottom of the plate is fish or meat. What the 200 million Nigerians are looking for is that time you come and say, fuel is now, can manage to buy a liter to just manage. So life matters begin to return gradually to the people. Because this has crashed the life of Nigerians. Because all the money, beyond the debt Nigeria is owing, all the money we're making in Nigeria is going into oil and gas. And it's only one sector. And only few manage it and control it. So it's dangerous. It doesn't portend anything for us. Because some other places in the world, the prices you compare, if we are using other people's currency like dollars to check how much, if $1 is exchanging at the 1 liter of fuel, and it means 1,400 naira. I've not stopped using that word, 1,004, because that's what it trickles down to the exterior, the extreme of Nigeria. Now, if you are using that, and now see that 1 liter of fuel in Nigeria is changes for $1, and then what does it do? Well, how does the other currency of the world change to $1? So you find out that we're still at the losing end. Something is wrong. You know?
All right, let's go over to the Labour Party threatening showdown from the 1st of December about states that have refused to implement
It's not
the
Labour
minimum
Party,
wage.
it's Labour.
Oh, sorry.
The NLC. Is that to be safer, let's use the Nigerian Labour Congress so that we'll be able to separate it. The Nigerian Labour Congress are doing what they should do because they have sworn to carry the people along. And that's why they are the strongest organization in Nigeria, and the government keep trying to weaken them.
I mean, look at the states that are defaulting. I mean, if you look at the list, Katsina, Cross River, Zamfara, Imo. Are you shocked to see Imo and Cross River on that list? that haven't agreed at least come to the conclusion?
I'm shocked to see Imo, because Imo has found itself in the list of oil
producing states.
So with their derivation, I am totally surprised that Imo name will be appear in this list. But that is the issue of Nigerians telling ourselves lies. If there is true federation and the states, even you can look at the audit, the states assess them. You can see states that truly can pay. Like we started sitting down here to assume that Imo can pay. But if the view is clearer from the point of view of Hope Uzodimma, the executive governor of Imo State, if he thinks...
Do you really think that Imo cannot pay?
What, you know,
do you really think Imo cannot pay?
I've made my mind. I say Imo, I'm surprised that they're on the list for whatever reason. But that is also subjective. That's what we are saying. The fact is that Nigeria, there's something basically wrong with our nation, honestly. Because before this minimum wage is fixed, there should be the state government, because you can say in Abuja, and give me a load on assumption. Like we sat here now, we are sitting here now, we are assuming Imo can pay. And we might not be far from the truth, but then it's still guesswork. Somebody is sitting at the face of Imo State, and he has an accountant general, and they have lists, because if they say, bring what you get every month, tell us how you do, and we think we can pay. And all the states, 36 states from Abuja, 37, bring this kind of thing. When we are talking about, they said the labor is putting pressure on the federal government to do this. Federal government couldn't have done it in isolation. These are issues that are matters arising. Assuming there are some states who cannot truly pay, since they couldn't pay 30,000. That is even the most shocking thing. So many states, since over 8 years ago, they have not paid 30,000, and you come and impose 70,000.
Do you suggest that state governors negotiate directly with workers on the amounts they would rather pay, rather than it was waiting for the presidency to announce a minimum wage, a national minimum wage?
If they had done that earlier, by now it's too late.
No, like, do you think should it be state governors negotiate with workers on their own, so that, for instance, in Zamfara State, you could have minimum wage at 50,000. In Anambra,
I understand you
perfectly,
Charles. I'm talking about that if at the negotiating level of this, the level are human beings, and the made up of people come from different states. So they are sitting one side, the federal government who is presiding sits, then the state governor sits, and then there has been this, is a bazaar thing. Who can pay 70,000? I. Then who can pay 30,000? Then I. You know, that kind of thing. And they were able to get at a point where they say, this is the minimum. And they say it's minimum. And the minimum is not minimum for some states, because some states are paying 85. Why some states have not even come out to agree on the minimum? Don't you see some technical error from the word go? The federal government succumbed to that pressure without due process. Let me say, not put it that way, it would sound disrespectful. They didn't do due engagement of the people, because by now it would have been summoned. If they had done it, and so we sat on this desk, a federal executive council, that may be a special session, invite the labor and all the people involved, the ministers, all the line ministries, and said, Nigerians are asking for 70,000 naira. Let's have it talked over. By the time they are rising there, it's like an agreement. So nobody will be, all this thing, this is my drag, we find out that the whole of 10 of Tinubu we finish, and so state have not paid. Just like what happened. What did you do to them? That's Nigeria. Have we jailed all the governors that didn't pay 30,000 and they've gone to the Senate? Did that stop them? And are the people waiting that they will get backlog? You know, before, you know, one boy region came the first child do not just work, you don't expect the second one to run. That's a simple analogy I give on that. Kuka said,
Yeah.
We have a president by accident.
By accident, yeah.
The accidental presidents could be described as also accidental discharge. Because if you have accidental presidency, they discharge all their function accidentally. And Kuka is not somebody who will speak. And you like, he is a man who thinks through his words. And he's a cerebral bishop of Sokoto. He's a writer, activist, a humanitarian. And when he looks at situations, if you listen to him talk in public, you know that he might have assessed. But then my worry is that he said it's only Tinubu that came prepared. And now the question is...
It's quite confusing.
It's confusing because
a lot of newspapers, you see. So I think some newspapers are trying to play politically correct. If we had been part of that interview where Kuka would have picked our own, because the headlines, there's 10 blind men and 1 elephant. Kuka has said something. Nigerian presidency, most of them came unprepared. You can't take it back. Whoever is among this, then you don't even bother who is among. But it's a real fact. We look at this man, Donald Trump, quite recently. We looked at an interview when he was a state governor. I was campaigning to be a state governor in the U.S. And this popular celebrity, a black African woman, interviewed, celebrity in American media.
Okay, that's Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey interview you have that virtual video going around where the man was consistent for almost 40 years and came back still saying he wanted. Before, there's been some things that people say is artificial intelligence, that the man has already finished arrangement of his cabinet, even before they are thinking of swearing in. He has already gotten himself ready. And the people of the world, the journalists, the press of the world are cleaning up, going to the market with what he is coming with. And if you stop him, even if you put his voice in artificial intelligence, he will tell you the same thing. If you see him live, Trump will tell you the same thing. The Americans know that. They even used that against him where he predicted what he's coming to do. And the Americans are sitting up, the world is sitting up waiting for it. They're not just saying, hey, this Trump is coming to take us by surprise. That's what we expect. If we borrow democracy from such places, why somebody will be campaigning, use all his life to campaign to be president, and then when he just arrives there, that's when he starts. Some of the people here have shown, the people they are talking about, Kuka are talking about, some of them were in power for 6 months, they've not appointed they've not made single appointment, or appointed the critical things. Some of them have not even didn't appoint ambassadors up to 1 year, going beyond that. Some have not appointed some of the ministries, departments, and agencies that require some boards. Some people who have been sitting there for 8 years are still sitting. No, I'm new, fresh, because a board is supposed to, every tenure there has to be a board. All the sectors, I don't think they've appointed the boards, and then say, that might be, you don't have any excuse. And that's why I pity whoever is in Asoro. If you are there, you are like the tree that find itself at the middle of the road, which receives ubemma. How do I put it? Everybody passing by will just be hitting it with something. If it's not a machete, if it's hitting you with stick. Anything, the tree that is standing by the roadside, if people do not clean their hands on the tree, they will do so many things. They will do anything. Some people will paste posters on it. That is what it takes to be a Nigerian president. So when people say, are you prepared? You are not, you are giving excuse. We said, we didn't put you there for excuse. We put you there to perform, to hit the ground running. The same way our President Bola Tinubu came the first day, without even finishing his acceptance speech, he removed all his subsidy. We were saying, this is going to be fast run.
But with that, don't you think he's prepared?
Well, I don't know how prepared he is. Because, like I said, I gave instant with his administration. If that's what he wanted to say. His administration, so many appointments has not been done. How many years, how many days? Over 149 days. Abi? It's more than 1 year.
It's more than a year, of course.
Fine.
More than 16 months now.
Ambassadors have not, they are just saying, I had last week, they're saying that ambassadors, have not been appointed. So many things, so many things have not taken place in that regard. But so if he is prepared, then certain things are overwhelming him. If he is prepared, certain things are overwhelming. If he's not, then it's still a word of cooker against the presidency, not mine. I'm not the person who said Nigerian presidency are accidental. Labor in the showdown, we've talked about that.
We're almost out of time.
Yes.
Almost out of time. I'll just have to leave it there just because of time. Many thanks, Mr. Chris, once again for your insights on the newspaper headlines this morning.
Thank you, Charles, for having me.
We're back shortly after this, to stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man.
Hello and welcome to Internet Watch. I am Joshua Itogun, here to bring you the latest headlines and stories shaping our world. From impactful updates to trending topics, we've got it all right here. So let's get started. Davido, a prominent Nigerian musician, recently commented on the dire economic situation in Nigeria, advising against relocating from America due to the ongoing economic crisis. His statement has stirred controversy, I beg your pardon, prompting a response from APC chieftain Joe Ibokwe, who criticized Davido and suggested he retract his comments, emphasizing that Nigeria was instrumental in his fame. This has led to a broader discourse on the current state of Nigeria's economy, which is facing challenges like high living cost and fuel crisis. I mean, moving from one place to another now is now a huge deal. Of course, this is December. Everybody wants to travel. Do you want to travel? Do you think you can afford traveling this time? Well, don't forget you can be part of this conversation by using the hashtag #InternetWatch or by following us on all of our social media platforms. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. So, do you think the video was wrong to have made that statement, or was it just stating the obvious? Well, let's hear your thoughts. I'm going to take a few comments on the discussion that's giving a lot of stir in the internet right now. Otumba, Davido didn't lie. Nigeria is going through the worst economic crisis ever. He gave a good advice to those in USA considering to return home. The only people that have an issue with that statement is obviously APC, the deluded clowns. Tinubu has also begged stylishly at G20. Do you get? Like, don't come back to Nigeria, was currently suffering. Betty gave her own opinion. Keep advising them to be lying. Did he say anything that was a lie? Are you not suffering? Are you not suffering that you are advising him? Are you not suffering that you are advising him? Oh, I think this person, Betty, is trying to say that he's advising somebody. Are you not suffering as well? You know, one of those things. Comebacks gave his own opinion. Typical Nigeria. Leave the main issue and be discussed and be going on side quest. Do you get what's the whole issue that Davido addressed, that we are currently facing a tough and a very difficult economic period of crisis at this point in Nigeria? And then the next thing we're seeing is remove it. Nigeria made you this, Nigeria made you that. Don't forget that Nigeria, Davido has money. Well, this is very funny. Is Nigeria economy not in shambles? Like, it's a very good question. Is dollar not about 1,700 thereabouts to? Do you get? Moving over to the next comment, I have Samuel. Samuel came to give his own opinion. He said, "What sort of mentalities do people even have? Was he lying about the economic situation? How can you say the country is not in jeopardy? Like, do you get? I think that we're in a big mess that we do not know yet. You should jot things down that you can take things away." I knew that most of the money he got was not from music only. Most of it are from politics. So this person feels like, oh, Davido should not be saying anything. You got your money from politics, so you're part of. But then again, Eric the Great. Supermarkets are almost empty. Majority of international companies doing businesses in Nigeria have either fled the country or about to leave due to unstable forex. 2 in every 4 Nigerians want to leave because of inflation. Let me correct that. 4 in every 4 Nigerians. I mean, if you have the opportunity, you would leave, even if it's to Ghana. I'm just saying, the guys, it's just a joke. Well, Davido was only stating facts. The only issue here is that his own family is also in power, so he needs to clean up his house first before coming out to condemn others. Tinubu still has the chance to reverse the failing economy only if he can listen. Well, can Tinubu change? Can Tinubu do much at this point? Retract or not, at Davido told the truth. That's why it's bitter to the guilty. We are dying in this country daily of hunger, insecurity, complete failure in the economic policies, while the so-called leaders with their allies lavish our commonwealth on themselves and family. Did you know that our debt has gone up to about 130 something trillion naira? Wow. Elect commented, was it Nigeria under PDP that made Davido? Why do we like to always pretend like all is well, whereas we are not? Tinubu consistently, unapologetically criticized governments that were far better than this, and nobody condemned him. What's now wrong about a citizen stating the obvious? I mean, except you don't, follow history. Tinubu was one of the people who were really pushing on the administration of Goodluck Jonathan Assad, that year, just in case you don't know. For Gen Z people should really go and study history. I'm just saying, just putting it out there. Well, that's a wrap on today's Internet Watch. Thanks for tuning in with me, Joshua Oritogun. Remember, every new day brings an opportunity to learn something remarkable. So stay informed, and I'll see you next time.
They can try water rights, but I don't think it can be achieved. Because when it comes to noise pollution, it's there already. It's there already. It can't be stopped. If we know that most people sleep at night, you cut the noise or the music only for the daytime, because the daytime is usually for business. You use the daytime for some of these things. Then night, you reduce it or you leave it totally for people's rest and all. Noise pollution is one of the problems in Enugu because religious areas, clubs, bars tend to build in residential areas. So I think to regulate it, we need to move them out of residential areas and put them in areas where people do not live that much for them to be able to play music, and also incubate the use of samples and the rest for clubs and entertainment places.
Basically, this is the first. I will applaud the government of Enugu State for this initiative. This is, in Nigeria generally, this is like the first time in a state where people come out and say they want to combat, go fight a war against noise pollution. This is basically the first place now that I'm actually seeing it. And you're not combating corruption, you're not trying to fix one or two major things, you're going down to noise, which is applaudable. But I feel that generally, I think if the rate of noise in Enugu State, speakers and everything, is reduced, I think it's for the betterment of everybody, not just for the rich alone. I mean, it's a change of culture. That is pure Western culture, and I think it's for the betterment of everybody. It's for the betterment of everybody.
It's a very good one, but they should allow us to play, but at a minimized volume. There's no way you can run a bar without the music. You understand? But it should be moderate. Some are very lousy. Do you understand? Some bars their music is always very high. So depending on the location.
For me, it's a no-no. You understand? Because this is a bar, you understand, where people come and relax and maybe have fun and stuff. So I'm of the opinion because for me, I don't like noise, you understand, either. So I'm of the opinion that we can go by a low tone.
We are encouraging people to embrace the culture of acoustics. In layman's language, we say, make the place soundproof so that you can do your business and your neighbors can have their deserved rest. This is very important because I have over 1,000 commendations from residents of Enugu since we held our first public hearing, putting the residents on notice that help is on the way.
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning on Signature Television. Just so you know, something that we're following for use in Abia State. The Abia State Ministry of Health has reacted to the hospitalization of some persons who attended a free medical outreach in Abriba or Hartfield local government area on Saturday, saying that the distribution of drugs to the public by uncertified persons was without the authorization of the state government. The Commissioner for Health, Professor ENUGU, who said this in the press release on Sunday, said that the organizers of the medical outreach did not obtain approval from the state government before embarking on the exercise. He therefore announced that any medical outreach without authorization from the Ministry of Health is illegal and can put the health of other people in jeopardy, warning that those who do so would be made to face the full wrath of the law. That's some development that we are
really sad coming
following.
From Abia State, because I would expect the Office of the Commissioner of Health, should get these people that distributed these drugs to those citizens. I mean, distributing drugs that you're not even certified before distributing it to the public is really, really bad, and we're hoping that get better. The citizens, those that took the drug, we're hoping that they get quick recovery.
Yeah, we're hearing that the amount of persons who actually took those drugs and used them were rushed to the hospital afterwards. We are not sure the number, but we're hearing that it's in the neighborhood of between 20 and 50. So the full extent of what the issues are, what they are facing, is actually particularly not yet known, but we're following the development and we'll bring you up to speed. I really don't understand the idea around distributing drugs that are uncertified, really, because again, we know that these medical outreaches come at a very low cost. They come, bearing, these kinds of drugs. I'm talking about diabetes drugs. We talk about drugs for malaria, typhoid, and the likes. And sometimes they come for free. And so because of the situation that we are facing in this country, everyone is looking to at least feed themselves. So when you hear that next door there's an outreach and there are free medical tests, free medical checkups, and of course free drugs, I mean, you would want to check it out, but I mean, having to hear this afterwards, it's really heartbreaking.
There was a report last year talking about a report that happened, I think, somewhere in Southeast, I'm not going to mention, that they distributed expired drugs for free to people.
Wow.
Expired drug in the records. But these are the things that the Office of the Commissioner of Health, should do to make sure that they regulate all those people who are coming out to distribute drug or even do free screening for people out there. Right, we're going to be talking more about it, bringing you up to speed, like you said, about what's happening in Abia State concerning that particular news. But this morning, we have right here in the studio Dr. Pat, and she's here already looking so beautiful.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Pat.
Good morning.
We're talking about hard times in relationships, how hard times, affect or the effect of these hard times on relationships. She is the former station manager of Solid FM. Glad to have you.
Thank you, my dear.
It does look like the hardship is not telling your.
You see, everything is packaging. We all have to learn to package one way or the other. And as far as I am concerned, hardship has always been here. What we are really looking at is maybe the percentage, the increase. But even the Bible acknowledges that the poor will always be with us. So when I hear hardship, there was never a time growing up that you will not hear Ife Silike. Ife Silike means things are really rough. And I recall that my late dad, there was somebody who came to him and he was saying, have you started molding blocks? Are you going to remain a tenant for life? What do you mean by that? We don't even have enough money for our regular food. And he said, there is never a good time. You take off, you start off, and you keep going until you get there. And it was a very important lesson in my life, because at the time we bought land. I think the only money in our account at that time was the money we used for paying for the land. Where the money for the rest of the project was going to come, we didn't know. But one day at a time, suddenly we see that we have roofed the property, and a couple of years down the road, we moved in. But some youngster will see you in a particular building and they say, I want to. That's so wrong. You want to get somewhere without doing the work or the person you're looking at, they all have a story. Every human being. I know a bit of you because you were in some other place before you got here. The only thing that is permanent in life is change. But that is one of the things we are not so quick.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. It's good to know you're around. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The headlines. ENUGU to host 23rd National Sports Festival. Senate denies abandoning late Uba. That's the headline. When we return, you get the full story. Let's start with Enugu State, where the 23rd National Sports Festival will be held after the state clinched the hosting rights following competitive bids by many states of the Federation. This is even as the state governor, Dr. Peter Mba, would take the 2025 budget on the floor of the State House of Assembly tomorrow. Developments were disclosed by Government House by the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Leod Ekweremadu, and the Commissioner for Budget and Planning, Chris Ozongbo, shortly after the State Executive Council meeting, which was presided over by the Governor. This is the first time any state in the southeast Nigeria will be hosting the prestigious festival since its inception in 1973, making ENUGU the premier state to set the stage. Ekweremadu attributed the emergence of ENUGU State as a hosting state to Mba's leadership strides and huge investment in the sports industry, adding that plans were on ground to upgrade and develop sports infrastructure in the state. We now go to Anambra State, where the payment of a new minimum wage of 70,000 naira to workers in line with federal government directive for improved standard of living have been approved by state government. State Commissioner for Information, Dr. Law Mefo, in a statement said this was against some media reports that excluded the state from the list of a few states already paying the new minimum wage. Statement, which was made available to Signature TV, added that Governor Chukwuma Soludo's administration is committed to the improved welfare of Anambra State workers. It also stated that the governor's promise to pay the new minimum wage was made good in the month of October, when the payment was effected. It added that Governor Soludo has adjusted pensions upwards to give pensioners in Anambra State a higher take-home pay. The Nigerian Senate has denied media reports speculating that it was poorly represented at the burial of a late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, who represented Anambra South Senatorial District. Statement issued on Sunday by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Yemi Adaramodu, said the chamber fully accorded respect to the late lawmaker, insisting that the media report was a mere insinuation. It said Ubah was a sitting senator and deserved full honor, which the Senate was conscious of. Adaramodu said the Senate had, for the first time, dedicated a whole legislative day to paying tribute to the late senator. Hundreds of senators out of 109 attended the valedictory session, including Vice President Kashim Shettima, who paid tribute to his accomplishment as a philanthropist, businessman, and politician. In Ebonyi State, Governor Francis Nwefuru has ordered the arrest and prosecution of 6 State Ministry of Health members of staff for allegedly diverting materials meant for the ministry. Nwefuru, in a statement signed by his Chief Press Secretary, Dr. Monde Uzo, on Sunday, ordered the arrest of one Ndukwe Anyasi and 5 others over the issue. The statement indicated that the governor, while inspecting projects, cited an articulated vehicle loading registers, books, and other materials from the warehouse of the Ministry of Health. He said that Nwefuru stopped and made inquiries, but not satisfied with the answers given to him, the governor probed further and discovered that patients' data registers, cards, and other documents were being moved into the vehicle. The governor, according to him, described the action as sabotage of government efforts at reposition the health sector. Uzo further said that the suspects had been handed over to the police while investigation continued.
This is the register for antenatal, daily antenatal register. And you decided to sell it. Whereas we don't have one in our primary health care where this is supposed to be. They're using exercise book to write. I've seen it time without number. In our own primary health care, and you have the opportunity to be a civil servant. And all these things are in their own custody and they are selling it. Today that is Saturday, you call somebody, a buyer, to come and start loading it. Now this is immunization register. Child immunization register. Please do not falsify any data. And they are selling it. The other one is non-polio vaccine cards. And they have loaded 2 vehicles. And this is not the first day. This is not the second day. This is not the 3rd day. I have seen these vehicles here more than 4 times. In so many other days. But I never care to stop. I don't know the spirit that says we should turn today. And I say to my people, turn. For the first time, let me see what these vehicles are loading here.
Into our last story, the Onitsha Country Club Fege, the commercial capital city of Anambra, is set to establish a tennis academy with plans to make the place a talent hunt ground for future national and international champions. President of the club, Anetonwa Ajulufo, said this while playing host to members of the Sports Writers Association of Nigeria, SWAN, Anambra State chapter on Sunday. Ajulufo, who took SWAN members on tour of the club, said the academy will be for training of students out of school youths about the game of tennis. Said the initiative was part of the club's contribution to addressing the problem of out-of-school children and youths in Fege and entire Onitsha by giving talented ones among them the opportunity to get a career in tennis. Ajulufo said the club had been undergoing massive remodeling and rehabilitation since it took over as president in March 2023, with the aim of bringing the facility up to international standard. Said some of the projects undertaken were renovation of a squash court, an upgrade of indoor sports hall housing the gym, snooker and table tennis, which was completed and inaugurated by late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah in July. Said the country club Onitsha would reach out to the Nigeria Tennis Federation and Nigeria Table Tennis Federation for possible staging of national competitions after the 4 tennis courts under construction would have been completed in December. And that's the news. When we return, we'll take you to an old story, old conversation, talking about New Yam Festival in the Southeast. Stay with us. For the unlearned, the month of August is generally known to be for women's mass homecoming in Southeast. But little do they know that men have the biggest say in the month of August, as it's a month for the celebration of the New Yam. The New Yam Festival in the Southeast, known as Iwaji, Iriji, Ikeji, depending on the dialect, is an annual cultural festival by Igbo people that is held early in August, around sometimes into September. New Yam Festival is a cultural identity of the Igbo people, celebrated wherever Igbo resides across the world, celebrated without boundaries. Yam is known as the king of crops. It brings prominent men together in joy during this celebration. And that's why we have in the studio with me this afternoon, Chief Andrew Nebedum. Is a connoisseur of culture. Is a journalist. Is a content producer. Is so many things in one. He is known as Okloa of Ezago. You're welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you
Chief
very
Andrew
much.
Nebedum.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Nebedum, you've been talking about culture almost all your life. I want to paraphrase from some of the books concerning Igbo culture and the New Yam. You will discover that if a man says he's rich in the then days, it is the number of yams and the size of those yams in your yam barn that shows the wealth that you have. So at what point in the history of the existence of the Igbos did the yam become the king of a crop?
Well, I will say it is something we cannot say it started this time or the other time. But as long as Igbo existed, yam had remained the king. It is true we used to have what we call other tubers, like cassava and other tubers. There used to be a joke that cassava came to help yam, and now cassava is almost taken over because of everybody is eating cassava in different forms. But yam remained the head of all crops. And that's why it is celebrated. In those days, before yam is harvested in Igbo land, they used to have ceremonies. But nowadays that the Christianity has come into the Igbo land, those traditions are shelved.
So can we have an idea of those ceremonies?
Yes. In my own area and other areas in Igbo land, they have to go for what they call Nshajoku. Nshajoku is a kind of a celebration when they consulted their deities that it is time again for them to thank you for what you did for them, giving them bumper harvest of yam and yams. When I say yams, we have different types of yams, ranging from Wopoko, Adaka, Abi, Ayebo, and the rest of them. These are the types of yams. And when you thank God for what he did for you, then next year's yield will be bumper. And of course, this festival started over the years, and ages celebrate it according to their times. And what I know is that during the celebration of Yam Festival, a lot of events, ceremonies coming to it. We have even traditional sports coming into festivals, like wrestling. They arrange village by village wrestling. They also have masquerade activities, and also have theaters where people come to recite, and you see people who talk from now till tomorrow in form of a poetry. We call it Igbo Itaevu in different parts of Igbo land. And they go about making people happy. So these are the things that they did. And even though women are not much involved, but women are involved. Because before Yam Festival is done, the women are invited to prepare the paste with which the yam is eaten, usually made of oil bean, tree which they call oba, and use solid meat, dry meat, and codfish, okporoko, dried. And whenever we are taking yam during yam festivals, you see men from different parts of the world coming back to their origin, their home, to help their forefathers and their fathers at home celebrate and thank God for what He's doing for them. Because yam has helped the Igbo man in so many ways. In fact, some of us, I came up to see my father farming in different fields, yam, and I was always busy. Immediately I come back from school, they'll ask me to come to the yam field where they cultivated for him, for me to help sow the yam. And when I was little, I couldn't sow the yam. I was helping in placing the yams in the heaps where they will now be sowed. And the elder people will come and use their knife or hoe to open the land, the ground, put the yam. Until I grew up, I started sowing. I'll carry, basket full of yams, whether it is one sliced or the whole yam. You carry it and they count the number of heaps and give it to you. You travel, go there, place the yams, make sure they all heaps have one, and you sow according to the size of the heaps. If it is a small heap, you can use the sliced yam. In our area in Ezra, we call it Ibeji, Awaji. That is the one that is not wholesome. So, it doesn't prevent people, because in every community you have lazy people who could not till the ground. What you see them do is to go to Oboete market, go to Onisha, buy big tubers, and come home during celebrations and then eat alongside. But in those days, you are not allowed to go and buy yam outside. You have to, uproot
what you produce.
What you produced. So, and of course, and if you are lazy and you couldn't produce, you know what the villagers will do to you.
So let's digress a tiny little bit.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about food scarcity. And it's affecting a whole lot of people.
Yes.
Some say it's climate change. So, season of the olden days is no longer the same now.
Yes.
Some say it's using the wrong type of fertilizer. Are we not missing a point when we plant? I said the digression, remember?
Yes, yes.
When we focus so much attention on only one particular type of crop.
That is yam?
That is yam. Because I remember the story where you said cassava came, or yam came to help cassava. And
cassava came to help yam.
And now cassava is
taking over.
Taking over.
Yes.
So just look at that analogy. Because yam can give you pounded yam, can give you boiled yam, can give you fried yam if you want to push,
Yes.
can give you other things. But cassava will give you much more.
Much more.
I remember during the administration of Obasanjo, President Obasanjo,
Yes.
when he was insisting that they turn cassava into cassava flour to bake bread.
Right.
So wouldn't this affect the planting of different crops? Because as far as I am concerned, that does not take away the place of yam as a king of the crops.
No. Yes, let me come in here. All these other crops came in, but there are things yam could do that it could not.
Such as?
You cannot have, compare yam fufu with a cassava fufu. Do you understand? When you have an also titled man, a chief like myself, when you invite me to any feast in your place, I don't expect you to give me cassava fufu. It is always yam and yam fufu. And in our place, most people, when we have such events, we don't take your new semovita, semolina, and the rest of them. You must pound yam for us. And when you pound yam, some of the traditional, also titled people, they go into their enclave where you don't see them, and the gong will be going on, wooden gong, and they will be eating inside. After eating, they come out dancing. And for those who were hitting the gong, they will come and present what he left. Because while eating, we remember that some people are, beating the gong for him. I will come dancing with carrying the food, and they will just match the wood gong, and everything will stop. That's to say, thank you. And it is only done by rich people. And remember you said in the beginning that it is the number of yam bands you have and the number of sticks you have that will determine if you are a rich man in those days. It's no longer the same today. People now travel far and wide. And they come back when they need yam, they go to the market and buy. But there are people who are cultivating this yam, farming year in and year out. You hear of G. Abakaliki, special yam from Abakaliki. And when you get to the market, you know this is Abakaliki yam. And you know when you travel and you want a G from Onitsha yam, you have Odepe, you have Anam. These yams, when you see them, I don't know how they used to know it, but they have colors depending on the color of the soil. There are soils you dig and you see the yam looking reddish. You see the one you're using and it's muddy and so on. That's how you know it. And there are special yams and, which people run after. There is the yam they call Adaka. It's a very solid yam. It hardly spoils.
Produced in which area?
All these areas produce it. It's a kind of species.
So it can stay longer in the barn?
Stay longer in the barn. You hardly rottens. And the second one is the one they call Nwopoko. Nwopoko looks very smooth. And the other time I went to buy yam for a ceremony in my family, I bought yams that a 5-year-old child could not lift. So that is the essence of farming. But one of the problems the farmers are facing today, you were talking of intervention of other crops, but the biggest problem is that people can no longer go to their farms to farm because of the infiltration of herdsmen. The other day, I took my wife for us to, harvest cassava in our farm. On coming there, I saw a fleet of cows, about 500 in number, with about 4 boys. They were uprooting the cassava we came to uproot and throwing it to the cows. I stood far with my wife watching them. We were afraid if you make noise, they can attack you. And they had weapons. So these are the things inhibiting the farmers from producing more and going into the fertile areas. There is an area in my father's land where you go, we used to make very high dips, heaps. We used to call it mboko. We can now sow about 3 or 4 yams in it. In one heap. And when you harvest, oh my God, that's the type that I told you that the 5-year-old child could not lift. But these days, because of fear of the herdsmen, we can no longer go there. And when you go there, if you don't go in group, you must be attacked.
Now, when you saw that at your own farmland,
yes,
did you made any effort to report to the security agencies?
Yes, we have a kind of meeting arrangement in Eziago local government, where when they, go into your farm and destroy your farm, you just know the area, the time, you report to the local government. There are people in charge of it, and they will trace who is the owner of those cows. And in some areas and times, they pay you compensation. So that is the thing. But it hinders the production of not only yam, other crops, and we are crying of hunger this time around. But I think something must be done. If it is those who don't have empty lands around their homes, they will go hungry. They go hungry.
Okay, now, we're still talking about yams.
Yes.
We've talked about yam being the king of a crop.
Yes.
We've talked about some other crops. Now, let's just take a little bit out again, digress a little bit now, and look at what are the reasons why youths are running away. Because you said, I was expecting you to say when you went with the family members, you just said your wife.
My wife.
So where are the youths in terms of farming, in terms of growing the crops that will put food on the table?
Let me say with the introduction of many businesses, and the youths now look for money. Farming does not give you that quick money. And now youths rush to the business areas, developed areas, to look for money. And they can come back and buy you with your yams, and even you with money. So then longer.
Is that not against the tradition?
It
because
is
they
against
said
the
buy
tradition.
you and your yams. The yams, yes, you know. Because
what I mean is
shouldn't
that
stand
they
for
go
that.
out to make a lot of money. And they'll tell you, what do you want me to come and stay in the village doing when others are going to buying and selling, traveling overseas, and making a lot of money? That they now leave farming for older people, the elders.
So,
so
let me reverse. You did say that when you were younger, you didn't have the strength to push in the yams,
yes,
to sow these yams. So it was difficult for you. And now, as you got older, the younger people that should have the strength to farm
yes,
are telling you that you should still continue doing the farming.
yes, they've all run away.
But isn't that something wrong? Is
It
there
is
nothing?
wrong. We got it wrong.
Is there nothing the elders can do, the community can do, to get the younger people to pay interest in what brings food to the table beyond money? By the time you get old, you advise to look more to vegetables. And you need the farmlands for that.
Yes.
You're advised to run away from so many of the food you would have eaten in the urban areas. So at what point will the youths begin to pay attention to farming?
You know, the number of youths still in the villages are very few. Majority of them are in the townships.
Doing what?
Doing businesses.
What type of businesses?
Some go into selling and buying. Some go into learning of trades. They saw it more lucrative than staying at home to do farming. But the little ones that are remaining in the, in the villages, they now, see farming as a kind of disturbance. And you, as you are getting older, you want to come home to farm. You want to seek for the services of these young men. They put amount of money that you cannot pay to cultivate one plot of land, one plot. And that's why things are very costly and exorbitant in the market today.
Yes, because what I was thinking was, even the youth that are in the urban centers,
yes,
doing their businesses, I thought when you were growing up, you were always told to have a farm back at home.
Yes.
Even if you're getting people to cultivate it for you.
Mm.
But now we are having a situation where people are focused on doing something else and no one is cultivating. And if there is scarcity, once demand is far higher than supply,
yes,
you will have prices skyrocketing.
That's what we are seeing today.
So how can we resolve this? How can we use the festivities of celebrating yam as a king of a crop, while also remembering that there are other crops, and get the youth to understand that farming is also important?
Well, let me say that the government should have a hand in this. The government should put all the public utilities that drag these youths outside their enclave, return them to the villages. For instance, if there is a constant light, that is power, water, good roads in the villages, all these youths will not be running away. They will all get home. And I tell you, farming is very lucrative nowadays. The other time, I went to buy something in a local market in a bodo like Cabo Mana, in my place. When they see you coming with a car, they will say he came with money. All the boots are full of money. And you come out to price even vegetable, they hike it. So I think what the government should do is bring all those things closer to the people so that the youths will come home. You see, there are people who cannot travel to their villages because of bad roads in different parts of Igbo land. I was very happy the other day. I was watching Annam. I used to visit Annam as a young producer and a journalist when we used to travel to interview the Igwe of Annam, Igwe Ameke of Annam. We used to travel because in those days you can't get to his place unless you use a pontoon, even if you have a car, or use canoes. So we were about 8 journalists that day. It was ENUGU then, that is Anambra State. There was no creation of the state then.
The Enugu State then.
Yes. We all traveled and came to his house through, pontoon.
Over the Annam River.
Yes, Annam River. But the other day, I saw the people of Miata Anam jubilating that the governor of Anambra State, Soludo, has tarred the road linking them to the local government headquarters in Miata Anam, which no governor could do since the creation of that state. And they were celebrating. If you see the number of yams, tubers of yams, and of course other crops that they brought out, and you know, fish. Oh my God, I did tell you that that day, it was about 1 week to the celebration of a New Yam Festival by that traditional ruler. That was around 1984, you know. Came from Radio Nigeria, people came from other media houses. And it was just to highlight pre-festival, you know, event. And he brought us, and he was talking about the type of, we were there. He was still discussing with us. He sent 2 boys to the river. They harvested, you know, fish, very big ones, prepared it, and of course, you know, cut it, and they give. If you are a big farmer, what are you doing in township? What are you doing in the township, for goodness sake? Because you'll be happy, you will feed fat, your people will feed fat, you'll even have enough money to take your children to school. But nowadays, these things are going. People are now talking of going to township to make money. There is a new music in town, which they call Egombute. Egombute. I have never heard that you go, there is a place you go, and you harvest money. And a lot of people run to outside in Nigeria, thinking that there are trees there where you pluck and harvest money. It is never like that. You have to suffer to make money. We have, you know, fertile lands in Igbo land everywhere. And I'm happy to say today that our Igwes and Ezes in Igbo land are doing their best to make sure that our youths, you know, the only problem we have, it is not only one community in Igbo land, is the enemy we have now, and that is a herdsman. Will come, and before you know it, they took over your area, build their huts in tents, stay there. If you come there, they butcher you, and so you run away.
I thought in many of the communities in the Southeast, there are forest guards.
Well, there are forest guards, but you know, most of these forest guards are not seriously armed. But, and how you think you can face somebody you are looking at having AK-47? And you are carrying, some of them carry single-barrel guns, some are double-barreled. The highest you can see with them is pump action. One, when they are about 8, you see 1 or 2 carrying it. They just run away, leaving them. So that's why forest guards have not been very effective. But what I think is that they should just be on recce to be able to inform the bigger security agencies about what they see, and that they could help. Some communities are no longer traveling. People are no longer traveling to their communities. Once they see you coming home, especially during the farming season, people want to go home and at least cultivate something, cultivate yam. But once they see you, that you are coming from the developed area, the township, I don't know who go to tell them that you are around. They kidnap you, take you into the bush, start demanding for millions of naira that you have not seen in your life. So these are the problems we are having in cultivation of yam and other crops. That's why we are going hungry in Igbo land. So,
all right. Thank you very much for
yes.
coming on. Just before you go, shouldn't the festivities and the joy that Iwaji Riji brings to the Southeast also be an opportunity for a conference, so to speak, where you talk about issues of security and the well-being of Igbo land?
I think this discussion, not only during the festivities, the discussions are on. But you know that issues concerning security are not discussed in the public. Your enemy will use it.
Okay.
Do you
I
understand?
wanna ask
So
the question
something is
again.
going on.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Chief
Thank
Andrew
you.
Nebedum, for
Thank
coming
you.
on to Southeast News.
Thank you very much.
I wish you the best.
Thank you.
We're taking a short break now. When we come back, we'll take a trip to our man in Anambra State, Ndu Okpaleze. Stay with us.
Let's go to something in the last couple of months that you're championing. You've had to call out actors and actresses about infidelity in marriage, jumping from one marriage to the other. You've also talked about morality. You've also talked about abuse in the industry. What is the challenge? Why is it that a lot of people in your business, especially the younger ones, can't keep their marriages and can't even be trusted, even in business and a whole lot? What is the challenge? You're an insider, and sometimes people like you, I can say you've seen it all. What is the problem?
They are influenced by what happens in Hollywood. In Hollywood, it is difficult to get a marriage lasting up to 10 years. Yeah. And they think it's the best way to carry on, you know. There is something that I've heard a lot of people say in Igbo. That is exactly what happens to the people in Nollywood.
Like you're here,
yes,
but you want to be there.
You want to be there, you know. That stupid obsession with bilocation. You know, I believe that there is nothing you want from any other woman that your wife does not have. Even all the excitement you get from rushing into a woman comes from you, not from the woman. I mean, sometimes let's really philosophize and get into our heads, you know, all this madness about sex that obsesses us. You look at a woman and you think this one is better than your wife and all that. You hop into this woman. She's not better. She's not better. But you see, most of our women, our girls in Nollywood, allow themselves to be obsessed by what they read of actresses in Hollywood.
So is it a men issue, a women issue?
I will say, yes, I will say both, but the women much more. Yeah. You see, most of our women want to get married and want to still stay single. That is the problem.
How do you do that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Vin, that is the problem. You are married. There's a girl somewhere who is single and she's doing such and so thing.
You want to do the same?
You want to do the same thing while you're still under your... No, it does not work that way. It doesn't work.
And then the men too want to be married and want to remain single.
The men are married. They think they can get excitement outside. This is why it's both ways. But you see, I had to speak on International Women's Day, and I said something. It is only a woman who converts a house into a home.
Yes.
A house remains a house until a woman moves into that house, right? It becomes a home. And I said another thing. The power of a woman is in her tongue. If your wife does not drive you to madness, no other person can. But if you are able to contain whatever poison your woman spews from her mouth, you can run a country comfortably. Once upon a time, there was a guy called Sonny Liston, who was the world heavyweight champion. He was addressing a press conference. His wife was in a car waiting for him. After some time, she thought he had spent so much time. She walked into that press conference and slapped him, berated him, while he's been waiting her time, blah, 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 and she walked out and went back to the car. And the man said, all right. To conclude, she's the only person in the world who can do that. And he left. He did not go to retaliate, but we'll kill her if he retaliates. But she has slapped him. I mean, women are the only people in a position to behave like that. You will be a mad person if you go to retaliate. We were having a press conference once at the government house here with Upa Biasika. I don't know what annoyed his wife. And she came out with an axe. And she was mowing down the Rolls Royce that was there in front of us. Yeah. And he went to Upa, he said, well, for those of you who are married, I mean, this is new, this is not new. We said yes. And we continued with our yeah, we did. Amadi Ikweche, I don't know whether he's still alive or dead now. He was formerly...
Former governor.
Yeah, anyway, we were all in Zaria. Amadi was a very good footballer now. You know how spotless he could be when he puts on his naval uniform. Good. The wife poured over on him with... God.
So
when he was he looked. He said, I'm coming. He went and took it off. I mean, the woman will do anything in the world to provoke you. If you strike her, you could kill her. But you see, you employ philosophy. I think it was Socrates who was talking to a lot of people. The wife was waiting for him. The wife had eaten. He hadn't eaten. And the wife said, look, come and eat. It was there, you know, and I thought I'd eat, you know. The wife was so angry. After shouting on him, she went inside, collected the water with which they had washed their hands and poured on him in front of all those pupils. Nobody told them, it's a gentleman, after thunder comes rain, and they continued. Yeah, I mean, the woman had blown all the thunder, then she capped it with the rain, and that was it, you know. So,
it's both ways.
Yeah. You see, most of these youngsters are really not, they're not prepared for the challenges of marriage, you know. So when those challenges come, you know, they can't cope with them. They can't.
You know, a lot of people, forgive me, but I have to ask you, A lot of people, I mean, you think the way you think, and then you, your son, is in all this, getting married today, not getting married. What do you tell him?
I don't want to comment on it because the case is in court. Yeah, I don't. If the case were not in court, we would have discussed it, but it is in court. I mean, he's my son. So it's not a safe area, it's sub judice, it's in court, so let's leave it.
Okay. So just about a week ago from today that we're having this interview, you were 77 and you were celebrated. When you look back from those years in Kaduna where you grew up and all that, don't tell me you're an interested party. How would do you think Peter Duce has done well?
Well, if we take a good look at this house, I don't think it's a poor effort. That's my house. And to build this house, I never borrowed a kobo from anybody. Not from the bank, not from my friends, not a pin. Every kobo that went into this house was earned. And I feel happy about it, right? It is well furnished. If you sit down in my parlor and I put on the 2 air conditioners there, you will sleep off. So I thank my God that at my age, I have a roof over my head, which is mine. I have children who look after me. This is a very big car. If I take off this and you will see the car I'm talking about. The Christmas gift from my son. One of them. So I don't think I have done badly. I thank God that one, I am still alive at 77, and I'm still going on. You see, I've had a lot of people say that age is just a number. That's a very stupid statement. If a person tells you that age is a number, slap that person. Age is not just a number, no. Vin, when you begin to age, the first thing you lose is your memory. Age attacks your memory before attacking any other part of your body. Yeah. Sometimes you can't hear what people are saying, and they're talking to you. Sometimes you can't see properly. These things come with age. Every young man at a stage in his or her life must suffer something that has got to do with the prostate. I've moved out because of that and back. I have gone to India. There are many other people in the industry who are suffering the same. There are people in the industry who've lost their memory entirely. So if somebody tells you that age is a number, that's a very flippant, silly, stupid talk. It's not. But we all pray to age. And as you're aging, you're looking at your children coming up. That tells you that you're aging. You're getting frail, right? When I climb upstairs now to go and lie down and sleep, it is with plenty of effort. It was not like that when I built the house, right? I could take the stairs 2 at a time, but now I have to climb, you know, like a chameleon, gradually, you know. So, if I look at my mates, you know, people who schooled with me and people who work with me in the broadcasting house, there is, I'm not sure that anybody in the management who is still active. No, no. Most of the directors are dead now, and you know.
So there's so much to thank God for.
Listen, on the day of my birthday, 5 Reverend Fathers celebrated Mass for me here. The Vicar General was representing the bishop. I was the Vicar General for the entire, including Onitsha and all that. I don't have the word for it. Then the head of the Spiritans, we had 3 professors who are Reverend Fathers who were there, and the only person there who came all the way from South Africa, has just been ordained a priest. All the others are doctors from beginning to the end. So they've been in this thing. Good. And I said to myself, Pete, if you can attract this distinguished assembly to come and officiate on your birthday, I think God knows you've done your best. In whatever I do, God comes first. Vin, in whatever I do, God comes first. And I don't let money determine my relationship with anybody. No. Vin, I have known you for so many years. You have always been like this. I have not caught you quarreling with anybody. You are not a commissioner, you're not a minister. But being your friend, or you being my friend, is something I treasure very much. Yeah. I have shot so many films in your house. Anytime we come to the place, your wife gives us all the attention, and all that. The children come around me, have photographs. That is the kind of thing that gives me a lot of joy. It is not knowing governors and knowing commissioners. All these things are transient. That's not what I value. I think about God in whatever I do, then I think about my relationship with individuals. That matters a lot. There is no way you can appreciate God except you are involved with the individuals around you. You look at all the faces of people around you. They have eyes, they have ears, they have nose, they have mouth. No 2 people look the same. That makes you appreciate God, right? Good. So if you ask me, I will say I think I have done well for myself by the grace of God, yeah.
Are you bothered? Are you worried about what we see in Nollywood? Very, actors doing well, have a good run, and then they get, after so many years, they can't even take care of themselves. And then people have to contribute money for them to go to hospital. They don't have houses where they live in. What is the reason? Why does it happen? Is it that they don't make hay during the sunshine? Or, tell me, you're there. You're like a father in Nollywood. What's the problem?
I am. First of all, let me talk about priorities. People make money and maybe their priorities are not quite the same as ours, who believe that getting a roof above your head is the most important thing. You get married, you have children. The next thing is think about a house, right? There are people in the industry, well, not all of them in as much as we do, but who earn money. It's unfortunate that we don't all earn.
Hello, and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our studios in ENUGU, the Coast City States. Of course, ENUGU is the capital of Southeast Nigeria. Last week, the Supreme Court of Nigeria made a landmark judgment in which it made certain pronouncements that would appear to have given autonomy to local government councils in Nigeria. The Supreme Court in that ruling directed or affirmed that all funds going to local governments should no longer go through the Joint Allocation Committee of the states, but should be paid directly to the council accounts of elected councils throughout Nigeria. That would mean if a state government is running a caretaker committee, such a state government, such local governments are unqualified to receive allocation from the federation account. The ruling also affirmed that governors do not have a right at all to dissolve elected councils. That would also imply that caretaker committees, which about 22 states in Nigeria are running, the Supreme Court says it is illegal and they should no longer be operated as such. Nigerians have been reacting. Nigerians have been responding. And Nigerians have been making comments on this judgment. There are two divides. One are those obviously led by James Ibori, former governor of Delta State, who affirmed that that ruling violates certain sections of the Constitution. And of course, Michael Zekome, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, leads the other pack that said the Supreme Court had made a policy decision and that Nigeria should welcome it. It is the only way to restore the dignity of the local government system. On whichever divide you are, Nigerians are clamoring that the local government system should be allowed to breathe. It's like they're being choked by the governors. And so this evening, we are here to do what? To have a look. To have a look at the local government autonomy. How could it be constitutionally redirected? What can we do to ensure that that autonomy, as foreseen by the Supreme Court, is made legitimate? I've been joined in the studio by no less a person than Chief Okezie Nwanjoko, an ENUGU-based attorney, a former local government chairman. Chief Nwanjoko, welcome to Common Conversations.
Good, thank you, Dr. Cyril Anoke. Good evening, our global audience. My pleasure to be here this evening.
Okay, we'll just take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation. Welcome back. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, and we're still broadcasting from our studios in ENUGU. Chief Nwanjoko, I said you're a lawyer, yeah, and a former local government chairman. And I'm sure you've read at least part of that judgment. What are your thoughts?
Thank you once again, Dr. Cyril. As a matter of fact, That judgment that was delivered last week by a panel of 7 Supreme Court justices, led by Justice Agim, that judgment has been applauded by vast majority of Nigerians. Some also, like you said, has some misgivings about that judgment. But whichever side one belongs of the argument, the popular view, opinion in the public space is that local government, everything should be done legally to ensure that local government enjoys autonomy as a third tier, a supposedly third tier system of government. I was privileged to appear in a radio discussion sometime last week, which you also anchored. And my views were made clear, which I'm going to restate here this evening. I said what the decision of the Supreme Court on that judgment is an act of judicial activism by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court tried to lean towards the yearning of the public. The Supreme Court is the final court, it's the last court. Being the last court, anything they say, whether it is wrong or right, is final. And becomes final until it is reversed by the Supreme Court, maybe in another opportunity, but not in the same matter. Arising from that, they've taken that decision to liberate the local government from the stronghold of the state government. But I did say, and I'm repeating it here, that that decision, most majority of Nigerians applauded it. It depends on the side you belong. But looking at it legally, the Supreme Court, like I said, their decision is an act of judicial activism, because if looking at the Constitution as it is, people have been blaming the governors that they are suffocating the local government, they are doing this, they are doing that. But if you look at the 1999 Constitution as amended, that is where the problem of local government is all encompassed.
Before you come, let's start with the one I know.
Okay.
And that is Section 7.1, which clearly guaranteed that there should be a democratically elected councils.
Yes.
Let's start from there.
Yes.
To what extent have the governors breached this part of the Constitution?
God bless you. You know, in legal drafting, meaning are given to certain words. If you look at that Section 7 you've just mentioned, you will see from beginning to the end, you will not see any word shall. And the law, once you say shall, it means compulsion. It's a must, you must do that. You just say guaranteed. Guaranteed. Is that there? If that has said there shall be elected local government officials, not local government, I tell you, no governor under any guise will not obey that.
When you say something is guaranteed,
yes.
So what does it mean?
It's assured. It's assured. But for it to get that deep assurance in law, the word conveying it must start with shall, and it is not there. And that's the loophole where most of the state government governors are leaping on to do what they're doing. So you cannot completely accuse them of violating the Constitution, because explicitly the drafters did not make it so that there must be elected. There must be, like, if you continue with this conversation, you will see why people are contesting what the Supreme Court did. Section 162, sub 5, sub 6, sub 7, sub 8. You will see shall, which empowers the state government. All the revenues made for local government in every state or federation must be given to the state under which those local governments, are domiciled. For instance, using our own state in ENUGU, that section 1625 says all the funds meant for local government in the federation should be credited to the states, various states, for the benefit of the local government. That's what it says, and it says shall, which means must, the money must go there. And that's why what the Supreme Court did people are some legal minds are questioning it, even some non-legal minds, because once the convention will say shall, it means it must be done, and for that to be altered, it must pass through legislative process, which is the job of the National Assembly. Now, but on the other angle, the job of the Supreme Court, of the court, of the judiciary, is to interpret the laws made by the legislature. So, if by any means, in the eyes of any of the higher courts, and from the court of records to the Supreme Court, if in looking at, because it's a constitutional matter, if looking at the issues bothering, and finds out that there is some mischief on the part of the legal drafters, they are at the liberty to give meaning to the true meaning which is intended, about that situation, and that's exactly what they did. Can I drink water? The Supreme Court in this instance looked at the intendment of the framers of that constitution, and the intendment was not that if the money comes to the state government, they appropriate it and do it. They thought that we are dealing with men of conscience.
Okay, let me just come. Let me just come. What I think I want to address your mind to is that if the Constitution says, and rightly so, if it says, and rightly so, that democratically elected councils
should run the government,
are guaranteed, and a governor, a Democrat, a man who has sworn to the oath to defend the Constitution, to protect the Constitution, is looking for a loophole, an avenue, a cheap way to truncate democracy at that level. As a former local government chairman, I was elected, as an attorney, would you not think that such governors are certainly undemocratic?
Thank you, Doc, once again. Honestly, I'm not in this studio to rationalize what some governors are doing by not respecting the letters and spirit of the Constitution, whether it says shall or not. Common sense.
It's a mistake that should at least,
yes.
In a democracy,
I'm not here to
they should be
that
elected.
what they did is or was right. They are ordinarily supposed to follow to the letter what the Constitution, even if the Constitution, there are some,
ambiguity.
I mean, they should be able to do what should be seen as just and equitable in the eyes of a human. So it is not proper for them to ignore or to be looking
look for one loophole.
It's not proper.
To circumvent.
It's not proper.
Do you know what that meant? It means that the people at the ward level do not have a say who governs them. People at local government do not have a say who governs them. People are imposed on them willy-nilly, and so you don't appoint councillors, you don't appoint supervisors, so you just appoint
chairman,
some people, just a few, who perhaps have never told the people this is what we are going to do if we get elected. So in that vein, they have nothing to work for.
It's wrong.
And the people have nothing to look up to.
It's wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong.
Having said that, and also as a lawyer, now I'm sure our viewers will want to know the particular areas of the Constitution that will need some kind of an amendment. Like you rightly said, the National Assembly should do something very quickly and very urgently to give teeth, or if there's a lacuna somewhere, to at least to balance what the Supreme Court has done by looking at those sections. One, that could be the section on this section 6, the one on joint account, and 162
sub
and the rest. So what would you advise the National Assembly to do, and how urgently should they do that?
As a matter of fact, what the Supreme Court had done already is to guarantee financial freedom to the local government. And whether people say they did it coming from the back door or front door, that is to that extent, by the way, but that is the new law in place. Okay. The local government have gotten financial freedom, financial autonomy right now. But the next question is, have they gotten political autonomy? The answer here, with the present constitution in place, they have not gotten political autonomy. Because insofar as the election to local government officials are left in the hands of the state government as contained in the same constitution, which allows for each state to have state electoral commission. And many states in the federation don't have them in place. So insofar that one is still there, something there to be done. And to close the gap of agitations of some legal minds now questioning the audacity of Supreme Court to come from behind to amend the Constitution, the National Assembly can also, leverage from what Supreme Court has done and give it a further legal teeth by ensuring that necessary amendments are made in the Constitution as regards to Section 162 that deals with revenue that comes into these different tiers of the government, especially as pertains the local government, because all the revenue from the FAC by this constitution has supposed to be domiciled in the account of state government, from where the state legislatures will further decide on how and prescribe on how this money should go to different local governments. For instance, let me use my own local government. If my local government Daniri gets 2 naira from FAC and is sent to the state government account and further sent to the joint account, because first of all, 2 accounts are mentioned there, state account, then joint account. If these monies are domiciled there, the provision still insists that the House of Assembly of each state will prescribe how this money will further be distributed. So the National Assembly needs to take it up immediately and see what they can do to effect necessary amendments. Then to give them full autonomy, the political aspect needs to be addressed. I just read yesterday that there's a bill before the National Assembly.
They say it passed the first reading.
Passed first reading. Before now, during our last district, some of us were saying, let INEC handle it. But I think in their own wisdom, 774 local governments throughout the Federation to be given to INEC as an additional responsibility when INEC is finding it difficult to manage 36 state election and the state assembly's election and the state assembly election, you are giving them another big responsibility. So I think in their own wisdom, I think what they are trying to do is good, to create a local government, a federal created local government electoral body that will now take care of local government elections. If this thing is done and passes the legislative eyes and get approved and get ascended by the president, who is hurry to local government administration. So if any president is elected, the people will hold him accountable. If he fails to perform, the people know what to do. Again, there is need for the Constitution to properly address the status of the local government, the Constitution. If you go to the Constitution, you see we have a federal government, we have a state government, all of them structurally defined. The local government just said local government section 7, elected officials. Everything is subordinated to the state. They need to disentangle it and make them free and let the Constitution specify the structure of the local government system, and their status should be defined in the Constitution, so that all this trouble will come to rest.
If I get you correctly, that would mean that you're advocating that the Constitution should actually make local governments at least a federative unit. Because as it is now, it is not.
It is not. That's what I'm saying.
It's tied to the upper strengths, to the whims and caprices of the state government.
That is true.
A school of thought believes, and they hold strongly, that all funds before now collected, domiciled, managed by state governors should be so refunded. In fact, SERAP, that organization is insisting. Do you foresee a possibility of that? And if no, why? And if yes, why?
Okay, if they pursue such action, that would amount to academic exercise.
Academic
exercise in law. Because at the time they utilize those funds, the Constitution empowered them to do that. But by the new law in place, as put forward by judgment of Supreme Court a few days ago, any governor that does it again is in total breach and will be held accountable. And when you are making a law, you do not, the law does not take retrospective effect. You know, what has happened now, you go back to the past to bring it forward. No, 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 it doesn't happen that way. So sit up, if they are pursuing that, they will just make some noise in the public, get applauded, but they will not get any legal remedy at the appropriate cost. It's going to be an academic exercise, and it will end at that. They will just end up making noise about it.
While we might say some governors may have run caretaker committees for 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, as the case may be, one man pointed that to me and said, could I ask my guest to interpret that for 7.5 years in Anambra State, under the watch of a man that many Nigerians believe is one of the most democratically minded person in Nigeria, and that's my brother, my friend, Itobi. He quotes the law, he knows the law, he speaks democracy, he exudes democracy, but he decided to cling on this aspect of the Constitution, and for 7.5 years, as governor of Anambra State, ran that state with caretaker committees. If you're asked to make a mild judgment on his status, what would you say?
Well, we all know the circumstances surrounding Obi's emergence as governor. Then he passed through the eye of the needle. His election, which, according to minds of the reasonable public, he won the election. The victory was subverted, and it took him a whole hog of legal battle to reclaim that mandate. That's one. If you also look at why he was governor, you will notice that he operated with a legislature that had majority of the members from opposition. So, as a man, a smart guy, he had to look for a way to navigate himself in the jungle.
By denying people quality representation.
No, sir. Don't listen. He so far, look, me were not kept idle. And I'm not holding forth for him. People were appointed to manage it because if his own, he must have calculated that if he organized the election, because the predominant party then was in opposition, his party may not win the election. That is one side of it. So the best bet, one thing is to win election and get power, and it to consolidate. So he had to consolidate before thinking of this. And also, like I said, the Constitution provided a leeway for him to do what he did. If the position of the local councils were properly defined by the 1999 Constitution as amended, that no governor is going to happen in time from now, we run a local government without elected officers, we would have done that. So we will not hold it against him. And what is important that during that 7 years plus, he dispensed democratic dividends. He was applauded as one of the best governors in Nigeria. You can attest to that. MDG, United Nations applauded him in developmental indices during his time. So Obi was seen as one of the prudent managers of resources in Anambra. I can tell you, during his tenure, there was...
Can he be prudent in managing my own funds?
Sir?
Can he be prudent in managing my funds?
I can manage your funds.
You only manage your funds.
I can manage your funds. Unless
Could
you
be prudent?
Unless you give me authority to manage
Could
it.
he be prudent in not allowing the local governments to have a bit of democracy while you are enjoying one?
Yeah. That's what we are saying. I keep saying that there is need to rejig the Constitution to get the local government properly placed. Once this thing is done, this is so.
And something is very curious. Unless, if I'm wrong, you may correct me. This judgment was given last week. Obi has not said a word. And he's one man that is vocal. We like him. Something happens in Nigeria, he will
react.
He will make an elaborate commentary on it. Maybe I'm wrong. I've not seen anyone. I'm sure if he had done, he would have trended.
He has not, and he has not. And for me, he cannot do it otherwise because he was a victim of those who sat on local government. So what do you expect him to say? will he come to start crying? I mean, the best is to maintain study silence.
This is what they call political selective amnesia.
Study silence. At least everybody, you are in a learning process. People are now learning every day. It's not going to be like that again for what is going on now.
Now, for some states to access local government funding, as we would have considered, as it is happening, that money is going to local government may not go any further. Meaning that within the time that states are not conducting local government election, funds may not go to local governments. And if they do not go for 1 month, even for 2 months, do you see a political upheaval?
And there'll be crisis.
Or a dislocation?
There'll be crisis.
And if there be one, is there any way they can circumvent it and make sure that workers are at least paid?
Of course. That's why we have intergovernmental relations. One thing, the judgment has been given, and that thing is the implementation stage. And we are human beings. This can also be discussed. We have a forum of governors forum who can interface with the Office of the Attorney General, with the Office of the Presidency via Attorney General. The President can give Attorney General go ahead to discuss with the forum of governors, and they can discuss on the timeline, for every governor to go home and do the needful by ensuring that they organize the election in the various states while the process of National Assembly, because that one cannot happen immediately. If you undergo, maybe by next year we have a body, the state government handling government affairs. But for this particular judgment, in order to avoid crisis, but the worst thing that will happen is that somebody who receives his salary every month, the civil servants, all of a sudden, by virtue of this judgment, the salary is not paid because the money is not wired down. There could be discussion at the intergovernmental level, which is provided also administratively. So the forum of governors forum can now, come together and interface with the presidency and sort that one out. So funds, even if that meant for paying salaries, will be released to the various local government for them to pay the salary. While other things are, done. Otherwise, the decision ought to take once the enrollment order is released. Become fly.
Well, I think we may just have to temporarily leave the issue of local government autonomy for now, and look at other things that also may as well border on good governance, both at the state and at the national level. Between Monday and Wednesday of this week that is ending, ENUGU State was agog, and ENUGU State played host. So, if my memory is wrong, 12, 13 governors that came from every part of Nigeria, what they call the PDP Governors Forum. Yeah. They came to ENUGU State. And between Monday evening and Tuesday and Wednesday, there were kind of some road congestion because with sirens,
blaring.
every part of ENUGU State.
That's true.
And so there was movement. There was influx of men and women, governors, their supporters into ENUGU State for what they call the PDP Governors Forum. Hoteliers, some people who are doing some business in Enugu State, benefited from this influx of the political leaders.
That's true.
Of 13 states into Enugu State. But others said, look, these governors left their states for 3 days. Some left on Monday, and they had their meeting Tuesday, and some decided to go back late Wednesday. And it's for 3 days. 13 states in Nigeria, the chief executives were absent from duty.
Yes.
They aggregated in Enugu.
Yes.
While they're saying, it's not that they spent 3 days out of their stations. Quite a chunk of money.
Yeah. Were
expended in coming here. And of course, the host state would also have done that. Many say that meeting was not worth the expenditure. That they were insensitive to the plight of Nigerians. Because one man summed it up. He said, even those who made movement, that movement could have, if you check, I said, but you don't know the amount of money expended.
Yeah.
He said on the conservative, you could build 2 hospitals. somewhere in this part of the country. Now, do you believe that movement was justified?
Thank you once again, Doc. Before I address that, let me say one final thing about looking into economy.
Okay.
I want to appreciate the current leadership at the presidency, led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because it takes a man to get something done. During Buhari's reign, he tried to use
executive order.
Yeah, it couldn't work. So I want to say in this station that Tinubu is a pure Democrat, because if actually at the end of the day, local government are freed from various state governments to be fully independent, people can now, that is the government at the grassroots. Not many have access to state government, not many. So that's why local government is in place. If you go to foreign jurisdictions, go to England, go to America, the mayor of London is in charge of transportation. As a critical sector of London economy, and it is a local government that is, navigating it.
Even the mayor of New York.
The same thing in New York. So, and this is a government that is closest to the people. Like I said, not many have access. You and I will have access, but the majority of people at the communities don't have access to the state government, but the traditional have access to the local government. So I want to commend the leadership of current leadership at national level for taking this bold step, for initiating that suit at the Supreme Court, and commending the justices of the Supreme Court for being bold, audacious to take that historic decision. It could be based on public policy.
They concluded it in two months.
Policy and not on law.
In 2 months, they concluded it.
Yes, we commend them. So let's begin. I encourage all the stakeholders, the governors, not to see it as being that people are trying to bring them down. No. They're already at the upper level. Nobody can bring them down. There should be collaboration ordinarily. If the framers, their intendment was properly, put in place, that would have been this thing. And people cannot begin to look at the amount of fund, being mentioned. And you know that with the removal of oil subsidy, first subsidy, chunk of funds are coming in to all these various sectors, various levels. So if, for instance, you are looking at a man in the government, every month they go home, supposedly 300, 400 million, you hold the local government chairman accountable for not doing what you're supposed to do. So all in all, I think all parties should be happy with this development. That having said, going back to what you said.
Yes, you just hold your thought a bit. Let's just go on a short break. When we come back, Chief Okeze will talk about the PDP governors forum meeting that happened in ENUGU and the subsequent communique that was actually issued at the end of that meeting. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, reaching you from ENUGU, the coast city state. Okeze, before we went on break, you were trying to make comments about the Southeast governors, the PDP governors meeting that happened in ENUGU. So what are your thoughts?
First of all, let me come from the foundation you laid, that they left their various states
For almost 3 days.
For almost 3 days, Enugu. I dare say that we should not forget that by the time they were elected, the Constitution foresee or foresaw this situation, and that's why there is a governor and a deputy governor.
They're not sure they handed to any deputy governor, but go ahead.
So supposedly, each of the governors that came to Enugu is expected to have handed the reins of government to his deputy. If he's working, whether they're working well or not, they've been elected.
They didn't travel outside the country.
At least they should hold forth for those period. Then that's one. Two, we're also the world is also a global village. A governor can stay in Enugu during that meeting and still control affairs in his state via digital communication. So on that basis, they cannot be found wanting. Then on the importance of the meeting they had with Enugu, of course, every governor is elected through a political platform. No governor was elected as independent candidate via governor, as provided in our constitution, because there's no room for independent candidates. To that extent, because they were elected under political platforms, there is need for once in a while, that those governors coming from different political parties should meet and review, even call it the peer review mechanism. They can compare notes, what is happening in state A and state B, what is happening, and who are being looked as doing better than others. In the media is now the watchdog, the 40th state. And you see every day my own governor receives an award for what he's doing here in Enugu, has received several awards, in recent time. And so it should be, if you are doing very well, you'll be noticed and you'll be applauded and commended. So I don't find anything wrong in that meeting, especially when now PDP, which hitherto used to be the ruling party in Nigeria, has all of a sudden found itself to the extent of having only 13 states as today out of 13 states. It had never happened. That shows that there's something wrong with our party. I'm a PDP man. So, and whether we like it or not, he who plays the piper dictates the tune. The party, yes, they say you contribute, I contribute to run the party, but in actual sense, these who are holding the reins of power at the state level, led by the party, are expected through any means to ensure that the life of the party is kept afloat. And to that extent, our party, the PDP, may not be floating if these people who were elected under this platform abandon the party. So it's good that they come together and discuss. And the party is having a problem at the moment. We're talking about 2027, it's almost around the corner. The first year is gone. Next year, more development by these governors. The third year, they start doing politics. So they need to put their house in order. You get the point. And one of the resolutions they also reached, trying to be their brother's keeper. What is happening in Rivers State?
I was really going to ask you that question.
Okay.
If you read the communique,
yes,
you will see it was vague. Yeah, the communique is almost as empty as it could be. It said they resolved to support
Fubara.
What does that mean?
They also added, you didn't want to point that one, they want to approach the matter from political perspective. They want to resolve it not through legal. They want to, and I'm happy you're a powerful ADR expert. That matter in their own wisdom could be settled out of court. And that's the angle they want to pursue it. And that, which means that the protagonists of this battle, the governor and his SY, this godfather, Mr. Nweke, you cannot resolve that thing without getting two of them involved. It's not possible.
The Governors Forum of the PDP.
Yes.
I think they are members of NEC, or members of what of their party.
They are NEC members.
This issue in River didn't start yesterday.
That's true.
There was a time they had a NEC meeting. Nweke was there, and Fubara was there. How come it's taking them this long? Because this matter didn't start yesterday. They've been out of court. When their members of the House of Assembly defected, so it's been lingering. They didn't call an emergency meeting. They waited until they came to Enugu. Almost more than 6 months. Somebody whose house has been burning is still as powerful as Rivers. and by a May declaration. I thought that what he would have been saying is, in the past 1 month, we've been able to go into rivers, and we'll have a tentative discussion. They're saying they're going to support. Wike is a member of the PDP. Does that not show discrimination?
Okay.
And the former governor.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I also want to bring you to bear to know that the PDP, as we have today, whether we like it or not, is at national level is polarized along two lines, and that is those who believe in ex-Governor Wike and those who follows former presidential candidate of the party, Atiku Abubakar, and that's what we find in that national executive. So each group.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Nigerian Air Force destroys terrorist food bank, kills fighters in Jubilaram. Rivers chapter of Ohaneze pushes for President General. UN Environment Chief confident fifth plastic treaty talks will end with agreement. And Australia PM plays down privacy fears of social media ban for children. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Personnel of the Nigerian Army's 14th Brigade, Ohafia, and unidentified gunmen in Bata Umuchima village, Isialangwa North, local government area of Abia State, were reportedly engaged in a fierce gun battle. Signature TV gathered that over 15 Hilux vehicles and armored personnel carriers arrived at Umuchima village around 6 a.m., targeting suspected gunmen. The gunmen were reportedly camped near a river that marks the boundary between Abia and the Mbise axis of Imo State. According to the report, soldiers have taken control of key junctions leading in and out of the village, while others engaged the gunmen in nearby bushes. Gunfire has persisted as of the time of this report, with no official statement from the Nigerian Army or the Abia State government. The Nigerian Air Force, NAF, has confirmed the destruction of a terrorist food bank in the Jubilaram area of the Lake Chad Basin by the air component Operation Hadinkai ACOPHK. Nigerian Air Force Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Lushola Akimboyewa, said the airstrike also led to the destruction of terrorist logistical operations. He added that several terrorists were neutralized in the strikes. A statement is signed said intelligence previously linked terrorists in the area to past attacks on troops in Kareto on 16 November 2024. It said mob operations using cannons ensured complete elimination of fleeing hostile elements. The destruction of a terrorist enclave, including food storage facilities, severely disrupted their logistical operations, while the neutralization of a significant number of fighters diminished their capacity to launch future attacks. The Zamfara State Sector Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has handed over the sum of 630,750 naira to relatives of accident victims in the state. This was disclosed in a press statement issued by the spokesman of the command, Issa Aliyu. According to the statement, the accident, which occurred on 21st of November 2024 along Gos Futua at Tazame village around 11:45 hours was caused by wrongful overtaking and over-speeding involving a bus with registration number ABJ758XB and a Volkswagen Golf. For the distress call, the FRS standby rescue team immediately reported to the scene, rescued the victims, and took them to the Federal Medical Center, FMC Gusau. The team recovered some items belonging to the victims, which included 3 Techno keypads, 200 smartphones, and a sum of 630,750 naira, which was handed over to relatives of the victims, Alhaji Ibrahim Ahmad Karakai. A member of the House of Representatives, Abdul Munim Jibrin, has claimed that the tax reform bill sent by President Bola Tinubu were passed by both chambers of the National Assembly. Jibrin's comment came on Sunday, barely 24 hours after the Northern Elders Forum NEF called on the federal government, federal lawmakers from the region to reject the bills. He was speaking as a guest on TVC's Politics Today program, aired on Sunday night. Jibrin, who chairs the House of Representatives Committee on Housing and Habitat, noted that Tinubu, through the tax reform bill and other economic policies, is giving his today for Nigerians tomorrow. Northern Christian Youth Professionals, NYCP, has commended the Senate for stepping down the confirmation of the appointment of a governing board of a newly established Northwest Development Commission, NWDC. The chairman of NCYP, Isaac Abrak, made this known in a press statement made available to newsmen on Monday in Kaduna. Abrak will urge President Bola Tinubu to ensure inclusive representation, said a decision by the leadership of the Senate demonstrated its commitment to fair representation and equity in the region. Abrak, however, assured the president of the group's continued support, urging all Nigerians to do the same. The River State chapter of Ohaneze Ndigbo, under the organization of Ogbako Ndigbo na Rivers, has formally expressed intention to produce an ex-president general of the group following the death of Chief Emmanuel Iwanyao. The chapter's demand is based on the rotational leadership structure outlined in Article 11 of Ohaneze Ndigbo Constitution, with mandates that leadership positions be rotated among the 7 member states. A communique released after a stakeholders meeting held in Port Harcourt, River State capital on Sunday. The group reaffirmed River State's rightful place in Ohaneze Ndigbo and emphasized its long-standing support for other states in producing national officers. Statement was signed by Livingston Weche, convener of Ogbako Ndigbo na Rivers, and by Sir Anthony Okolo, national coordinator of Anyanyi, a pan-Igbo advocacy group. The River State chapter contends that having a candidate from the state will provide continuity and inclusivity for the organization moving forward. Weche also noted that River State has made significant contributions to Ohaneze Ndigbo, having held crucial positions such as Deputy Secretary General, National Financial Secretary, Secretary General, and Deputy President General. He highlighted those contributions as evidence of River State's experience and commitment to the organization's goals. The Onyeyiri family of Enugu Agwachi in Oji River local government area of Enugu State says wants to maintain a culture and tradition instituted by the late commissioner and former local government chairman Bethel Onyeyiri. This is demonstrated by organizing this year's New Yam Festival, during which it unveiled the hotel annex at the popular GCB Event Center at Augustine Namani Street, Premier Layout, Enugu. Correspondent Chinemere Mikebunam witnessed the twin events for Signature TV.
The New Yam Festival is a significant cultural event in Igbo land,
which marks the beginning of the harvest season. The late commissioner and former chairman of Oji River local government area, being one of the cabinet chiefs in his native Omomba community, ENUGU Achi, always celebrated the Iriji festival as an annual tradition until his demise. The wife, children, and relations, however, decided to maintain the annual tradition as a way of maintaining his legacy even after his demise, making this year's event the 15th in the series. Personalities and community leaders from both home fronts and the host communities of Nike in Enugu East local government area jointly performed the Iwaji proper.
He has been doing this since Memorial 2001. That is when he became the Commissioner of Youth and the Sports. And when he passed away, 2017, she took it to herself and vowed that wherever his husband stopped, that is where he will start. And that is what he is doing today.
No matter how little. Okay, Nigeria.
This year's celebration was particularly significant as it coincided with the official opening of the hotel complex within the event center. The facilities, which is a testament to the family's commitment to community development, is expected to boost tourism and economic activities in the area.
I built it in memory of my husband, because had it been that he is still alive today, this is the place that he is supposed to live. So I decided not to sell it, but to build something. If there is in any way those that are not with us, that they used to come to their home, I know that he will be here today.
Relatives of the Onyeyiri family shared historical insights into the significance of the Iriji festival, highlighting its importance in promoting cultural heritage and community unity.
My friend, I think 2 days ago, they celebrated the Iriji in Finland. My good friend again, they celebrated the Iriji, I think yesterday in Spain. Iriji is an Igbo culture, and it's a culture. It's a significant culture. At least it's the time we thank the land for the harvest of new yam. Though new yam harvest, so many people start their own from August. Some delayed it to October, December. It's a significant event.
New Yam Festival is always a culture in Igbo land. So I think, to most of us who are farmers, it is part of the tradition that after yearly harvest, there is always a need to rally around and celebrate bountiful harvest of the year.
Visitors at the event expressed their excitement and admiration for the Onyeyiri family's efforts in preserving their culture and tradition.
I thank God for everything. We feel happy. But this is the New Yam Festival they used to celebrate annually. This year they feel like celebrating it here in Enugu. So we feel happy about it. At least to maintain the culture. To maintain the culture, they tried all they could do to see that what they have been doing is done this year.
It's one of the, in fact, it's our main activities that identifies every Igbo man. Every Igbo man, Iriji. Because other regions have their own culture. But more Festival Iriji is our own culture, which they use that to identify the southeastern part of Nigeria. So it's a very important location, and I'm happy they are doing it here today.
The annual event is one way the Better Onyeyiri family has decided to immortalize the late commissioner. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Crusoe Osagi, the media aide to the immediate past governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, has said that a move by Governor Monday Okpebholo to probe Obaseki's government is a smooth screen to cover his incompetence and unpreparedness for office. Osage said in a statement that Okpebholo does not have a clear vision to drive development in the state. The media aide noted that the governor is resorting to cheap political theatrics and using a circus of meaningless probes to distract from his glaring incompetence and lack of direction. According to him, Okpebholo was acting as if the people of Edo State were an undiscerning mob and was now staging a spectacle similar to a gladiatorial duel in the ancient Roman Colosseum, with a plan to deceive the people with such theatrics and diversionary probes. Governor Okpebholo unveiled the formation of a 14-member State Assets Verification Committee to investigate the administration of predecessor Godwin Obaseki. The Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Fred Itua, disclosed this in a statement on Sunday. Said the committee will be inaugurated on Tuesday, 26 November 2024 at Government House in Benin City. The acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Umar Damagum, in an apparent move against pro-Wike Rivers lawmakers, has asked the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to conduct a by-election to fill up their seats for their defection to the All Progressive Congress, APC. Damango's request was contained in a letter dated 13th November 2024, titled Demand for Immediate Conduct of Fresh Election in 27 state constituencies of River State, which have become vacant pursuant to Section 1091G of the Constitution. The spokesperson of the Opposition Lawmakers Coalition, Ikenga Okojimere, made the letter available to journalists at a press conference in Akokwa, Imo State on Sunday. It drew the Commission's attention to the unlawful defection of 27 members of the River State House of Assembly on December 11, 2023. According to the letter, going by provisions of the Constitution, the lawmakers are no longer members of the Assembly. PDP acting chairman therefore urged the Commission to perform its constitutional duties and begin the process of conducting fresh elections to fill the vacancies created in the 27 state constituencies by unlawful acts of the former Assembly members. The members of Cross River State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Monday stormed the party's secretariat with various placards protesting alleged plans to reinstate the ousted state chairman of the party. It was gathered that the protest was carried out by the ward and local government chapters of the PDP across the state. The protesters threatened to leave the party if the removed chairman, Venatius Ikem, be reinstated. According to the protesters, who were led by the Calabar Municipality Chairman, Basia Sokwo, the removal of Ikem was the best thing that has happened to the party. Sokwo said Ikem was no longer needed as the party chairman, stating that its leadership has stagnated the growth of the party in Cross River. The deputy state chairman of the party, Chief Dennis Nkiri, who received the protesters, assured them the right thing will be done for the growth of the party. Recall that Ikem had been removed a fortnight ago by the State Working Committee of the party over allegations of financial misappropriation, high-handedness, and ineptitude. Up ahead, court remands scavengers for allegedly stealing AKDC cables. CSOS urged Niger Delta states to collaborate in the energy transition process. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Youth Alliance for Sustainable Development, YASD, made up of youth groups from 7 states in the Northwest, has called for transparency, accountability, and fairness in the administration of the Northwest Development Commission. Spokesman of the group, Ahmed Sambo, made a call in a statement in Abuja on Monday. Sambo expressed concern over what he described as lopsided appointments in the composition of management and board members of the commission in favor of Jigawa and Kano states. He said that after securing the 2 key positions of the commission, Kano and Jigawa states also benefited from board representation, arguing that appointments appeared one-sided. He also faulted citing of the headquarters of the commission in Kano, the state of a pioneer board chairman, pointed out that the commission was established in response to the yearnings and aspirations of the 7 states in the region. He alleged that certain individuals behind the lopsided appointments want to capitalize on the commission to propel their gubernatorial ambitions in Kano and Kaduna states. A Badagry magistrate court in Lagos on Monday remanded 2 scavengers at Awajigo Correctional Center for allegedly stealing an electrical cable belonging to an electricity distribution company. Chief Magistrate A.J. Aino remanded the 2 scavengers, Abibu Nuru, 29, and Kabiru Yaya, 22, after they pleaded guilty to a 2-count charge of conspiracy and stealing. Prosecutor Inspector Edet Ekpo had earlier informed the court that the defendants committed the offense on November 16 at Baji Yeke community at Semeboda, Badagry, Lagos. The prosecutor said the defendants conspired and stole an electrical cable belonging to a co-electricity distribution company. The prosecutor said the offenses contravene sections 411 and 260 of the Criminal Law of Lagos State, 2015. Aina adjourned the case until December 12 for mention. Civil society organizations have urged states in the Niger Delta to collaborate in the attempt to transit from fossil fuel to renewable energy. The CSOs, which include Policy Alert, Budgeted Foundation, and Natural Resource Governance Institute, NRGI, made a call over the weekend in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State during a regional stakeholders dialogue on strengthening subnational physical resilience in the Niger Delta. Tengi George Ikoli, a senior officer at NRGI, observed energy transition poses serious fiscal risk for subnational governments in the Niger Delta region, which heavily depend on oil revenues. She added that Niger Delta governments should have a comprehensive policy framework where plans to mitigate the environmental, social, and economic costs of a fossil fuel phase-out would be outlined. Edidion Dixon, the program lead, Energy Extractives and Climate Justice in Policy Alert, queried the fate of Niger Delta states is a major source of revenue, which is oil freezes. Disclosed that from research conducted in the Niger Delta, with Akwa Ibom being the pilot state, the region can build a pathway to fiscal resilience on the 3 tripod, which includes effective debt management, controlled expenditure, and sufficient holding in of domestic revenues. Dixon also called for increased expenditure in the social sector that will translate to human development in the region. On its part, Iniobong Hussein of Budgeted Foundation called for commitment from the Akwa Ibom State government as a pioneer by adopting policies and practices that can serve as a model for other oil-producing states. Many people were reportedly killed in separate attacks on Azege settlement and other communities in Tombo Council Ward, Adabo in Segwebe in Logo, and Kasinala local government areas of Benue State by suspected bandits. The incident, according to residents of affected communities, occurred between Sunday morning and the early hours of Monday. According to a community leader in Logo local government area, Joseph Anawa, a large number of bandits entered from Nasarawa State and launched an attack on Azege village and its surroundings on Sunday morning. Anawa, who previously served as a media aide to former Governor Senator Gabriel Suswan, said it took the intervention of a military jet before the attackers retreated. As of the time of this report, over 20 bodies have been discovered and a search for missing persons is ongoing. The chairman of local government, Clement Kev, who confirmed the incident, said 17 bodies had been recovered and 37 others seriously injured. Second attack reportedly carried out by the armed marauders occurred in the early hours of Monday and claimed 10 lives. Chairman of Kasinala local government area, Justin Shako, more than 10 people destroyed valuable property, looted household items, and left uninterrupted, Shako said. When contacted, Police Public Relations Officer for Benue State Command, Catherine Anene, confirmed the attack on local government area, but is yet to comment on the Kasinala incident. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, and other energy services have rescued a Toyota Camry driver from under a 40-foot container. General Manager of LASMA, Mr. Olaleka Bakarioki, said this in a statement on Monday in Lagos. The statement was signed by Mr. Taufik Adebayo, Director of Public Affairs and Enlightenment Department of LASMA. Bakarioki listed other emergency services involved in the rescue operation as the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, and the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency. He explained that a 40-foot loaded container en route to Apapa fell onto a Toyota Camry with a registration number LSR 293HJ at mile 2. Through the swift and coordinated response of LASMA and other emergency services, the driver was rescued alive, received immediate medical attention after being rushed to the hospital by the Joint Rescue Team. Rescue security during the operation was effectively maintained by officers from the Kirikiri Police Division who ensured a secured and orderly environment for the emergency respondents, he said. LASMA boss said that the Toyota Camry was successfully removed from beneath the container. However, said that efforts to evacuate the container had been in full swing and added that LASMA officers will continue to manage the scene to ease traffic congestion and restore normalcy. Bakarioki reiterated the critical importance of proper securing of containers by truck drivers and owners. He stressed that negligence in this regard endangered life and property, urging strict compliance with road safety protocols to avert such catastrophe occurrences. LASMA remains unwavering in its commitment to ensure the safety and efficiency of Lagos roadways and continues to work collaboratively with relevant stakeholders to uphold traffic laws and enhance public safety, he said. A financial expert, Professor Uche Waleke, says the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is likely to raise interest rates again. Waleke, the Director, Institute of Capital Market at the Nasarawa State University, is also the President, Capital Market Academics of Nigeria. He said this in an interview in Abuja against the backdrop of a 298 MPC meeting scheduled to hold on Monday and Tuesday. According to him, for the first time in many months, both core and food inflation went up. Said that there was also the approaching festivities period to consider, often characterized by higher prices of goods and services. However, advised the committee to retain its prevailing monetary policy rates to moderate investment costs. The MPC raised the monetary policy rate, MPR, which is the baseline interest rate, by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75% in its 297th meeting in September. That decision marked the fifth consecutive hike of the rate since Yemi Cardoso took charge as the CBN governor and chairman of MPC. In March, the committee again increased the MPR by 200 basis points to 24.75%, followed by subsequent hikes to 26.25% in May and 26.75% in July. Cardoso thus increased the MPR by 850 basis points since the commencement of his tenure. The aim, according to him, is to aggressively address Nigeria's high inflation, particularly core and food inflation. Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, has grown by 3.46% in real terms in the third quarter of 2024 on year-on-year basis. This according to a Monday GDP report published by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, which showed that the growth represents a 3.19% increase from the one recorded in Q2 2024. Nigeria's gross domestic product GDP grew by 3.46% year-on-year in real terms in the third quarter of 2024. The growth rate is higher than the 2.54% recorded in the third quarter of 2023 and higher than the second quarter of 2024 growth of 3.19%. In a quarter under review, aggregate GDP at the basic price stood at 71,131,091.07 million in nominal terms. The NBS said the growth in the growth GDP was driven mainly by the services sector, said the sector at a growth rate of 5.19% and contributed 53.58% to the aggregate GDP, underscoring its increasing importance to the country's economy. The agricultural sector grew by 1.14% from the growth of 1.30% recorded in the third quarter of 2023. The growth of the industry sector was 2.18%, an improvement from 0.46% recorded in the third quarter of 2023. In terms of share of the GDP, the services sector contributed more to the aggregate GDP in the third quarter of 2024 compared to the corresponding quarter of 2023. The real growth of the oil sector was 5.17% year-on-year in quarter 3 2024, catering an increase of 6.02% points relative to the rate recorded in the corresponding quarter of 2023. But the non-oil sector grew by 3.37% in real terms during the reference quarter of quarter 3 2024. The rate was higher by 0.62% points compared to the rate recorded in the same quarter of 2023, which was 2.75%, and higher than 2.80% recorded in the second quarter of 2024. Still to come, Uruguay opposition leftist OCES wins in presidential runoff. Canada apologizes to Inuit communities for mass killing of sledge dogs decades ago. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Was abducted from neighboring Kenya on Saturday, said she doesn't expect her husband to get justice from a military court where she has been charged. Kizza Besigye was on November 16 seized by unknown people from the Kenyan capital Nairobi, where he had gone to attend a book lunch and forcefully brought back to Kampala. He was subsequently charged in a military court-martial with several offenses, including illegal possession of weapons and ammunition. Besigye was once an ally and personal physician of President Yoweri Museveni, while the agent leader was in the bush battling the government then. The two however eventually fell out before Besigye retired from the army and eventually challenged Museveni in 4 presidential contests. He has lost in all but rejected the results as fraudulent. Ugandan opposition and rights activists have long accused Museveni's government of using the military court to punish the president's political opponents. Bayayima said the charges were politically motivated.
they were first of all trying to pretend to be Kenyans and were speaking Swahili, but even before they got to the border, they forgot, and one of them then went on his phone rang and he picked it up and forgot and he spoke Runyankore. Now, which Kenyan speaks Runyankore? You see, so he knows who brought him. He doesn't know them personally, but they were Ugandan. I want President Museveni to know that his security system is in overdrive, complete overdrive, because the very people who frame others from his system, those people who go and fabricate and get opponents of NRM party, they get rewarded. And so the system has an incentive inside the incentives to keep framing and keep creating, fabricating, and criminalizing opposition. I'll speak with everyone. And yes, I am keen to speak with the president, to speak with the leaders of, if they want to, other leaders, whether in the parliament or wherever, about ways forward. Because this is not just about Kizza Besigye. This is about how the opposition can have its space, healthy space, to play its role in a constitutional democracy.
Inga Anderson, Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme, said she was confident that this week's talks in South Korea aimed at securing an international treaty to curb plastic pollution will end with an agreement. Anderson pointed to the communique from the group of 20 nations at a summit last week, calling for a legally binding treaty by the end of this year.
Where there's a will, there's a way, isn't it? And, you know, people are expecting the negotiators to deliver this. People want a pathway towards solutions. They know, I'm sure, that this is not going to be solved in a day. And they know that the text of a treaty, once agreed, is not going to fix the plastic on their beaches. But they want a stake in the ground that allows us to move forward. Let me just say that it took us 21 years, COP21, to get to agree that we have to be less than 2 degrees and aiming for 1.5. We don't have 21 years for this. People want answers, and they want it now. So it's precisely within the hands of member states to get us there. The heads of state of the G20 met in Brazil. They have actually, part of the text, the summit declaration, says that these 20 countries are expecting that the International Negotiation Committee on Plastic will land the agreement this final round of talks, which is talk number 5 in Busan.
South Korea is hosting the 5th and ostensibly final UN Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee meeting this week after the previous round of talks in Ottawa in April ended without a path forward on capping plastic production. Delegates from 175 countries will participate. Outstanding issues include whether there should be a cap on plastic production, how to address single-use plastics, and chemicals of concern in plastics. Center-left opposition candidate Yamandu Osei secured victory in Uruguay's presidential election. Official results show on Sunday 99% of votes tallied in a second-round race that pollsters expected to be closely fought. Osei, the pre-election favorite by a few points, secured a small but comfortable margin of 49.81% of the votes to conservative Alvaro Delgado's 45.90%, official results showed. Osei, a 57-year-old former mayor of Canelones, which has lured in firms such as Google, said he would avoid raising taxes that could scare off businesses and instead focus on attracting investors, spurring growth, and scaling workers. He has also signaled closer cooperation with Europe on fighting drug trafficking and more funding for the prison system. His victory was celebrated by the Regional Organization of American States and fellow Latin American nations across the political aisle. Both Delgado and Uruguay's president, fellow National Party member Luis Lacalle Pou, considered the election, swiftly congratulating OC and offering to help with the transition after results signaled a victory for the center-left. Election between two moderates in a small nation of 3.4 million people known for its beaches, legalized marijuana, and stability marks the closing of a bumper year for global elections, many that suffered from bitter political divides. OC, Delgado, and Laquelle Paul all expressed goodwill for their political opposition and pledged to work together to move the country forward. South Korea's main opposition leader, Lee Jae-myung, was cleared of charges that he forced a witness to commit perjury on Monday, the Seoul Central District Court said, the latest of a series of legal cases that could threaten his political future. Lee thanked the court for bringing back truth and justice after the ruling as his supporters cheered. 60-year-old leader of the Democratic Party had been accused of ordering a witness in a 2019 trial related to an election law violation to give false testimony. He still faces several other trials, including for bribery and other charges mostly tied to a $1 billion property development scandal. Any final prison sentence or a fine of 1 million won or more in an election law violation case will strip him of his seat in the parliament and his right to run in any elections for the next 5 years. South Korea and Malaysia signed an agreement on Monday to cooperate in supplying critical minerals from Malaysia's reserves and to boost cooperation in the defense industry. The Southeast Asian country looks to upgrade its Air Force jets. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim also shared their commitment at the summit to conclude a free trade agreement by next year, which would include additional areas such as services, investment, and green energy. South Korea invited continued interest from Malaysia as it embarks on a project to replace light fighter jets after a 2023 contract to supply 18 jets valued at $920 million, Yoon's office said in a statement. Yoon and Anwar also shared concern over the growing military cooperation between North Korea and Russia, and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and violence in Lebanon due to the Middle East conflict. The government of Canada on Saturday apologized to the Inuit of northern Quebec for the mass killing of sled dogs in the 1950s and 1960s, which devastated communities by depriving them of the ability to hunt and travel. Federal Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations Gary Anadasan-Gare traveled to Kangisukar in the Nunavik region to deliver the apology and promise of $32.19 million in compensation. It follows another government apology in 2019 to the Inuit of Okintanay region, which includes Baffin Island, for the effects of traumatic federal policies, including family separation and the slaughter of sled dogs known as Quimit. Thousands of sled dogs were shot by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, and other authorities in Inuit settlements from the mid-1950s onwards, said Peter Atami, president of Makivik, the organization representing Quebec's Inuit. Sled dog teams were an integral part of Inuit culture and hunting traditions, providing quick travel across the vast frozen landscapes of Canada's far north. They were also instrumental in the hunt of seals and caribou. Unjustified killing of sled dogs led to food and economic insecurity for the Nunavut Inuit and the loss of traditional ways of accessing land and caused deep and lasting emotional wounds, the government said in a statement. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Monday played down privacy concerns regarding his government's proposed ban on social media for under-16s, saying firms will be required to destroy personal data used to verify ages of users. Australia plans to trial an age verification system that may include biometrics or government identification to enforce a social media age cutoff, some of the toughest controls imposed by any country to date. The laws would impact Meta platforms, Instagram and Facebook, ByteDance, TikTok, and Elon Musk's X and Snapchat. Proposals are highest age limits set by any country and would have no exemption for parental consent and no exemption for pre-existing accounts. Platforms face fines of up to 32 million for failing to comply with the legislation. Meanwhile, an Australian teenager, Leonardo Puglisi, founded a streaming news channel when he was just 12 years old. Now, at the age of 17, he is about to witness his country's planned ban of social media use for those under 16, a move Puglisi said will stifle creativity. Speaking to newsmen from Melbourne on Monday, the teen said if the ban had been in place when he started his channel, 6 News, it would never have seen the light of day.
Yeah, so 6 News Australia is a streaming news channel that I founded in 2019 when I was 11 years old. So this was in year 6, my last year of primary school. At that point, it wasn't really anything more than a little passion project. It was just like weekly uploads to YouTube. At that point, because I obviously was under 13, my parents were, they were checking what was posted. They weren't, in control of the content, and they never have been. And then from there, it's kind of built up, as I, entered high school and became a teenager. And at this point, we're on air 24/7. We've got a small team, and we're able to do all of this literally from our houses. Yeah, I think this ban will really stifle creativity. Look, not just in Australia, but there have been young people around the world from the ages of 13, 14, 15 who have been able to explore their passions, maybe make a career out of it through social media in some form or another. There's plenty of people at 6 News who have seen 6 News and then been able to join the team from there and explore their passion in media and in journalism. It's been my passion this entire time, and it wouldn't have been possible under a blanket ban. So
proposals are the highest age limits set by any country. I would have no exemption for parental consent and no exemption for pre-existing accounts. Platforms face fines of up to $32 million for failing to comply with the legislation. Puglisi disagrees with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who said on Monday that he wants to give Australian children a normal childhood.
Look, you can do all of that and have a TikTok account and have an Instagram account and be able to explore your passions through there. A lot of kids don't have footy or netball as their main passion, and they might need social media to explore whatever they want to do. Let them explore that. We want to make sure they can do it safely as well. But a blanket ban just does not allow for that. Yeah, definitely. If this ban was in place a few years ago, 6 News wouldn't have existed in the first place. We built up our team by having 13, 14, 15-year-olds, people my age, reach out and see us through social media. And then from there, they're able to break a lot of stories. They're able to do some significant stuff. And again, all of that would be suddenly taken away.
That educating parents will be a better way forward than a ban, and collaboration between government and social media companies would also help to keep children safe online. The government has said it aims to pass the bill into law by the end of a parliamentary year on Thursday, November 28, fast-tracking it through the upper and lower houses of parliament. Police were guarding the streets of ENUGU on Monday ahead of a second meeting of the G7 foreign ministers during the Italian parliament presidency. After meeting in April on the Mediterranean island of Capri, delegations were gathered today and on Tuesday in Anagni and Fiughi in the central region of Lazio. At the top of the delegation's agenda were the major global tensions, from the conflict in the Middle East to the war in Ukraine and the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani would open the first session on Monday when he will welcome his counterparts in Anagni, 70 kilometers from Rome. China's foreign ministry said on Monday that Beijing has maintained smooth communication with all parties involved when asked about a Chinese ship in Danish waters. The Danish military said last Wednesday that it was staying close to Chinese bulk carrier Yipeng 3, which was sitting idle in a strait between Denmark and Sweden after 2 fiber optic data communication cables in the Baltic Sea were severed. The military did not mention the cable breaches or say why it was staying with the ship. A Chinese ship left the Russian port of Luga on November 15 and was in the areas where the cable damage occurred, according to traffic data, which showed other ships to have been in the area too. One cable running between Sweden and Lithuania was cut on Sunday, and another one between Finland and Germany was severed less than 24 hours later on Monday. Emergencies responders were on scene after a DHL cargo plane crashed near Vilnius Airport on Monday, killing one person and injuring 3 others, authorities said. Firefighters were seen pouring water onto smoke from a building some 1.3 kilometers north of the airport runway in the Lithuanian capital. A large police and ambulance presence was seen nearby, and several nearby major streets were cordoned off. The airplane, operated by Swift Airline on behalf of DHL, originated from Leipzig, fell on a house, a spokesperson for the Governmental National Crisis Management Center said. All of the people in the house survived, he added. Police said the plane crashed into the house as it was approaching for landing, and 12 people have been safely evacuated from the building. Police search for a 4th person is ongoing, police added. Lawmakers from Georgia's ruling party opened the first session of Parliament on Monday after last month's disputed election, defying protesters outside and a boycott by opposition parties who say the vote was illegitimate. Official results for the October 26 election showed the ruling Georgian Dream Party re-elected with almost 54% of the vote, a result that opposition parties have said was fraudulent. Observers say that the election was marked by violations which could have had an impact on the result, though they stopped short of saying the vote was stolen. Western countries have said allegations of voter fraud must be investigated. Opposition parties had vowed to prevent the ruling Georgian Dream Party from convening a new parliamentary session and declared that they would boycott the new parliament. Protesters gathered on Sunday night and pitched tents outside the Soviet-built parliament building in a bid to block Georgian Dream lawmakers from entering the complex. But on Monday morning, Georgian Dream MPs entered Parliament and opened the new legislative session with no opposition lawmakers present. Protesters outside shouted Russians and slaves at arriving deputies and threw eggs at the Parliament building. A traditionally pro-Western country with European Union candidate status, Georgia has since the outbreak of war in Ukraine moved closer to Russia, from which it gained independence in 1991. South Africa's Pieter-Steph du Toit was named Rugby's World Player of the Year for the 2nd time on Sunday at a ceremony in Monaco, where England's Elsie Coonan took the women's honours and Anton Dupont and Madison Lever claimed the 7 titles. Flanking du Toit also won in the 2019 and becomes the 4th man to take the honour twice after New Zealand trio Dan Carter, Richie McCaw and Bilden Barrett. He is the 3rd South African winner after Chalk Burger in 2004 and Brian Abana in 2007. The all-action forward held the Springboks to a first rugby championship title in 5 years and followed up with a clean sweep of wins over Scotland, England and Wales in the autumn series.
So the winner of the 2024 World Rugby Men's 15s Player of the Year, Pieter-Steph du Toit.
Congratulations to Pieter-Steph du Toit. He's unfortunately been caught up in this storm, but we're absolutely delighted to have his wife, who's going to be here to collect this award for him.
The winner of the 2024 World Rugby Women's 15s Player of the Year is Ellie Kildun.
People have actually asked me a lot this year what's changed, and physically nothing has changed. I haven't suddenly got faster or stronger, but unfortunately we had a passing to a close family member, and for me it made me reflect on what happiness is and the importance of happiness. And I just then took that into my rugby world and tried to find the happiness in everything I do, whether it's in the rain, in the shine, and I just love what I do. I love the team that I play with, I love the support network we've got, and it's made me cherish every moment and, you know, not take anything for granted, so that's what's changed.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. How are you doing this morning? We are back here every morning to bringing you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. Today is 25th day in the month of November, and that is Monday. You're supposed to begin your week on a very positive note. And by the way, talking about positivity, today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And I'm doing this today, as usual, with Charles Spires.
Good to have you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in today. It's a Monday, November 25th. The weekend is come and gone, so we're looking out for a brand new week. This is a week that will actually herald the end of the month, and then we get into the brand new month, which will be the end of the year completely. We are just there, almost at the tail end of the year 2024. And of course, you know what happens always during the end of the year. Most of the time, people come from every part of the world into the southeast. The Igbos are the most traveled, of course, according to research. And there's something that usually happens too during this period, apart from the festivities. It's the traditional marriage, wedding ceremonies, family meetings, and end of the year messages, and so much so. There's something I saw just recently that struck me, you know. A UK-based Nigerian actually called off his marriage because he was handed over a list that is worth over 3.5 million naira. He says he's not going to do it because he feels that it's an extortion. Well, I don't know what you think. Let us know if you think that it's an extortion or maybe that particular tradition by people who give lists to attending suitors. That is an extortion. Let us know in the comment section. All right, we'll be back shortly with all of the headlines on the dailies. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Is Signature Morning on Signature Television, and we're going straight to the headlines. On the Nigerian Tribune this morning, PDP chair, fresh plots to retain Damagum beyond 2025 unfolds.
FCTA releases list of CFO debtors in Abuja.
Dangote refinery reduces petrol price from 990 naira to 970 naira for marketers.
Nasima, OPS question on impact of arbitrary taxation on businesses and economy.
Tinubu Buhari did not prepare for governance, says Kuka.
Southwest speakers, other principal officers to push for full legislative autonomy, with Ryder plan to meet Governors Forum to update fund management and laws of Southwest Parliament.
We paid 1 billion naira ransom to bandits, Southern Kaduna community cries out.
Buhari's removal of Omogan, a dent on Nigeria's democratic record.
Nigeria, Brazil sign MOU to boost agribusiness in 774 local government areas.
Moving ahead to the Daily Trust's newspapers, Presidency lobbies National Assembly over tax reform bills with the wider proposed laws meant for good governance, says Boala.
ICPC tracks 21 billion naira constituency project in Kaduna.
Dangote refinery reduces petrol price to 917 naira per litre.
3,000 litigation stall AMCON's 5 trillion naira loans recovery.
I could have been a drug addict, says Obasanjo.
Fact check. House senators misinterpreted Constitution to endorse CCT chairs removal.
8 killed in Abuja Kaduna road crash.
Over now to the Daily Times newspaper this morning. On the Daily Times, Edun, Nigerian government saves 20 billion naira by ending fuel subsidies.
Petrol prices to drop as refinery cuts costs.
Kuka, how Tinubu, Buhari, Jonathan Obasanjo became presidents by accident.
I want you to pressure from APC governors to dump PDP, says Adeleke.
Clark to Tinubu, try Buhari Malami for humiliating ex-CJN Onogen.
Reverend Father Thomas Olehe, Nigeria's oldest Catholic priest, passes away at 104.
On the Blueprints newspaper this morning, Dangote refinery reduces price to 970 naira per litre.
Minimum wage hike will further strain Nigeria's fiscal imbalance, says expert, with rider it must be matched by corresponding revenue growth, says Muda Yusuf. Fiscal imbalance imminent. Cut down in cost of governance, the way to go, says Dadia.
Diri approves 300,000 naira grants for each Bayelsa Law School student.
Tax reform bills will be passed by NAS, says Rep. Jibri.
Federal government to 332 directors, use your promotion to drive civil service reforms.
IMF wants Nigeria, others to drive growth with tax reforms.
International friendly Super Falcons coach invites Nadozie Ohale, a plum tire, 17 others for France.
Tinubu extols virtues of Gambari at 80.
On the Guardian newspaper this morning, MPC's imminent rate hike jolts firms amidst inflation, survival concerns.
All Nigerian presidents were unprepared except Tinubu, says Kuka.
Dangote cuts petrol price to 970 naira for marketers. Ipman takes cue.
We saved $20 billion from subsidy removal, forex floating, says Edun.
Deviance contractors yet to deliver projects worth 74 billion naira.
Stakeholders insist aging pipelines account for 50% oil spills.
AMCON seeks judiciary support to resolve over 3,000 asset recovery litigations.
COP29 set 2035 targets for $300 billion yearly pledge to developing countries.
On the Nation newspaper this morning, CBN likely to raise interest rates to halt inflation, with the rider experts predict MPC tightening of monetary policy.
Labour in showdown with 4 states over minimum wage, with the rider Katsina, Cross River, Zamfara, Imo to face battle, 32 states, FCT in full compliance.
Nigeria, Brazil pacts to boost agric in 774 councils.
Economy fully on the rebound with Tinubu's reform, says Omokiri.
Okwebolo, Obaseki clash over move to probe past administration.
CBN likely to raise interest rate to halt inflation. Experts predict MPC tightening over monetary policy.
Lagos welcomes Supreme Court's voiding of lottery acts.
Petrol pump price to go down. Dangote cuts off 20 naira.
All right, still on the headlines, let's take a look at what's going on the Punch just as we wrap this segment up. Right now, presidency tackles Kuka for tagging Tinubu accidental leader.
Tinubu may present budget this week, says Senator.
Reps may clash over Tinubu's 2.2 billion naira or $2.2 billion fresh loan Tuesday. Loan is an extra burden on government. Nigerians, Minority Caucus warns whether rider will approve loans and ensure it is not diverted. Deputy spokesman speaks.
Oyedepo's jet can't leave private airstrip without clearance, says Keyamo.
PDP governors, 24 state chairmen plotting to keep Damagum.
Police hunt Ogun woman for dumping child outside clinic.
All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper this morning. We're back to the table, and Chris Monica is standing by. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning and welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Belinda. Good morning, the people of the world.
So, petrol price is down by 20 naira. Welcome development?
Good news.
20 naira.
Yeah. If you times the liter of oil fuel Nigerians consume, according to their records, you times it by 20 naira, you will see some element of money saved. But my issue is, where is the money going to? To who? It has not touched up on the people. But they will tell you that if the right thing has been done, there will be some market regulating itself in the oil and gas. But there are deliberate effort by the hawks. That's how I describe them. In the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, they didn't want things to go right. If Nigeria had borrowed the track of telecommunication, allow, of course, I was listening to one virtual interview that went around. I was talking to Obasanjo. Obasanjo was analyzing why the refineries cannot come back and cannot even be nobody can buy them. If you want to sell it as scrap, it's less than $200 million or something. And even the quantity of refined product that comes out of it is so low. There's one he said has 600. The other one has 100,000. So many issues, and there are people that the whole thing comes back to NNPC. So why did they say they can manage at the point where some independent people were brought in? NNPC came back and told him, Obasanjo then, that they can manage the refinery. And now this is where we are. So when even we are talking about, it still traces back. So when I was calling NNPC that they are part of this issue, problem, I never knew that history until I heard it from Obasanjo. If they had allowed this kind of investment that Dangote, imagine if Bua comes and he has a competition of 1 naira less, people will go and buy from him from everywhere, the global market. So whoever sells cheaper, whoever has some motivation and incentives it gives to the customers, they will go there. That is good news. But let's see. When the president was taking over power, that particular hour he mentioned removal of fuel subsidy, the pump price of everything about fuel increased that immediately. It was like, in an international stock exchange where you are watching how figures are changing at intervals. We expect this 20 naira to have reflected in all the downstream sectors, because it is removed from marketers. Is that the marketers will now come out and want a way to give us another reason why they will not let them drop it?
Well, across filling stations today, you see 1,130. NNPC is selling 1,105. So across board, there's still some disparities. You also see 1,000.
This is what we have expected. What we have done for this morning. There has been no clear reflection of this change in the pump price across the nation, and that's one thing about price increase, and that's why we shout and cry. Once you allow it climb to come down, Nawala. But then let's say let's, for instance, at least for once, hear something that looks like good news. 20 naira across the board, it's something. You know, no matter how negligent Belinda might feel it is, because Belinda just said just 20 naira. But when you put it in the population of Nigeria, you look at the multiplier effect, what do you have?
Well, I just said that because, you know, marketers are still important. So I don't think, do you think with this, downstream sectors are going to change in terms of price?
If it's
since
not,
it's not solely all coming from
if it's not, that's why I'm saying, if it's not the insincerity, some of them are important, some of their landing costs are landing cheaper than what the Dangote is selling. If they put it to effect, it will be to our benefit. But they don't want. If they import, they will still be looking at Dangote now. Because if I import fuel and it lands for me at 20 naira, and I'm selling what Dangote is selling at 970 naira, imagine the margin of gain, because I will have reason to say. But if it's where they are sincere, they import, and they say, let's sell cheaper, they will force Dangote, price will begin to regulate. And before you know it, we might be talking about 700 naira. And there's something. But this sincerity, the insincerity in oil and gas in Nigeria, the insincerity is breakneck. And what else can we say? Thanks to Dangote. Let's hear from the importers. Since they still export, they damage and they manage, they do whatever they want to do there. What we are looking at, according to Igbo proverb, whatever we are looking at the bottom of the plate is fish or meat. What the 200 million Nigerians are looking for is that time you come and say, fuel is now, can manage to buy a liter to just manage. So life must begin to return gradually to the people. Because this has crashed the life of Nigerians. Because all the money, beyond the debt Nigeria is owing, all the money we are making in Nigeria is going into oil and gas. And it's only one sector. And only few manage it and control it. So it's dangerous. It doesn't portend anything for us. Because some other places in the world, the prices you compare, if we are using other people's currency like dollars to check how much, if $1 is exchanging at the 1 liter of fuel, and it means 1,400 naira. I've not stopped using that word, 1,004, because that's what it trickles down to the exterior, the extreme of Nigeria. Now, if you are using that, you now see that 1 liter of fuel in Nigeria is changing for $1. And then what does it do? Well, how does the other currency of the world change to $1? So you find out that we're still at the losing end. Something is wrong. You know?
All right, let's go over to the Labour Party threatening showdown from the 1st of December about states that have refused to implement
it's not
the
Labour
minimum
Party,
wage.
it's Labour.
Oh, sorry.
The NLC. Is that to be safer, let's use the Nigerian Labour Congress so that we'll be able to separate it. The Nigerian Labour Congress are doing what they should do because they have sworn to carry the people along. And that's why they are the strongest organization in Nigeria, and the government keep trying to weaken them.
I mean, look at the states that are defaulting. I mean, if you look at the list, Katsina, Cross River, Zamfara, Imo. Are you shocked to see Imo and Cross River on that list that haven't agreed, at least come to the conclusion?
I'm shocked to see Imo because Imo has found itself in the list of oil
producing states.
So with their derivation, I am totally surprised that Imo name will be appear in this list. But that is the issue of Nigerians telling ourselves lies. If there is true federation and the states, even you can look at the audit, the states assess them. You can see states that truly can pay. Like we started sitting down here to assume that Imo can pay. But if the view is clearer from the point of view of Hope Uzodimma, the executive governor of Imo State, if he thinks...
Do you really think that Imo cannot pay? If you really think Imo cannot pay?
I've made my mind. I say Imo, I'm surprised that they're on the list for whatever reason. But that is also subjective. That's what we are saying. the fact is that Nigeria, there's something basically wrong with our nation, honestly, because before this minimum wage is fixed, there should be the state government, because you can't say in Abuja and give me a load on assumption. Like we sat here now, we are sitting here now, we are assuming Imo can pay. And we might not be far from the truth, but then it's still guesswork. Somebody is sitting at the face of Imo State, and he has an accountant general, and they have lists, because if they say, bring what you get every month, tell us how you do, and we think we can pay. And all the states, 36 states from Abuja, 37, bring this kind of thing. When we are talking about, they said the labor is putting pressure on the federal government to do this. Federal government couldn't have done it in isolation. These are issues that are matters arising. Assuming there are some states who cannot truly pay, since they couldn't pay 30,000. That is even the most shocking thing. So many states, since over 8 years ago, they have not paid 30,000, and you come and impose 70,000.
Do you suggest that state governors negotiate directly with workers on the amounts they would rather pay, rather than was waiting for the presidency to announce the minimum wage, a national minimum wage?
If they had done that earlier, by now it's too late.
No, like, do you think should it be state governors negotiate with workers on their own, so that, for instance, in Zamfara State, you could have minimum wage at 50,000. In Anambra,
I understand you perfectly,
so.
Charles. I'm talking about that if at the negotiating level of this, the level are human beings, and the made up of people come from different states. So they are sitting one side, the federal government who is presiding sits, then the state governor sits, and then there has been this, is a bazaar thing. Who can pay 70,000? I. Then who can pay 30,000? Then I. Nay, that kind of thing. And they were able to get at a point where they say, this is the minimum. And they say it's minimum. And the minimum is not minimum for some states, because some states are paying 85, while some states have not even come out to agree on the minimum. Then you see some technical error from the word go. The federal government succumbed to that pressure without due process. Let me say, not put it that way, it would sound disrespectful. They didn't do due engagement of the people, because by now it would have been summoned. If they had done it, I would say, we sat on this desk, a federal executive council, that may be a special session, invite the labor and all the people involved, the ministers, all the line ministries, and said, Nigerians are asking for 70,000 naira. Let's have it talked over. By the time they are rising there, it's like an agreement. So nobody will be, all this thing, this is my drag, we find out that the whole of 10 of Tinubu we finish, and so state have not paid. Just like what happened. What did you do to them? That's Nigeria. Have we jailed all the governors that didn't pay 30,000 and they've gone to the Senate? Did that stop them? And are the people waiting that they will get backlog? Before, one boy region came the first child do not just work, you don't expect the second one to run. That's a simple analogy I give on that. Kuka said, we have a president by accident. The accidental presidents could be described as also accidental discharge. Because if you have accidental presidency, they discharge all their function accidentally. And Kuka is not somebody who will speak. And he is a man who thinks through his words. And he's a cerebral bishop of Sokoto. He's a writer, activist, a humanitarian. And when he looks at situations, if you listen to him talk in public, you know that he might have assessed. But then my worry is that he said it's only Tinubu that came prepared. And now the question is...
It's quite confusing.
It's confusing because a
lot of newspapers, you see. So I think some newspapers are trying to play politically correct. If we had been part of that interview where Kuka we would have picked our own. Because the headlines, there's 10 blind men and 1 elephant. Kuka has said something. Nigerian presidency, most of them came unprepared. You can't take it back. Whoever is among this, you not even bother who is among. But it's a real fact. We look at this man, Donald Trump, quite recently. We looked at an interview when he was a state governor. I was campaigning to be a state governor in the U.S. And this popular celebrity, a black African woman, interviewed, celebrity in American media.
Okay, that's Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey interview we have that virtual video going around where the man was consistent for almost 40 years and he came back still saying he wanted. Before, there's been some things that people say is artificial intelligence, that the man has already finished arrangement of his cabinet, even before they are thinking of swearing in. He has already gotten himself ready. And the people of the world, the journalists, the press of the world are cleaning up, going to the market with what he is coming with. And if you stop him, even if he put his voice in artificial intelligence, he will tell you the same thing. If you see him live, Trump will tell you the same thing. The Americans know that. They even used that against him when he predicted what he's coming to do. And the Americans are sitting up, the world is sitting up waiting for it. They're not just saying, hey, this Trump is coming to take us by surprise. That's what we expect. If we borrow democracy from such places, why somebody will be campaigning, use all his life to campaign to be president, and then when he just arrives there, that's when he starts. Some of the people here have shown, the people they are talking about, Kuka are talking about, some of them were in power for 6 months, they've not appointed they've not made single appointment, or appointed the critical things. Some of them have not even didn't appoint ambassadors up to 1 year, going beyond that. Some have not appointed some of the ministries, departments, and agencies that require some boards. Some people who have been sitting there for 8 years are still sitting. No, I'm new, fresh, because the board is supposed to, every tenure there has to be a board. All the sectors, I don't think they've appointed the boards, and that's it. That might be, you don't have any excuse. And that's why I pity whoever is in Asoro. If you are there, you are like the tree that find itself at the middle of the road, which receives ubemma. How do I put it? Everybody passing by will just be hitting it with something. If it's not a machete, if you're hitting you with stick. Anything, the tree that is standing by the roadside, if people do not clean their hands on the tree, they will do so many things. They will do anything. Some people will paste posters on it. That is what it takes to be a Nigerian president. So when people say, are you prepared? You are not, you are giving excuse. We said, we didn't put you there for excuse. We put you there to perform, to hit the ground running. The same way our President Bola Tinubu came the first day, without even finishing his acceptance speech, he removed all his subsidy. We were saying, this is going to be fast run.
But with that, don't you think he's prepared?
Well, I don't know how prepared he is. Because, like I said, I gave instant to it. He is a good administration. If that's what you want me to say. His administration, so many appointments has not been done. How many years? How many days? Over 149 days. Abi, it's more than 1 year.
It's more than a year, of course. More than 16 months.
The ambassadors have not, they are just saying, I had last week, they're saying that ambassadors, have not been appointed. So many things, so many things have not taken place in that regard. But so if he is prepared, then certain things are overwhelming him. If he is prepared, certain things are overwhelming. If he's not, then it's still a word of Kuka against the presidency, not mine. I'm not the person who said Nigerian presidency are accidental. Labor in the showdown, we've talked about that.
We're almost out of time.
Yes.
Almost out of time. I'll just have to leave it there just because of time. Many thanks, Mr. Chris, once again for your insights on the newspaper headlines this morning.
Thank you, Charles, for having me.
We're back shortly after this, to stay with us.
We are local.
we are right now with the wife of the man.
Hello and welcome to Internet Watch. I am Joshua Itogun, here to bring you the latest headlines and stories shaping our world. From impactful updates to trending topics, we've got it all right here. So let's get started. Davido, a prominent Nigerian musician, recently commented on the dire economic situation in Nigeria, advising against relocating from America due to the ongoing economic crisis. His statement has stirred controversy, prompting a response from APC chieftain Joe Ibokwe, who criticized Davido and suggested he retract his comments, emphasizing that Nigeria was instrumental in his fame. This has led to a broader discourse on the current state of Nigeria's economy, which is facing challenges like high living cost and fuel crisis. Moving from one place to another now is a huge deal. Of course, this is December. Everybody wants to travel. Do you want to travel? Do you think you can afford traveling this time? Well, don't forget you can be part of this conversation by using the hashtag InternetWatch, or by following us on all of our social media platforms. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. So, do you think the video was wrong to have made that statement, or was he just stating the obvious? Let's hear your thoughts. I'm going to take a few comments on the discussion that's giving a lot of stir in the internet right now. Otumba, Davido didn't lie. Nigeria is going through the worst economic crisis ever. He gave a good advice to those in USA considering to return home. The only people that have an issue with that statement is obviously APC, the loaded clowns. Tinubu has also begged stylishly at G20. Do you get? Like, don't come back to Nigeria, was currently suffering. Betty gave her own opinion. Keep advising them to be lying. Did he say anything that was a lie? Are you not suffering? Are you not suffering that you are advising him? Are you not suffering that you are advising him? Oh, I think this person, Betty, is trying to say that you that is advising somebody, are you not suffering as well? You know, one of these things. Comebacks gave his own opinion. Typical Nigeria. Leave the main issue and be discussed and be going on side quest. Do you get what's the whole issue that Davido addressed that we are currently facing a tough and very difficult economic period of crisis at this point in Nigeria? And then the next thing we're seeing is remove it. Nigeria made you this, Nigeria made you that. Don't forget that Nigeria, Davido has money. Well, this is very funny. Is Nigeria economy not in shambles? Like, it's a very good question. Is dollar not about 1,700 thereabouts to? Do you get? Moving over to the next comment, I have Samuel. Samuel came to give his own opinion. He said, "What sort of mentalities do people even have? Was he lying about the economic situation? How can you say the country is not in jeopardy? Like, do you get?" I think that we're in a big mess that we do not know yet. You should jot things down that you can take things away. I knew that most of the money he got was not from music only. Most of it are from politics. So this person feels like, oh, Davido should not be saying anything. You got your money from politics. So you're part of but then again, Eric the Great. Supermarkets are almost empty. Majority of international companies doing businesses in Nigeria have either fled the country or about to leave due to unstable forex. 2 in every 4 Nigerians want to leave because of inflation. Let me correct that. 4 in every 4 Nigerians. I mean, if you have the opportunity, you would leave, even if it's to Ghana. I'm just saying, the guys, it's just a joke. Well, Davido was only stating facts. The only issue here is that his own family is also in power, so he needs to clean up his house first before coming out to condemn others. Tinubu still has the chance to reverse the failing economy only if he can listen. Well, can Tinubu change? Can Tinubu do much at this point? Retract or not, at Davido told the truth. That's why it's bitter to the guilty. We are dying in this country daily of hunger, insecurity, complete failure in the economic policies, while the so-called leaders with their allies lavish our commonwealth on themselves and family. Did you know that our debt has gone up to about 130 something trillion naira? Wow. Elect commented, was it Nigeria under PDP that made Davido? Why do we like to always pretend like all is well, whereas we are not? Tinubu consistently, unapologetically criticized governments that were far better than this, and nobody condemned him. What's now wrong about a citizen stating the obvious? I mean, except you don't, follow history. Tinubu was one of the people who were really pushing on the administration of Goodluck Jonathan Assad, that year, just in case you don't know. For Gen Z people should really go and study history. I'm just saying, just putting it out there. Well, that's a wrap on today's Internet Watch. Thanks for tuning in with me, Joshua Oritogo. Remember, every new day brings an opportunity to learn something remarkable. So stay informed, and I'll see you next time.
They can try equality rights, but I don't think it can be achieved. Because when it comes to noise pollution, it's there already. It's there already. It can be stopped. If you know that most people sleep at night, you cut the noise or the music only for the daytime, because the daytime is usually for business. You get, use the daytime for some of these things. Then night, you reduce it or you leave it totally for people's stress and all. Noise pollution is one of the problems in Enugu because religious areas, clubs, bars tend to build in residential areas. So I think to regulate it, we need to like move them out of residential areas and put them in areas where people do not live that much for them to be able to play music, and also incubate the use of samples and the rest for clubs and entertainment places.
Basically, this is the first. I will applaud the government of Enugu State for this initiative. This is in Nigeria generally. This is like the first time in a state where people come out and say they want to combat, go fight a war against noise pollution. This is basically the first place now that I'm actually seeing it. And you're not combating corruption. You're not trying to fix one or two major things. You're going down to noise, which is applaudable. But I feel that generally, I think if the rate of noise in Enugu State, speakers and everything, is reduced, I think it's for the betterment of everybody, not just for the rich alone. I mean, it's a change of culture. That is pure Western culture, and I think it's for the betterment of everybody. It's for the betterment of everybody.
It's a very good one, but they should allow us to play, but at a minimized volume. You know, there's no way you can run a bar without the music. You understand? But it should be moderate. Some are very lousy. Do you understand? Some bars their music is always very high. So depending on the location.
For me, it's a no-no. You understand? Because this is a bar. You understand? Where people come and relax and maybe have fun and stuff. So I'm of the opinion because for me, I don't like noise. You understand either. So I'm of the opinion that we can go by a low tone.
We are encouraging people to embrace the culture of acoustics. In layman's language, we say, make the place soundproof so that you can do your business and your neighbors can have their deserved rest. This is very important because I have over 1,000 commendations from residents of Enugu since we held our first public hearing, putting the residents on notice that help is on the way.
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning on Signature Television. Just so you know, something that we're following for youth in Abia State. The Abia State Ministry of Health has reacted to the hospitalization of some persons who attended a free medical outreach in Abriva or Hafia local government area on Saturday, saying that the distribution of drugs to the public by uncertified persons was without the authorization of the state government. The Commissioner for Health, Professor ENUGU, who said this in a press release on Sunday, said that the organizers of the medical outreach did not obtain approval from the state government before embarking on the exercise. He therefore announced that any medical outreach without authorization from the Ministry of Health is illegal and can put the health of other people in jeopardy, warning that those who do so would be made to face the full wrath of the law. That's some development that we are
really sad coming
following.
from Abia State, because I would expect the Office of the Commissioner of Health, should get these people that distributed these drugs to those citizens. I mean, distributing drugs that you're not even certified before distributing it to the public is really, really bad, and we're hoping that get better. The citizens, those that took the drug, we're hoping that they get quick recovery.
Yeah, we're hearing that the amount of persons who actually took those drugs and used them were rushed to the hospital afterwards. We are not sure the number, but we're hearing that it's in the neighborhood of between 20 and 50. So the full extent of what the issues are, what they are facing, is actually particularly not yet known. But we are following the development and we'll bring you up to speed. I really don't understand the idea around distributing drugs that are uncertified, really, because again, we know that these medical outreaches come at a very low cost. They come, bearing, these kinds of drugs. I'm talking about diabetes drugs. We talk about drugs for malaria, typhoid, and the likes. And sometimes they come for free. And so because of the situation that we are facing in this country, everyone is looking to at least feed themselves. So when you hear that next door there's an outreach and there are free medical tests, free medical checkups, and of course free drugs, I mean, you would want to check it out, but I mean, having to hear this afterwards, it's really heartbreaking.
There was a report last year talking about a report that happened, I think, somewhere in Southeast, I'm not going to mention, that they distributed expired drugs for free to people.
Wow.
Expired drug, and they were cut. These are the things that the Office of the Commissioner of Health, should do to make sure that they regulate all these people who are coming out to distribute drug or even do free screening for people out there. All right, we're going to be talking more about it, bringing you up to speed, like you said, about what's happening in Abia State concerning that particular news. But this morning, we have right here in the studio Dr. Parton, and she's here already looking so beautiful.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Parton.
Good morning.
We're talking about hard times in relationships, how hard times affect or the effect of these hard times on relationships. She is the former station manager of Solid FM. Glad to have you.
Thank you, my dear.
It does look like the hardship is not telling
You see, everything is packaging. We all have to learn to package one way or the other. And as far as I am concerned, hardship has always been here. What we are really looking at is maybe the percentage, the increase. But even the Bible acknowledges that the poor will always be with us. So when I hear hardship, there was never a time growing up that you will not hear Ife Silike. Ife Silike means things are really rough. And I recall that my late dad, there was somebody who came to him and he was saying, have you started molding blocks? Are you going to remain a tenant for life? What do you mean by that? We don't even have enough money for our regular food. And he said, there is never a good time. You take off, you start off, and you keep going until you get there. And it was a very important lesson in my life, because at the time we bought land. I think the only money in our account at that time was the money we used for paying for the land. Where the money for the rest of the project was going to come, we didn't know. But one day at a time, suddenly we see that we have roofed the property, and a couple of years down the road, we moved in. But some youngster will see you in a particular building and they say, I want to. That's so wrong. You want to get somewhere without doing the work or the person you're looking at, they all have a story. Every human being. I know a bit of you because you were in some other place before you got here. The only thing that is permanent in life is change. But that is one of the things we are not so quick to adapt to or adjust to. And it's so sad. But again, in my little way, I believe that life is about choices. Not just choices, smart choices. If you don't make smart choices, you're going to be down. So when I saw this topic, I started laughing. I said, okay, what do they want me to come and tell people about? How to manage themselves in bad times, relationships?
That's it. I mean, again, not many people know how to do that, because like it or live it, sometimes the amount of monies you have in your pockets actually tells how much you're going to smile during the day. You can't tell somebody who hasn't eaten today.
Somebody who is broke. Someone who is broke.
That Nigeria is getting better, or that tomorrow is going to. He hasn't eaten. They're telling him that. I mean,
when you're talking about eating, are we talking about caviar, salmon? There's always food here. It depends on where you want to place your hands. There is so much in relief markets, new markets, that is affordable. I remember back then, how many people used to pound fufu in their homes? Not a lot of people. There was a need. People wanted, there was more demand for akpu. And you know why? Because the dietitians began to talk about akpu having a lower glycemic index than gari and pounded yam. So there was now a shift from those of them who had issues with sugar, and everybody's grabbing akpu. But how many people? Because I recall seeing that akpu process. You know, you bring it, you cook it the first time, you pound it, you put it back, and then you bring it out again and pound it the second time. Now, who gets time for that kind of thing? So somebody has keyed into that, and now they are calling it Santana, Abi.
Yes.
They make Santana small wraps that you can go and buy. So if people really want to tell themselves the truth, there's something always good coming out of hard times.
Right.
The only thing is that the bad seems to kind of cover up a lot of things. But there is always something good. There's something you can pick. There's something you can learn. Like right now, we don't care anymore. If you're in band A, you're careful. Because you can put 50,000 and it will finish in less than 1 week.
Exactly. Absolutely.
All the ACs in my house now are just... So I use fan, and I'm not dead. I'm managing. That is the way to adjust. Hard time should not be a reason for families to get into turmoil, children to be in where they shouldn't be. So adjust. I started with a family. I have 4 children, for instance. And at the time we started, my husband and I plus the 4, no be 6. And then you add 2 helps in the house, 8. And then you have some unwanted relatives, want them or leave them, they will be there. It's part of our setup, extended family. So you will have like 10 people living in your house. But level where I dey now, it's just my husband, I, and 1 grandchild. And I hired 1 hand to be in the house. How many? 4. So I cannot take on as many as I used to back then. Because if I could, there are people who are still saying, my son is coming for, what do you call it, NYSC. My son just got a job. Can you? These days are not the days when you just throw your gate open without prior notice. Because I cook on a regular basis. 4 people. In fact, I call it 3 because the small child is still dependent on cereals. So the food is like snack for him. The major meal for him is Cerelac and all that. So we need to adjust. So no be somebody go tell you, shut off your freezer at night. Shut up. My husband has become police. As he goes to bed, the next thing you see somebody get up, he's going down the stairs, he's shutting off every light. And sometimes you know you can go to bed and they have taken light. And you don't even know which of the bulbs or which of the light points are on. He creates a police out of himself because he's the one that regularly goes to buy that token. Yeah. So he doesn't want anything around it. Then the other thing he looks at is somebody you can have a help in the house. They put kettle with water on the gas cooker and they enter bathroom. And then the water will be boiling and your gas. So we keep a tab on a lot of things now. There's no room for waste.
Okay, but let's take a look at some of the challenges. What are those challenges that you think that couple or families face in their relationship because of this particular hard time? But you mentioned that these hard times have been in existence, but it does look like it's harder right now. So how do you think these hard times now impact relationships?
Well, everybody should have a bit of understanding. In fact, somebody once told me, I'm into all these couple counseling. I say, what is it that men really want? Sometimes I don't know what they want. You're sitting with them in the place of mediation. And you can't tell, you can't pick. This is a demand that he's making in order for things to go well. But the man says to me, the man in a man dies the day he can no longer provide for his family. How many women understand that? That the man in your husband or whoever has died because he sees himself as a failure. I know the Bible even makes it worse. He says, any man that cannot provide for his household is what? Beautiful. No be me talk am, now you they talk am. That is the kind of scripture we are quick to quote. Right. But there was a time he was happening. There was a time life was a bit okay, he was providing. Then if for some reason, because there are a lot of job losses, if somebody cannot pay salary, and every month the man comes home with a story, it becomes a sing-song, and sometimes the women don't believe it. Maybe he has told her a couple of lies in the past. So everything that he's saying to her now, she's putting it under a microscope to make sure that what you're saying is correct. So it shouldn't really be a problem. It is something I can handle with a bit of understanding. And you know why this is happening a whole lot? People no longer marry their friends. They marry the size of the ATM machine in the man's pocket. Because I see Charles coming up. What you are assessing, maybe every time you see him, he's dressed properly. Now, fine face, so no money, but no pimple. So a lot of young people will see his packaging and say, this one correct. So you come back and you see that, oh boy, no get shishio. The ordinary packaging where they package. But leave that is packaging for him. Because even the Bible says a man shall come and help. How are you going to help if you have nothing? Because sometimes I throw a tantrum with families pushing their daughters to go and get married without something that they can put on the table. It is disaster. If a woman comes to a union with something, no matter how small, and the man comes in with his own, we won't have all the turmoil we have. And then have the time, in this climate, in this setup, yeah, but you have to be mindful. Like, I have 4 children. There was a time I had a woman that had 8 children always hounding me for money. Mommy, I go, ni. She said, I need to put I said, Mommy, again. She said, I have more money than yourself. And I have 4 children, and I stopped. I thank God that he gave me 4. Then you continue to roll out babies like you're a baby making machine. And then every morning, the man doesn't have money, and everything you're doing is like, even in fact, if the man had hypertension, if I don't die, because sometimes you go just wage him for door. You're not going anywhere except meanwhile, the man no hold shishi. He doesn't have. The man is a driver, not even chief driver. Driver where he works. Is he a general manager? How much money is he supposed to have? But the only thing I don't like about the guy is that, yes, you can do this. There are people who do their driving official job in the daytime. When they get back, they rest more. They go carry higher purchase, keke. And they do it on his side. As we are talking now, he's 75. Wow. Technically, he's still supposed to be working. Mm-hmm. So part of the problem we have is that we don't plan. The Yibo man, from the day they put to bed, they have a savings account for the child. They have a college account for the child. How many of us do it here? It's when the time reach, fire service approach. You go to this school, oh, I can't afford it. You can't afford anything because you didn't plan for it. But if at the time you had that child, you open up an account and then have something on your account that says, put 10,000 or 5,000 in this account every month. By the time that child is of college age, you have enough money to pay for his business without having hypertension. So it's planlessness.
Right. I've heard a lot of people say things like 70% of the time what causes strain in marriages is actually basically lack of funds. That if you can take care of monies, more than 70% of the problems in marriage and conflicts within, marriages will be solved. Is that true?
I don't believe that. Conflicts are inevitable. Haven't you seen rich people who have conflicts? It's no longer money. Haven't you seen all these multi-billionaires and suddenly you wake up one morning and their wives pack up their bags and go? There is much more to life than money, especially if you're like me and you believe in yourself and what you can do. And you believe in the dignity of labor, that nothing is too low If my back is against the wall, man, I'm going to fight and bring food to the table. I'm not going to wait for any man. If he doesn't do it in court, guinea get me. In fact, there was somebody who was, whining back and forth, and she was in her own situation herself. She was in a domestic violence environment because when the guy is pushed, he pushes back with his face, unfortunately. He will slap, he will kick. The next thing you know, he throws away the girl's bags. That a man just wakes up, but he don't see you finish. Now see finish be that. And you see the bag they're bringing out, a Ghana bag. It's not suitcases. So there was one day forward, let's say. Is this all you have in this guy's house? She said, it remains some items inside there. I say, you are funny. In all the time, more than 10 years that you've lived with this man, what have you brought to the table? She said, Mommy, like how? That she married early. I said, was it not your choice to marry early? The last time I checked, that he got her pregnant. I said, beautiful, clap for yourself. The last time I checked, pregnancy is not an airborne disease. It's something you purpose in your heart to go and do something, and then something will happen. So it's not, there are people who have money and there will still be wahala. But having money and being able to pay your bills would help. It will kind of douse. Yes, it can. But it's not the do it all and see it all. There are people who still have. How do you begin to deal with a man or woman who is very insincere, who will not keep to their vows? That one to na money. When people are in the right places and doing the right thing, when they get into this era where we are, they're not going to fight, but they will bring things down. Like I'm telling you, somebody has become police in my home, shutting down the lights because suddenly they put up in band B originally. One morning we wake up, they say you're now in band A. And there's nothing you can do about it. What do? Adjust. I have a generator that uses diesel and one that uses petrol. Did anybody tell me to back out from the diesel generator? That diesel generator is just an edifice there. In fact, I told somebody, it looks like we're going to sell this generator. I don't see the price of diesel coming down anytime soon. Can you manage Benu Ifena? And now they carry this one that they call solar inverter. Is it cheap?
It's not too.
Yeah, it's not cheap. And then over time, you're going to still change the batteries from time to time. Is that time that you're going to hear me? Because when they're putting it, they are washing your head. But by the time you reach maintenance for that your inverter and solar, you're just going to say, they don't explain them well. So it is not enough. But you see my advocacy in this kind of situation. Because the people should marry their friends. It's so hard for your friend to look you in the eye and throw you under the truck. Except you have done things that she put inside freezer for you. Because if there is anything that women do, they know how to put something in their database. So as they waka, they come. They are bringing up and say, you remember? You remember me? Well, he said, I've forgotten all that. Can't you delete the thing now from... She will not delete it. She might delete it and she will not empty the trash. So occasionally she will go there and bring it all up. So if you're nice and kind to your partner, I haven't said give her money. Be kind to your partner. When you hit bad times, she's going to be there. She's not going to run away. But she will be there. And when I say, especially when you had change in your pocket, that's when men get lawless. When they see kili money in their pocket, yeah? The woman is like, they talk anyhow, do anyhow. So when the tables turn, the woman is going to now talk anyhow and do anyhow. Somebody said that leadership in the home goes in stages and phases. Phase 1, the man is in charge. when he's doing like this, raising shoulder.
And there's money.
And there's money. Phase 2, the woman takes over. Where that time your resources are going down. And you have to respect yourself. Phase 3, the children are in charge. They tell the two of you both need to go and sit down somewhere. We want to take it from here. And what do? You take it from there. Because that's just how it is. I'm at that stage now where my children are basically in charge. I'm not in charge. My husband is not in charge. And guess what? When you're talking to them, the first thing you hear is say, Mom, I'm no longer that small child.
Right. I mean, you've giving us some overview about supportive parents and how you can behave within an environment, even without asking the question, because it's part of the question to be asked. But beyond that, I wanted to ask further questions around seeking help. How do you get help from friends, especially now that a lot of persons are in...
Who are you going to get help from?
I mean...
Okay, you see somebody and you think you don't enter their pocket. And that when you go, they have something. Because everybody is working within the limits of what they have. I can see you, Charles, and I say, this guy must carry 10K inside his pocket. And we bring out your wallet and all you have there is 1K. Maybe 1K for something, maybe buy lunch or something. So you cannot do that. Like I said, the only thing you can do is seeking help. You should be prepared to take crap. Because you win some and lose some. And in seeking help, please have a deadline. Do not go and think that every time you go to this person, they get tired. They get weary. I get weary. If I prefer to be the one to, on my own, look at you and say, this person looks like they need something. There are times that there was one season, that was when I knew that Nigeria was bad. Almost every morning, I'll hear somebody knocking on my gate. And I'm looking up and I say, yes, hello, who is that? He say, Mommy, I'm Angie, Marom. So I'll tell my girl, go and open the gate. Let's see what he wants. Mommy, I go hunger. So I had this kind of guest several times. And I was the lady captain for lady golfers, ENUGU lady golfers. And I said, every time we're having events here, we're eating, we're drinking, we're dancing. And I changed the narrative. I started packaging a charity outreach. My dear, come and see people weeping that day. Some said they had no hope where food was going to come from for the next 24, 48 hours. And then suddenly they receive a call. Because I told the ladies, please bring your security, your nanny. Do not come and collect the food and put in your house. I know it's interesting. Look, the package was interesting. 2 bags of yam, rice, crayfish, cartons of, what do you call it? I don't want to call the trade name. This clickly thing that you people eat from packet, noodles. So, cartons of noodles. 1 carton for every family. Several tubers of yam for each family. 1 painter crayfish for every family. And so on. We packaged it like that. People were... I wasn't even around. That's the irony. I wasn't in the country when I was packaging this event. I was outside. But I had to make the contacts I needed to make. And the people who received the items were the people who needed them. So, guess what? It was because of the constant knock on my gate. Because usually when they enter, she has told you, you don't know me, but we're in the same parish. So already that's a big thing on your chest. Somebody who is in church with you comes to you and says, I am hungry. And then you give them food. I say, go and give them food. They finish giving them food. He say, call Mommy, let me say thank you. When I come in, he say, Mommy, I have 4 other people in the house and there's no food. And I'll tell the girl, I beg, go inside the pantry. Give him some raw food. So, is it hard? It's very hard. But some will reach out. But some are too like, they will start talking about me. Do you care what people say about you? When you're hungry, when your stomach is rumbling, and your children have nothing to eat. In fact, one that touched me more in that season was a woman, a widow that had 5 kids. 5 kids. And she said that morning when we distributed some things, all she had in her wallet was 500 naira. It wasn't enough to even buy okpa that will go round. Except you buy it and then begin to cut it in pieces. Then suddenly the food arrives. The woman just double and began to praise God, say, Chukwu Okidi. And then ran out, Catholics and Blessed Sacrament. She went to the church and laid down before the Blessed Sacrament and began to thank God. Oma don't even tell you because I did it in that one. I did it in the church when I was leading some groups. So that one, I did it in such a way that I didn't want the people in our list to come to the place where we were. I didn't want that because then when I get them before. So I called the leadership of the various zones. Give me the names of those who had it. And you are going to come and collect it and send it to their homes. So that they don't come here and say, Echakwam. I thought that this person was somewhere up there. So they come here. So all this car way they carry around. Okay, they drive them again self. That is when they begin to pick that you're hitting hardship. So the average Igbo man, Charles, Igbo man, Igbo woman, they carry shame small.
True.
They will rather die than own up that this is happening. In fact, somebody told me, was it my dad? He said that this beggar thing came after the Civil War. That before the Civil War, who are you, an Igbo man? Ibula fele, and you stay on the streets to beg for what? Arms? He said it's not an Igbo thing. But after the Civil War, there were people who had all kinds of injuries, and the families could not cope. That was the origin. You go through a place like Oji River axis, you see them on the road, those who were amputated and were on wheelchair, they'll stay there and then people were going there to give them money. But today there is an epidemic of beggars everywhere. In fact, the first thing I say to you when you're asking for arms, I'll look at you first, assess you. 2 hands, they there. 2 legs, they there. Why do you think that standing in the streets, what are you teaching your children? Is not in our tradition, but it has become a regular feature. Everywhere you go, you see beggars. Balloon Nikita carry food in a food warmer and go to any of these major street junctions. Before you bring the food out, come and see the crowd. Yeah. That will tell you how bad. But I don't know what we're going to do about it. It's sad.
People say that adversity, bring or bond couple together. So I'm wondering, is that
about true? Adversity, if you're not careful, will divide. Because when you were saying I love you, die, was adversity there? How many people do you see go and love a man?
They say for better, for worse.
These days they say for better and better. For worse, for go. That is what you hear. And I am sorry, your generation, you people don't have as much patience as my generation. My mother's generation even had more patience. In fact, they are the people who you hear Dibun Didi. Ha! Which kind Didi? Marriage should be enjoyed, not endured. That was the doctrine for us. You enjoy marriage, you don't endure. The churches are not even preaching that. Do you know that? When all they're talking about is prosperity. And then you come in, they say if you sow tithe, if you sow seed, if you do this and do that, your life will get better. So it shouldn't, but it could. If both of you are on one page, that is the most important thing. Are you both on one page in this thing you have called marriage? Or is it just something of convenience for the two of you? My mates are getting married, I need to marry. My mates are having children, I need to settle down. When you have that mindset, you're not getting married for the right reasons. And you're going to hurt when the push comes to shove. It shouldn't. But ideally, when people are friends, I keep using the word, when people are friends, no matter what they see, they stick it out together.
So on the final note, what do you say generally to the public, those who are in the middle of a conflict, whether it's financial, whether it's family induced, whether it's personally induced, or whether it's just one-on-one conflicts with their spouses or even their kids at home generally?
Well, if you have situations like that, part of the problem we have here is that when people are not naked in the streets, they're not crazy. There are plenty of people who are crazy and in our homes. So when you have problems like that, the first thing to do is to go for help. People like us manage conflicts. I'm a certified mediator. But if you tell somebody you are going to have to pay like some fee, a token to see me, I said, when you have your malaria and whatever else that they call it, don't you pay the doctor? But this one is a doctor that will take care of your mind and take time to listen to all the things that this person is talking, that person, that makes sense out of it, and then begin to take them through. They will even sign up on what they want to do next. So do not let the hard times kill whatever is left in the family. The children will be destroyed. Your spouses will be destroyed. Extended families, everybody is running away from you. It doesn't make sense. So there's a way to carry some of these things, and you can't. There are ministers also in the church, but again, what I normally would say, half the time they don't have the answer, because if it requires resources, do they have a budget? The church does not have a budget. So you go and tell the man, tell him the story finish. If you're not careful, I keep telling women, stop going to pastors and priests to narrate the problem you have with your spouse. When he wants to do empathy, that empathy might enter another lane that you're not prepared for. When you have a thing like that, go to somebody of the same sex. And I say the same thing to men. Don't come to me if you have a problem, except you're coming with your wife. And then we sit down and have a meeting and resolve it. But I had time going to remain here much longer. Yes. Because I don't see, nothing is changing really. All the grammars, speak it here, speak it there. They kept telling us everything will get better. Has the fuel gotten better?
It hasn't.
I saw Dangote publish that he crashed fuel price. 29 on Yabu crash. Crash fuel price. I was excited. On reading it, I saw the price has come down from 1,000 Guinea one to 970. On Yabu crash. 970 is a lot of money to pay for 1 liter of fuel. It's the only thing we have in this country.
It is. I want to say a very big thank you, Patundu, for your time. Truly appreciate it.
Thanks, Charles. It's good to see you again.
A pleasure. A pleasure. We should have some conversation around some program like this, maybe on a larger scale.
That's fine.
Okay.
When you're ready, just one phone call.
Fair enough.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for being part of the program. And by the way, we are connecting to a particular interview we had with the member representing ENUGU and Mr. Paul Namchi. He did some medical outreach in different locations across ENUGU East and ENUGU Federal Constituency. And of course, we had that report and we played that for you. Of course, I know most of you caught up with that last week. But now we're going to have an interview with him, specifically talking about how he fared, because he was one of the proponents of 6-year single term for governors and for presidents. And just recently, the House of Reps struck it out, how he felt about it and what necessitated that thought around proposing for a 6-year single term tenure. Do stay with us. We'll be right back afterwards.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Television. Recently, the House of Representatives struck out a bill seeking a 6-year single-term tenure for presidents, governors, and local government chairmen. And one wonders why they have to strike out that particular bill. Apparently, it was initiated by a potpourri of members led by ENUGU. But we have one of the persons who proposed that 6-year single-term bill. Professor Paul Namchi is a member representing ENUGU East and Isuzu Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Nice being with you.
Right. Before we get to the reason why the House struck it out, let's first of all ask you, why did you propose that particular bill? Is there a reason why? What's the intent of that particular bill?
The intent is more or less of two ways, short-term and long-term. On a short-term basis, we are looking at stability and also to the control of the syndrome of second tenure avarice, where people just come into the first tenure, they don't work, rather they start looking for how to come back. So to stabilize the polity, so that people, when they come, they want to leave legacy. But at the same time, we're looking at also the control of the corruption, where people tend to acquire money for them to also come back. Also, people dwell on patronage instead of the real governance of dividends of democracy. These are part of it. And if you also look at in the long term, you may say that maybe other areas of democracy they do is usually for people consolidate on their legacies over time with the second tenure phenomenon. But so I think for our people to also see in the long term, that's what you are coming to do in governance. It's leaving legacy and also making people happy, and also bettering the people you are placed under. You are people you are meant to cater for. That's because the focus has changed, and that's why that bill was coming, so that the people refocus themselves. Like when you're in the position of authority, you now know what you've come for. You now dwell on making the 6 years your cardinal signature. Not the signature TV by the way, but the signature of being, you want to see a legacy that you leave behind. Instead of from day one, you leave what you've come for to do with the other one. Then when you come to that second tenure proper, you're not just that you're tired, but you're knowing that you're not coming again. You're not acquiring money, not putting anything on the ground. These are part of the things. However, the second tenure of 4 years is not pretty bad compared to what compared. The only thing is that just the mindset and the perception has to change.
Yeah. Quite interesting. Well, yeah. I was also going to ask, if this intention is quite smooth and good, would you say the reason why it was struck out was because you people did not lobby properly and you did not meet critical stakeholders? Because the way it was struck out, it was just like, we don't really need this. It was put to voice vote and the people voted against it.
No, in politics, you do have to build bridges. There's two things you look at when you're trying to make a bill. God willing, I've had a lot of bills that no one has struck out. But there's things you look at. One is your image as a bill proposer. What does people look at you as? What is the perception of your colleagues? Will they see the genuinity in you? That is by the way. They also think about what is the religious aspect of it. What is the ethnic aspect of it in the case of our client? Then what's the geopolitical notion? Because a lot of us, 360 of us, representing one area or the other. No one is greater than the other. It's just about the national nomenclature. Then when those people come, you are going to meet what you vote, whether you vote or no vote. The people, when there's a chorus of yes, and you didn't raise up your hand to say no, yeah, people knows that it's either you are supporting them or you kept silent. So when you go home, you're accountable to them. So if maybe there's something you think that people will feel that if the bill were to go through, that maybe a section will feel that they are going to be shortchanged. In a short term, sometimes we are a bit short-sighted in our approach to politics. And that short-sightedness affects a lot of things. And also our planning for governance. If we are a particular region at a particular time feel that this is going to be against them, expect them to vote no in that particular issue. Whether we like it or not, ethnicity, religion, tribe, as my case may be, and also and a lot of lobbying plays a vital role. So it is either one of these points. I can't just say, I haven't done analysis to say what is this, and I haven't gone to the member to verify what actually happened or something like that. So at some point, but I can tell you, this one of these things played out. And there also were people also averse to change most of the time. So change is very difficult to effect in politics, because a lot of people will think about the negative side than the positive side. This is about people. And some people will also think about there are people that are excited about new things, but most people are never excited about new things. They want to remain conservative. And we're in a very conservative society. As you could also see in many other things like the bill for women or bill for widows, and also we are in a conservative environment. And religion plays a very vital point in our palace. People will feel, okay, it is now going to be our turn, then it's going to be different. There's a lot of political things, and maybe, however, if the lobby is strong, anything can pass. Because in politics, most times they say in politics, even the devil can go to heaven.
You talked about giving a 6 years tenure to achieve so many things that political leaders have in store. I believe it's how well and not how long. So what is the guarantee that even within these 6 years, these things can be accomplished? And what's the guarantee that people won't take advantage of the time frame to siphon money and still go back on their promises?
I like doing things from the perspective, my perspective in analysis or mathematics, because usually I'm an engineer, so I usually like to do it calculatively. If I tell you how much just people spend for campaign, it's enormous. If there's any fraud, it is the fraud to give money for election. And how you're just a short of 2 years. The money the person will spend in campaigning to come back is more than the money what he will do in that remaining 2 years. Remember, it is 8 years with campaign in between. 6 years, no campaign in between. Just if you look at this, the money that was used for infrastructure applied into campaign. And that you do 6 years or you do 4 years, they don't remove EFCC or ICPC from tracking your funds. So if you check how much people spend in elections, we're just trying to trim down the cost of governance, trim down the cost of electioneering. I'm not sure, but the issue is that it is neither here nor there. But the major fact is that the other one has its own merit and its demerits. So 8 years has also merit and also demerits. So, but what is that? What is the beauty of politics? Is the majority who carry the day. So today, majority has said we want 8 years to persist, and 8 years continue to remain until something changes. That's where we are.
Do you think, and I mean, you mentioned as one of the reasons, maybe one of the reasons why it did not scale through was because probably where the person comes from and the region where the person comes from. Do you think that may have played a role in basically killing this particular bill? Because some people would also say that if this person sponsored this bill, and it may be a Yoruba person or maybe a Northerner, maybe he would have scaled.
No, it's not actually where the person comes from. Not the perception about the person is what his own personality. It's not about where he comes from. The region, why I mention regional ethnicity is that people will feel that when it reaches their own term, that they want to have 8 years. Do you understand? And not the region where the person proposing the bill is from. The person is doing it out of his own love for the country, out of what he thinks that Nigeria may gain more. And looking at that from that positive, and I like to look at things that from that direction. But there's people that will feel when it comes to our own region, we must do 8 years. Others have done 8 years. We want to. That's why I tell you, change is quite difficult to effect in our own clan. But people tend to think about what of this and why this, why not this. So, but it's also courageous enough. The people that propose bill are also courageous. But this is a place that you can't move bill without people attaching negative things to it. So it is also courageous enough. It's just being courageous. Even if you want to stand up and propose such a strong bill that may also attract some divisive, divisive tendencies and also perception, because your bill stick to you. Your bill is what you propose. It is you. Personally, your face is there. Even after the first person, it becomes the house. But the person that passed it is also important in that first time. It is the way he lobbied. It is the way he has met people. You can defend all those things, but at last, if the majority or if the thing does not go well with many people or many sections of the country, you can do nothing, no matter how good it is. No matter how outlandish what you think you are going to do portrays. They always have the saying, the minority might have their say, might have their opinion, but majority will have their way. So it comes to play in politics. However, that doesn't mean that it cannot be reintroduced. Do you understand? Sometimes you leave things for maturity. Time heals every wound. And by the way, how did it come to be? Why it came to be is that a lot people are feeling disgruntled. People are feeling that politicians are changing them. Remember, it is not actually what governments are doing, but what the taxpayers' money is doing. So when the people feel angry about things, and moreover, most times people will just go, politician do this, politician do that, and everybody carries the name. Whether you do wrong or you are not the one doing it, you take the blame because you actually placed at the helm of affairs. So that is why the bill was to also make people know that okay, to actually curtail things, some excesses that are leading to, or that might be the reason why some of these democracy dividends are not reaching where it should reach, are not as big as should have been. However, I also know that the economic impact is also one of the cardinal points that is because politics can be diverse from economics in terms of it. Economics, security, and politics go hand in hand. If there's good environment, the policy is stable. If there's good economies, the policy is stable because the people will be happy, and there's more things to do. The masses will feed because you can't preach to somebody that is hungry. These are the points that you will look at and see that we need all these things panned together So for the people to feel well. At the moment, there's a whole lot of inflation. There's a whole lot of high cost of living and all that. And the people if the people don't feel the impact, they are not happy. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
The bill also sought to make it possible for all elections to be held on one particular day. Could you walk us through that process?
How it will be. So this is also the same mathematical aspect again, where instead of doing election 2 days, you do all of them because it's just the same paper you're giving to people. The money for the other day, for the money for presiding officers, logistics, security, and everything will be turned into one. If a country as big as US, more populated than us, and the landmark more than us, will do their whole election in one day. Why can't we?
But most gubernatorial elections are held differently in different states. It's
You mean in Nigeria or
in Nigeria. So how is this supposed to be possible?
No. The thing is that when they say that the election will hold the same day, that doesn't mean that it changes the off-season election.
Okay.
The off-season election is off the game.
Okay.
You understand? And I can also tell you, I am also proposing a bill. There's one first reading on Thursday. The bill I'm proposing is that there will be also off-season for legislators. Not just, yeah, because you can't tell me. I'll give you an example with what happened in ENUGU shortly. It was actually the inspiration that I got from that. Let's say the person representing Igbo's the North and Igbo's the South local government is Honorable Dennis Abu. He came in and the election was kind of annulled and they went for another election. And before they finished the appeal, a tribunal appeal on the second one, the National Assembly has stayed 1 year and 6 months, and before he now returned. Then, in about 2.5 years again, or in about 2 years again, he's facing another election, or less than 2 years. He's facing another election. I think what is good for the sheep is good for the goat too. So, on that instance, he should be allowed to spend his 4 years. That have been cut short by legal bottlenecks and issues. So if there is off-season election for legislators in the US, there's off-season election for legislators in UK and many other advanced countries. Okay. You're allowed it because you are sustaining a particular people. Those times they're in court. Even the person there doesn't have rest of mind to represent the people. He is off and on in court and going to the lawyer's office every time. So he's not, actually the people are not represented within that period. I was in court several times within the time I won election. And I know how it is. You can't be concentrated. Both the person fighting and you in the field won't be, you are not sure. This is legal things. You don't know whether it will be by technicality they will remove you. You don't know whether anything will happen. It's a very dicey situation. Once you're in court, you're in court. The decision lies on some other people, both lawyers and judges. It is not longer about you. It's no longer. So it is also possible. So for the people to enjoy what they have done, for the people even to have some respite after those bruising elections, because usually the election is not easy, and they spend a lot of money just on trying to do this. So there should be off-season election even for legislators.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to follow up on what you just said, I thought that within the time frame that somebody is in court and the other person is there, that when the person eventually wins who has gone to court, whatever monies that has been paid to this person, whether it's salaries, constituency funds, are taken from him and given to this person who had won. Is that not what the practice is?
No, that's not the rule, because he is at the moment taken to be represented. And how does he come to work without salary? Or do you want to deny the people completely because they're in court?
No. Like everything that he has, does it mean that every payment that's been made to him stays, and the person who takes over maybe 2 years into continues until the tenure finishes?
Yes, continues from the day he removes the other.
So the salary is paid to this person, constituency fund given to this person.
Yes.
He goes with it.
Yes, he has already represented the people that time. And from that, he is not the person, the people, assuming he's not the one, the people's choice, and he's there. So there is need that the other person stays the 4 years. And also, there's also the need that you finish legal process even before swearing in. The legal process should be for such things. But these are part of it. But to forestall it, another avenue is to have off-season election for legislators as well. Because it's just the same thing. It's about representation, both for the governors, both for the president, and also for the legislators too.
Wow, that's quite profound, really. I mean, I never thought about it that way. Yeah. But this is quite eye-opening. I don't know. Are you going to propose it immediately when you get back, or it's going to be something that you wait a little bit for?
If I have my phone, I will tell you the bill has been passed first reading.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
The bill passed first reading on Thursday.
Okay.
So it's already done. So I'm eagerly waiting to defend it for the second reading. And I'm hopeful the House will not disappoint us.
Okay, fair enough. I'm still very curious about that exchange, like somebody going to court and then striking this person out. I know that accommodation given to House of Rep members and senators as well. Does it mean that the person vacates the home?
Accommodations are not given to House of Rep members. Contrary to the popular view by the people. You are given 3.2 or 3.4 million for 4 years as accommodation. But the people, erroneously, probably people don't know a house is a place that is nobody defends the house. It's individually. But I can tell you, because I'm involved, I'll tell you, what is given for accommodation is 3.2 or between 3.2 and 3.4. And it is also deducted from your money, this thing. And it's for 4 years.
Wow.
Nobody talks about it. Okay, even the car you're given is deducted over the 4 years. If you become a minister today, they bring 3 cars for you, new cars from the day you become a minister. It isn't so, but with the house. You are given a house, or you're given a car. Maybe after some 2 months you start, you are given the car, and the money they continue to deduct the money for the 4 years. The same way, you can verify this. The accommodation is 3.2 or 2.2, 3.3 for 4 years.
Oh wow!
Wow. So no house is given, because the house that the administration built then in 1999 was monetized to those legislators then. So there's no accommodation. You find where you're going to live.
Wow. So, but that's actually a subset of what I was going to ask. So there is no accommodation. There's nothing giving. The vehicles are not giving.
The vehicles are given, but deducted from your
pay. So what happens at that time when if a vehicle has been given to a legislator, and then he is sacked by the court? Do they stop? Do they collect the vehicle? Do they stop this person and then they transfer the vehicle? What really happens?
No, in terms of the vehicle, I don't know the nitty-gritty of that aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me. The ones I know very well is that of allowance and salary.
Okay.
It goes to the person there, and you can't tell the person that you can return it because he was there within that period.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bill I'm proposing, or I have proposed to the House, is that there should be an off-season, like as Dennis came from I'm using Dennis because he's from the state, and people are familiar with him. As he just came in last month, or within the beginning of this month, and tenant should also start running from that to the other time, so that when it's finished, just like you do in the US and the other, the people vote at when their tenure elapses. But what is peculiar to one state may be different from the other states.
Yeah.
Then at the same time, you hear people stand from their comfort zone to procrastinate for people who are also in different. Our people should also be objective enough to look at the other person, what the other person is suffering, because that is empathy. Governance is also about empathy, fairness and justice. He has gone through all these things. You are staying 4 years. The other person is not staying, I just stayed 2 years. It's not that about the gain, but it's also about representation from the people. It's not that just after 2 years they are calling their people again out. After having come out for about 2 or 3 times, they are calling them out again to come and vote. Let them have their own peace and do their other elections the other time. But exceptions are where the vacation of seats is about death.
Okay.
Or where the vacation of seats is about recall. So there's no need for another off-season because you are completing another person's tenure. But in this case, you are not. In the other case, where it is by judicial processes, you are not completing another person's tenure. It is your tenure that should be completed, or the tenure of that particular person should be completed. That's the aspect I'm looking at it.
All right, we're wrapping up now. Maybe just 2 quick questions. I'm going to just, maybe you can rush through for us. You are representing issues or issues of federal constituency. There are major issues in issues of access. I'm sure you must have heard that farmers' headers clash. What is your office doing in that regard?
It is in terms of security. I made mention that the security the governance or everything doesn't divorce itself from security and also from economies. When somebody is attacked, his economy is attacked. He is destabilized or displaced. His household sometimes are burnt, and also they are also dependents. And things about security, you need something like provision of good roads, provision of light as part of the endanger security, because there are certain things people will not do in daylight. These are the things we are doing by complementing federal government and local state government's efforts in terms of road production, construction. Also, providing those cardinal places, we provide solar lights, so that at any point there will be light in that. During the night, and also the daylight, they will see where they're going. These are the cardinal things. Then another thing is that you also provide things for the people that have been displaced. We've been doing that. Then another aspect is that you form security. Provide for them, give them information, and this is what we've done. The Chief of Defense Staff has also sent people there to ascertain the situation. When the late Chief of Army Staff was around, he also sent people. There are also some soldiers that were also kept there for some time that has stabilized the place. For some time now, there has been a little bit of stability in terms of those things. And then also the backroom engagement between the people in Agaya community, which is in Benue State, and that's all the people in Ahamufu this side, which also with the security being in charge. I also commend the people from DSS, the army, and the police in the way they have piloted affairs. The last person I there, one Katanome, they did a lot of work. But also know that it takes a lot of money to keep the soldiers in those fields. So we also commend the state government for also coming to the aid of those people, in terms of provision of those people. Well, we might also know that I moved a bill that made the Chief of Army Staff to come to see for himself then. So that to know that the situation is very dire and the people need assistance, and that has been persistent. But more importantly, I will also see that when there's no further attack, but when attack actually occur, that the people are held responsible. Because if you don't hold people responsible, it will never. There will be no deterrent, and it must also continue. So I look forward to seeing when when there's attacked, the people that did the attack will also be apprehended and brought to justice.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We're following your developments, in the House of Assembly. You have presented...
House of Rep, yeah.
House of Rep, yeah. You have presented the unprecedented number of bills since 1999 up until this moment. We've counted, and it seems you are the highest so far, and the year is not even 2 years yet. So we're looking forward to more bills.
Yeah. Well, in as much as God gives us strength and also see things, and maybe also the people also, what the people tells you. I'll give you an instance. I came to visit orthopedic, and they told me, they drew my attention that since 2021, they have the cost of medication have remained the same, but the dollar exchange has also gone haywire. That's what can we do? I went back to the house and drew up a bill that the cost of NHIS be reviewed. So it is the bill is as a result of people's engagement. So now it has been moved to the Committee on Pulmonary Health, and the reasons are there. But people's mind may not be drawn to it. But once you call your legislator, look at this, he now see the need. There's a stopgap that needs to be done. That's how governance should also work. It is a people-oriented, because this is the people's house. So people-oriented bill, the bill that will impact on the people. That's what it is. And so that's so much more, and others we do is a result of that. I told you about the off-season election. The inspiration came because somebody from my state was out of the house for a year and 6 months, and he just came back. And after some time, you'll be looking at him as he's preparing for the election. I said, no, even though it is not peculiar, it is not about me. But somebody has to say something different, and somebody has to draw attention to this. That's how most of the bill comes from. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Paul Machi. Namchi.
Yeah.
All right. We appreciate you so much for your input. Truly appreciate you. And we ask that God gives you strength further, to do more.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Join us again right after this. To stay with us.
morning is Oluwatobi, who is joining me all the way from Osun State to talk about what his analysis this morning. Good morning, Oluwatobi. All right, so we're looking at this MBS report, and that's the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and what they are saying so far about food shortages in Nigeria. And some of the Nigerian households have decided to cut down on meals, probably 011 or 101 or 1011 or whatever modalities that the food structure have taken for most households in Nigeria. And like I said before, joining me in this conversation is Oluwa Tobiloba, who is the SDG advocate and rural sociologist, joining me all the way from State. Good morning, Oluwa Tobiloba.
All right. Good.
All right. So while we're trying to get Oluwa Tobiloba at this point, let's talk to you, Oluwa Tobiloba, at this point in time. What do you make of the NBS report right now, even on food shortages in Nigeria?
All right. I don't know if I'm audible, but owing to the statistics from the NBS is quite so unfortunate, excruciating to see Nigeria going through these paths. Although we can accrue all of these to various factors ranging from insurgency, climate, food insecurity, and what have you. So please can you confirm if you can hear me? I feel I can't speak.
All right. So Oluwatobi, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Awesome. So there are various factors that have come together to see this happening in our climate in Nigeria at the moment. Excruciating, just like I said the other time. There is a lot of insurgency out there. Farmers are not able to go down to farms anymore. We don't have sufficient food, as it were, and even flooding, droughts, and corruption, which is one of the major issues that has really caused what we are facing at the moment. Yes, we have 101, we have 011, as the case may be, just like you said at that time.
All right. Oluwatobi Loba, we are struggling to get you talk to us this morning. We're struggling to hear you loud and clear. Perhaps we have to get in touch with you again, even on the show. We'll go for a short break right now. When we come back, more to come on Signature Morning. Please go nowhere as the show continues in a moment.
At the West and Central Africa Development Network WIT Second Regional Summit in Abuja, Umar Namadi said his administration is doing everything possible to enhance the cultivation of wheat in the state to support food self-sufficiency. The Jigawa governor, who emphasized on the state commitment to expand wheat cultivation, said that plans were underway to scale up production to 100,000 hectares of farmland.
120,000 hectares was allocated to Nigeria, and out of that, 40,000 hectares were allocated to Jigawa State. So I will take up the challenge of the 40,000 hectares. And in addition, we also had another engagement with the flour mills of Nigeria, and we have done another engagement of 5,000 hectares. That will make us 45,000. And also, our farmers, those who are not able to get themselves into this program, about 10,000, cultivating about 10,000 hectares. So in total, in Jigawa State, we did 55,000 hectares for wheat. And that is what has happened. And actually, with the support from the federal government, which will give us 50% subsidy, then we decided also to help our farmers, and then we paid 75% of the remaining 50%. And the farmers were only asked to pay 25%, and collect the input. That has encouraged more people to go into wheat production. And I think the result and the outcome was very good. And then the pricing was also very good. So at this time, we're aiming at 100,000 hectares.
He said that the state government also planned to double its engagement with the Flour Milling Association to increase the land dedicated to wheat cultivation.
It will also double our engagement with the flour mills of Nigeria. Instead of 5,000 hectares, we are going to do 10,000 hectares. So again, with other things, so roughly we are looking at 110 to 120,000 hectares this year. So seed production is very lucrative because we sell it at a premium price. So we are able to convince our youth to go into agriculture, especially the seed production. So that is what we are doing, local seed production, and we'll continue to multiply it. And then come to the extent, like I said earlier, we will no longer go to anybody looking for seeds.
In his remarks, the Commissioner for Agriculture and Irrigation Development, Cross River State, Mr. Johnson Eboko, said the state government had started the engagement using 100,000 hectares for the proof of concept and another 5,000 hectares for the first phase of commercialization. Who added that within a year, the state will be contributing significantly to the national wheat output.
We had already started the engagement for 5,000 hectares of land from a community in Obanliko area of the Obudi axis of Cross River State. Like I said earlier, that we are using 100 hectares for the proof of concept, and then we are using 5,000 hectares for the first phase of commercialization. Averagely, we should be using about 15 to 20,000 hectares of land for wheat development, but we want to take it in phases. In a year's time, Cross River would have been contributing significantly to the national wheat output.
Wheat is a cereal grain and one of the most common staple foods in Nigeria and other countries of the world. Wheat is usually grown in areas with a temperate climate condition. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV News.
Welcome back. We're still being joined by Oluwatobiloba, joining us all the way from Osun State to talk to us about some of the happenings, even from the rural community, even in the southwestern part of Nigeria at the moment, trying to look at all the indices as stipulated by the MBS, that's the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and some of the things that they've said so far, if it's applicable to the rural communities, because since most of the rural communities tend to be a custodian of agrarian activities. Now, Oluwatobiloba, so talk to us about the implication of these statistics even in rural community. Is it applicable even in Osun State as it stands right now?
Yeah, to be sincere, this is actually a general issue, and the rural settings is actually not left behind in this issue of food scarcity, food inflation, and the likes. As a matter of fact, the amount of how food are sold, initially are not the same, even at the rural area. So it's a challenge that comes across both the urban, the pre-urban, and even the rural settings. What am I trying to say is that we are all Nigerians, and it's a challenge for all. So even for us, even at the rural place, or rather for as many people living at the rural settings, they also feel the heat of the economic status of Nigeria at the moment. And now to talk about, Nigerians have to borrow to eat, it's actually true. You own 1,000 naira, and you know what you can use 1,000 naira to, initially don't have that privilege to do that anymore. Why? Because 1,000 naira cannot even take you one meal. Talk less of you having to, divide it to 2 or 3 other meals. So as it is happening in the rural settings, it is happening in the urban setting. Like I said before the network threw me out the other time, I was trying to talk about factors that has affected the issue owing from insecurity, owing from insurgency, owing from climatic issues, owing from corruption, as it were. So all of this comes together to lead us to where we are. And it's high time that we all come together to see that we do the needful we can. You know, one of those things that I talk about, particularly as an advocate for sustainable agriculture, is that we all should go back to production of food ourselves. By number one, embracing what we call backyard gardening. You know, this is one of those things that we can do at our little level to see that we bring about a reduction in this inflation, a reduction in this challenge that we are owing now. And now to also let you know that, you know, this inflation also comes from waste. We have a lot of waste happening in the agricultural sector, you know, a situation whereby we have 60% of what the farmers produce go to waste, also so excruciating. And you know, we can also get a niche in all of these and see that we craft out a niche and enjoy you know, entrepreneurship as regards these opportunities. And lastly, is that our governments, our non-governmental organizations must also be willing to support initiatives to see that it eradicates hunger in the land. I think with this, because we've had a lot of advocacy on people going back to the farm, but there are just few support when it comes to encouraging. You know, when the drought comes, when the
All right, so Oluwatobiloba, let's even look at this again from the perspective of the agrarian nature.
Challenges come. What do we do to salvage it? So, and that is where to such.
Yeah, Oluwatobiloba. So let's look at this conversation from the point of view that most part of the southwestern part of Nigeria is largely agrarian, especially Osun State, vast lands from Ede to Shogbo down to from Ikire. Let's even start from Ikire down to Ede, Oshogbo, Ife, down to Owena, and looking at the generality of Osun State. Do you think that to a large extent this particular statement by the MBS of Nigerians now skip meal, and based on the agrarian nature of Nigeria, do you think that this is it is commensurate with realities on ground based on our agrarian nature in Nigeria?
Yes, very, 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 very happening in all states. Like I said at that time, is not pertinent to a place. If, as a matter of fact, we have a lot of people having not to even have access to food here. I must be sincere to you, Godwin. And because, you know, one of those reasons is because most people, even farming, don't go to farm anymore. You know, there's a case of a farming estate where cows have to you know, to go over it and destroy all investment inside it. So I'm trying to paint a picture to you that this statistic is quite very real. I can tell you it's quite very, very real to what is pertinent at the moment. Really, really, really real. We have a lot of people that have to skip food, skip meal. In fact, as a matter of fact, we have a lot of beggars now compared to how it is before. It is before. So it's quite very real, even in the rural places as well too.
All right, Oluwatobiloba. People have said, Nigerians are saying that some of those figures being published by even for the wave 5 of the MBS, are largely fictitious and they're not in tandem with reality. That to a very large extent, most Nigerians did not start borrowing at this time. That is, the percentage of borrowing did not start now. But look at this narrative. Do you think that the percentage of borrowing right now, skipping of meal, is currently is due to this administration policy, or it has become like a native with Nigerian over the years? Yeah, Oluwatomiloba, if you can hear me, I'm trying to find out from you at this point, should we accredit and tag or nexus, link this borrowing and this statement by the MBS to this particular administration, or Nigeria should rather view it as a recurring phenomenon from government in, government out, that has become like a permanent stamp in different quarters across the country? All right, we are trying to get Oluwatomiloba to talk to us about looking at it from the sociological angle right now, even in the morning show this morning. We'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll still talk more even on government and politics in Nigeria. Please stay aware as Signature Morning continues in a moment.
Personally, as much as I work here, the prices of products, the floor, the materials for production has increased. So invariably, it has affected virtually everything we do here. The only thing it has not affected is salary. it cannot affect salary, but the demand for bread has reduced drastically. For premium bakery, to the best of my knowledge, the price is just a little bit increased, a little bit, just little adjustment. The round bread usually goes for 200, now 250.
It has affected us negatively. In fact, the price of everything has increased. We usually buy, I think early this year, we buy flour at the rate of 35,000. But now it has gone up to 65,000. In fact, at the time we buy flour up to 85,000. The price of the price of gas. So definitely, the price of bread will go up. And because the price of bread has gone up, it has also affected the demand on bread. We bake up to 7 bags. Like last year, we baked up to 7 bags in a day, but now we bake like 2 bags. So it has affected our sales also. If the government can come in and bring down the price of flour and other baking materials and make production easy for us, we'll be very glad.
To be honest, it's really affecting. It's really affecting. Like things, everything changed. Like things are very cost in the market, and we that is doing the production, at times it's not been easy for us. Sometimes if we do the bread, people will complaining the bread is small, this and that. But to us, we are not even benefiting anything much inside, because before we go to market and buy the way things are now, my brother, you choke. People are really suffering. People are suffering. Even we doing the work, we are suffering. It's not been easy for us. So how which government would look into this matter and do something about it and help us out? We are all complaining. It's not easy for everybody. It's not easy for everybody. So let them do something about it. Let them work on it, please. We are begging. We are begging, let them work on it and help us all.
The government should do something about the price of law. I don't even want to talk about the price the equivalent of naira to dollar. That one is old story. But this incessant, continuous increase in price of fuel, Kai, I don't know what the government do. I don't know what Tinubu is planning. He should replan before he will not have anybody to rule again, so that people will not die of starvation and hunger. We are not selling as much as we are selling before. By this time last year, we buy flour 30-something thousand, sugar within that range, but sugar is almost 100,000. We bought butter, a carton of butter, few months ago, 20-something. This month, as I'm talking about, 50. So where do we go from here? Abego, Tinubu and his ally, they should please have mercy on the masses before we go and meet our creator before the time.
Honestly, it's not easy. It's not easy. When we started, I remember a bag of flour is 28,200. But now, as we speak, a bag of flour is 62,500 naira. A bag of sugar is 82,100 naira without transportation. So by the time you purchase all those things, you have to set 2 workers. You have to maintain, to pay electricity. It's not funny. Most of the bakeries produce chaff, nothing but chaff. Because if you say you want to add ingredients, butter and milk and water and whatsoever you and other things. So how will you gain? What is your profit at the end of the day? You realize nothing. So as you just take a look at this house. We are supposed to be producing by now, but we are not, because the things is hurting us, is hitting us deeply. So it's not easy.
And welcome back. We're trying to get our guests online to join in the show, and all attempt to get them talk to us about some of this happening in Nigeria is proving abortive. But we will continue again on this conversation even tomorrow to know what's going on across the country. This is the size of the show for today. I am Godwin Sunday. From all of us here in the studio, it's bye for now.
Hello, let me welcome you to the conversation this afternoon. Now, very soon, it will be the 10th National Assembly. National Assembly, the very most significant symbol of democratic governance. So because when there is a forceful there, the judiciary is there, yet there's no democracy. So when the legislature comes in, people's representation is affected. So we expect that in a democracy, things should be done in the interest of the people. But Nigeria's story seems to be that of unending failed expectations, wasted opportunities, contradictions. Multilateral institutions across the World Food Program of the United Nations, the World Bank, the IMF, are all saying that the poverty level in Nigeria Whom do we hold accountable? Our governments, our legislators, our institutions? The question this afternoon is, what is wrong? And I have a man who fits the bill for us to discuss. Let us hear him. Maybe he will guide us through. Ezonye Ebere, who has been in this struggle to create an accountable social condition that cares for its people. Eze, welcome to the conversation.
My pleasure.
I'm not mourning or bemoaning, but very soon, national conversation will be, oh, we have inaugurated legislatures across the country, and our elected representatives will begin to discuss their wardrobe allowances, their travel allowances. But you heard me say that multilateral institutions across the world are predicting increasing poverty in Nigeria, hunger. Without such predictions, in this Ramadan, check the burgeoning population of Nigeria's beggars. What is wrong?
Land. If you look around you and even look at the indicators of the number of people you have to care for and the level of demands going on, you look around you and look at the entire social fabric, the social system, you look at education, you look at health, you look at number of people being owed pensions, gratuities, and salaries. That will give you an indicator of the level of poverty in the land. And of course, our own Bureau of Statistics talked about the huge numbers last year. So I don't want to credit any multilateral institution or making a prediction. It's looking like you see a pregnant woman, and then you call yourself a prophet to say, oh, she will either give birth to a boy or a girl. So it's evident that
she's pregnant.
She's pregnant.
And must give birth to a boy or a girl.
So it's no prophecy. So what is wrong is a question of law and policy formulation vis-a-vis law and policy implementation, as well as law and policy analysis, monitoring, and evaluation, because nothing in life is a given. Every social situation is a product of the enabling laws and policies, how good they are, and how well, effectively, and efficiently, and how robust the implementation has been. So for me, that is essentially what is wrong. And why I'm saying this is that we should forget what is written in the books. Even most of the times in Nigeria, we have wonderful laws with wonderful policies, but implementation is where the failure starts. And those who are charged with implementation, ab initio, do not want to implement it to the letter in terms of the policy objectives. They have another goal they are pursuing, which is different from the goals written in the books. So that explains why we have this explosion of poverty, explosion of misery, explosion of hardship, and unfortunately, with no end in sight in terms of saying there's a silver lining in the horizon. I am not seeing any, but we can always make recommendations for those who are in positions of authority. If they want to take it, review it, and see how it can be implemented, great.
Yeah, but the legislature, that's where I become from, is supposed to be weighing in, reminding legislature hasn't performed well enough to redeem the expectations of Nigerians and redeem the objectives of those policies that have failed.
If you recall, the legislature is supposed to be the most important arm in a democracy, not necessarily being superior to other arms, even in our constitution, is the first in section 4, followed by the executive in section 5, and then the judiciary in section 6. And if there is an overthrow of government today, the legislature is the first to go. The executive will usurp the duties of the legislature, and of course the judiciary will begin to blow muted trumpets. They will not be as robust as they seem to be. Yeah, so in essence, we're expecting them to make laws, represent us, have oversight over the system. But that assumption seems to be that they are of a different stock from those we elected into the executive or those that were given appointment by elected members of the executive. But that's a false assumption. They are of the same socio-political thought process, the same political parties that produce the executive, produce the legislature. The same societal dispensation that produce the executive also produce the legislature. So when the system is corrupt, it becomes very difficult to say, A, why is A not doing this? Because that same argument could also be pushed to the judiciary. That today, the fate of Nigerians in the judiciary is very, very low. And some of the decisions that have come out from those quarters are things you cannot fathom. In the days of my Lord Justice Chukwudi Oputa, or Kayode Esho, Justice Nnameka Karibi White, all those great juries that came from the Supreme Court. So what I'm saying in essence is that it's a systemic thing and a political process which has become a race to the bottom rather than a race to the top. So in essence, the more negative a character is, the more is likely to get into office, whether in the executive or the legislature. We were told that we should look up to our leadership. Can we, in truth and honesty, say today that the key figures we've elected, either at the presidential, gubernatorial, senatorial, House of Assembly, House of Reps, can we really in good conscience ask our children to emulate them? I can't see myself asking my children to emulate most of the characters hanging around as leaders today. So in essence, they are products of the same system. Yes, they're supposed to exercise oversight, but oversight has been interpreted in another way. They could possibly be exercising oversight, not based on the public will, but oversight for the interest of their personal pocket. So that's also another side to oversight. So oversight may be the way you interpret it, but there is also another interpretation of oversight.
Financial side.
Oversight, not for the public interest. Oversight for my personal interest.
Is it that some people tout the concept of social refinement, which is driven by a consciousness that something is not being done right? Is it to say that in the entire leadership population, political leadership population in Nigeria, nobody is seeing that the country is not going in the right direction? Nobody is seeing that there are wasted opportunities and wrong priorities?
The challenge is that the majority in leadership positions, they do see and they know what they're doing, but the self, they allow the self to project itself beyond the public interest. So it's not that they do not know. They know that we are going in the wrong direction. And that's why in part of the work we do, most times you see a donor saying, oh, look at this agency, that what they need to redirect, they say is capacity building. Capacity building. And most of the times, I have arguments with some people to say, no, they were schoolmates, or even left university before me, or some of them made first class, I didn't make a first class.
So they have capacity.
So they have capacity. The only thing they lack is what? Integrity. And I am not aware there is any course, any lecture, seminar, webinar, workshop that teaches integrity. Integrity is something maybe you acquired through the discipline your parents invested in you, or maybe in our own time as Catholics and Christians, we attended catechism classes and we're afraid of hell, and maybe we grew up with it. Or maybe you're a Muslim, the teachings that were told to you and you imbibed it. Or you grew up unconsciously disciplined yourself. But when you get to this age, at your age now, I don't know what anybody is going to teach you. So we have acquired integrity deficits, some form of AIDS that is prevalent in the system. So it's not a question of capacity building. It's not done out of ignorance. It's deliberate. And there are things that can be done to begin to reduce the impact of that integrity deficit in the system, across the budget, across everywhere. And that medicine, I recommend it, very high doses of that medicine. Transparency and accountability. And that you can design with laws and policies. Don't tell me we already have Freedom of Information Act or we already have this. Some of these things could be made to some level of becoming self-executing, as well as people being punished for frustrating them. Because at the end of the day, it still comes back to who is implementing them. And there is no penalty. Nigeria is becoming the equivalent of a Charlie Boy show. Anything can go. You can do anything and get away with it. It's
part of the show.
Sorry?
It is part of the show.
Yeah, you can do anything and get away with it. I mean, a couple of days ago, we heard about somebody who had no powers going to announce a result. And he did that in the company of a commissioner of police. And I'm also informed, I have not verified that there was also the state director of the DSS with him. I don't know whether that's true or false. Now, who is supposed to arrest an offender in a state? And all we had the Inspector General do, instead of suspending him, investigating and prosecuting him, he's been reassigned to another place to go and commit more crimes. The man who announced the result, nobody's talking about him. He's not been arrested. Nobody's talking about prosecuting him, just like that.
Now, let me interject here, because there's a dimension to this conversation that worries me. And that is, as things get worse and the citizen sees himself under the boot of hunger, poverty, sickness, uncertainty about tomorrow. Survival is the first law of nature. In that, whether I speak, I will die. If I don't speak, I will also die. Citizen decides enough is enough. What can we do now to prevent such a prospect?
It's already here with us. I will tell you something which some people may consider a little bit outrageous. Go and read the preambular paragraph 3 or 4 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It states that whereas if man, read man and woman because that was the language of 1948, is not to be compelled to rebel against tyranny, that human rights and fundamental freedoms should be protected by law. Implicitly, it recognizes a right to rebel against tyranny. That's my jurisprudential postulate, that there is a basic right to stop any man or woman who wants to sit on your head. Maybe you start by begging him to tell him this is not the appropriate place to sit, and he ignores you. You have a right to throw him off and deal with him. Okay? So that could have been part of some form of rebellion against the system that happened during NSAS. It was contained. But the way our leaders are going about it in Nigeria today, I cannot prescribe a solution, because when you push people and push them, Nigerians already pushed the wall. They are pushed to the floor. Nigerians are now digging up the floor to see if they can enter. All right? But there may come sooner than later a newer generation, not the older ones, who will simply say, enough. If we keep quiet, we are going to die. If we confront you, we stand a chance of kicking you off and surviving. So the only option open will be to confront that system. Because as we're even discussing poverty, my fear is this. Do you know the quantum of resources that were dedicated by politicians for the last 2023 general election? Starting from the huge nomination fees charged by parties, to the monies that were distributed during primaries. People came out openly and confessed. Everybody, it's an open secret. To all the money we had 2 days ago, an allegation of a 2 billion naira bribe. Now, when you see the quantum, even the legitimate expenses for campaigns, how much does AIT charge for 1 hour? Outside broadcasting, is it less than 10, 15 million? Look at all those campaigns you are seeing on channels, AIT, all of them. Somebody is paying for them. All those buses that were being hired, somebody is paying for them. All those hire of places like stadiums, Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos, somebody is paying for them. People were going about with chartered aircrafts to meet their schedules. Who will pay for them? So in essence, most of the politicians you see have spent heavily, and are even coming to in the next 1, 2, 3, 4 years that system to prepare themselves for the next round of elections. So it's even the scenario I'm painting is even.
I want to pick on that fear, because I saw the fear. Can't this prospect drive enough fear into the political class to save their own skin?
No, you see, when you see yourself as a conqueror of a system, you can always subvert it and get away. And there are no penalties or punishment for felonies, misdemeanors, and all kinds of complex offenses. So who do you need to fear? The man who is hailing you as you are distributing peanuts to him, or the man who is looking up to you, even though you know you are responsible for his misery and suffering? So I don't see them changing, okay, because the belief is that they have conquered the system. And if the system remains the way it is, there is little or no redress for the common people, the poor. Because where do you find redress? Is it in the courts? Yeah. Because whatever you may need to get redress will be outside of the contemplation of the system. Because the system, as it is, offers you little or no recourse mechanism. If you were even to file a case in court, how many years is it going to take? It's only political cases that you can start today, and in the next 2, 3 weeks, you've concluded it. Or you can even file an ex parte motion in the morning, and by afternoon, somebody has been restrained from parading himself, either as a chairman of a party or as we've come to see that there's somebody called Mwabeze Njok, right? And somewhere you have been masquerading as him. If I can get a good injunction tomorrow, I will say, this particular man, you are simply trying to pretend to be this. And you'll be restrained from parading yourself. Yes. And your privies, your sons, your wives and children will be restrained from calling you that name until the motion on notice is determined, which we can keep adjourning until the next 5 years, until you retire. That's where we are.
Let us put a cap on this conversation. I want to return to the legislature, because I have on it, because that is where Nigerians should expect salvation to come from when things are going wrong. What do you want to be telling our legislative houses as they expect to be inaugurated in June. Agenda for us, at least have some breath, fresh breath.
The agenda will start from an appeal to them because they are the lawmakers, more or less the custodians of the law, and they can also decide, as we have seen they've been doing, to be the chief lawbreakers. The first starting point for them to have the moral and legal spine to stop the executive is to stop taking monies that do not belong to them legally, constitutionally. They use some form of corrupt legalism to appropriate monies that they shouldn't be taking to themselves. We had the Shehu Sani telling us they used to share about 30 million, is it every week or every month? Now, when you take that kind of money and acquire money through ways and means, not within the contemplation of the Constitution, you cannot just walk into an executive office and start complaining that the man or woman has stolen, because he sees you take what doesn't belong to you under the guise of appropriation. So if you walk in there, he could possibly ignore you. Or the best you can do is that you may threaten him, which will be like blackmail. Oh, you are going to have a public hearing, and they call you and all the radio and television houses are there, even if the place is very cold, and are calling you a thief in the public glare, asking you those uncomfortable questions, you'll be sweating and wiping sweat. Maybe that's the much, and you wouldn't like your name scandalized, so you give them a portion to take and leave you alone. So the first thing they need to do is to set that agenda by stop taking what doesn't belong to them. That is the first step. Then it comes back to some level of acquiring integrity. If you don't take, and people see you don't take, so it will be easier for me to come to you to say, Mr. Njoku, what you are doing is wrong. And you say, who is this person coming to tell me about right or wrong? You explore and explore to see whether that thing I'm warning you is wrong, whether I'm doing it, and you can't find anything. The chances that you will have a rethink or listening to me is there. But if that same thing for which I came to you is exactly what you know I do, you just be watching, say, who is this guy? Who is he he's talking to? So that's the major assignment. And then they should take their work seriously in terms of appropriation. Make sure you make budgets, expenditure proposals that are in tandem with the revenue profile. Actually, not just to bloat it, and then we have credibility problems with budget implementation. And when you make such budgets, you follow up the that contracts are not inflated. And where you see these things happen, of course, you raise your voice, talk to the anti-corruption agencies, mandate them to do the needful. And if they are able to do that, they'll make everybody sit up, including the judiciary. But they are so much involved in the system. This question will have made so much sense at the time of primaries. It appears it is too late in the day, because if you go to it, the governor is the leader of the party in power. Nobody gets nominated to be a legislature, including the senators, if you are not in his lineup, if you are not a product of his system, or if you disagree with him, he will frustrate you. And at that point, they bring on board all kinds of characters, not based on merit, not based on competence, not based on character. So now they have loaded the system and people have been elected. It appears to be too late. And many of them spent humongous amounts of money to get there. What they're doing is like you goes to China with $1 million, buys goods of say 800 or 900,000, uses 100,000 to ship the goods into Nigeria. He comes back, he looks for an extra 300,000 to clear them from the walls, drives it to his shop, offloads them. He will sit down and calculate all his costs. I bought 1 million pieces of goods. It cost me 10 million naira. That means each of those goods, since they are the same, they are about 10 naira. It costs. then my profit will be 2 or 3 naira per one. You add it and start selling. But as a trader, you have a limitation because you are not the only one who went to China. If you price yourself out of the market, your products will be there, and those who went with you who price themselves reasonably will go on the market 3 or 4 times. But in political financing, there is no competitor. The only thing you have is your conscience, which times before you get there is date. So it's not like there's anybody, it's just like anything you can grab. There is no market forces to limit you from pricing yourself out of the market. I'm even, I'm calling it pricing now, but it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because many of them spend millions to get to where they are today. And the first thing they want to do is to recoup.
Eze, I want to thank you for coming to the conversation.
My pleasure.
Great. Well, the conversation never ends. You know that it goes on and on and on. And in the belief that as we converse on these issues, somehow, someday, we find an answer, some answers to some of our problems. My name is Mwaboze Njoko. Good afternoon.
The only thing that is permanent in life is change. Therefore, change is desirable. However, if there's any time there's any change, we should be aware that a lot of things will have to come into play. It is not limited to change in office, change in personalities, but also includes the way we do things. The way we do things in Nigeria, that is why one of the things that we have not been having desired results. Every time that we have a change in government, there are a lot of expectations from Nigerians. Why are we not achieving this? It is simply because we are only focusing on who should be the head of this parastatal, the head of this agency. It should be further than that. What we should be looking at is changing our orientation, a meaningful way of thinking in a positive way. If there is any change in any office like the CBN, the agenda should be how do you make CBN to be functional, to be responsible in changing the value and the expectations that Nigerians have on our currency. Changing our orientation is very important, which we have been neglecting, and that is why we are not getting our desired result.
Hello and thanks for joining us on Signature TV. This is Signature Sport, your flagship sports show on Signature TV that comes your ways every weekdays at 11 a.m. with me, Franklin Imona, your sport anchor. And today on the show, it promises to be exciting as we will be taking you to the ever-exciting world of sport. You know, sports don't go to sleep. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 31 days a month, the world of sport is always on a fast pace. We will be taking you to the latest in the Nigerian Premier Football League as one team recorded its first defeat of the season. And the ENUGU era continues with the likes of Caterpillars as they bounced back from 2 goals down to pull up a draw against Lobby Stars. We will be taking you also to the latest in the Nigerian Super Falcons as we hear the draws for the 2024 African Cup of Nations that will be going down in Morocco has been made known. Who will the Super Falcons be facing? Stay tuned to find out. And one man is wishing that this nightmare will come to an end. The coach of Manchester City, who just signed a 2-year contract extension, is not having it funny, as it is not a roller coaster ride for new Manchester United coach Ruben Amorim as he tests his first winless game of the season. And far away in the Serie A, Romelu Lukaku is making his name known, and our man Ademola Lookman is making his name known in Italy. If those that haven't known him with a goal and an assist against Parma. And in the German Bundesliga, Harry Kane, the sweet Harry Kane, is on the record books with a record of scoring the fastest goal in the history of the German Bundesliga in less than 50 games. All these and many more in the world of tennis, Formula One, boxing, as well as the latest from the NBA will be live on the show. I've got 2 amazing guests with me. Who are they? Stay tuned to find out. A signature sport makes a return after this short time out. All right, welcome to Signature Sport, and it is game on. Before the game is finally on, permit me to introduce my guest to you. He's a sport analyst, a sport lover, and he's a fitness coach. When it comes to the world of sport, he's an authority. Mr. ENUGU Collins joins me live on the show. A very good morning to you, Mr. Collins.
Yes.
It's a pleasure having you join us.
I couldn't keep the smile on my head, but I decided that would be the first way to actually approach the show. It's a privilege. It's a definite privilege to be here, but we take it one step at a time, I'd say.
Absolutely. How does it feel like talking sports on television? Is this the first time?
Very, very much so. Very much so. I think I'm in the mood of. I'm actually having so many goosebumps. I'm actually facing so many things at the same time. But I believe as the show goes on, I will get into the rhythm of things. But it's just a privilege. I'm grateful to be here.
Fantastic.
I can't wait to keep on going.
And that is how sport comes. It comes with your new farewells as well as the beauty in the world of sport. And talking about beauty, let's as we get the show underway, as we move straight to the glass house. Football Federation as Alhaji Ibrahim Musa Gusto, president of the Nigerian Football Federation, has now been appointed, or should I say elected, into the WAFU B confraternity. He is the first vice president of the West African Football Union, Zone B, in the election that took place last week Friday. In Niamey, the capital of Benin Republic, during the year's CAF African School Football Championship, which served as the qualifying round for the WAFU B tournament. He took the position of the first vice president, with the likes of Edwin, Simon Okraku becomes the president of the federation. He emanates from the GFA, and that is the Ghana Football Association. He is officially the president of the WAFU B zone angle of the African sport. Recall that we have the CONCACAF, the CECAFA that belongs to the southern region of Africa, and of course we have the NIR in the northern African region. We also have the Eastern parts of the African sport. And for the West Africa, it is known as WAFU B. WAFU B comprises of 7 countries in West Africa, with Nigeria topping it as at the headquarters, followed by Togo, Benin Republic, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Niger Republic, and Cote d'Ivoire. Gusso, who becomes the president of the Nigerian Football Federation in September 2022, has held several high-level positions in African football. His roles include serving on the organization committee for the African Nations Championship and acting as a top security officer in both the CAF and FIFA. It is a win for African football, I must say. It is also a win for Nigerian football, having the president of the Nigerian Football Federation serving as the first vice president of the WAFU B zone. Collins, how good is this news when it comes to Nigerian football and Nigerian administration?
Yeah, I feel it's like taking your opportunity when it comes.
Absolutely.
So you've been given the privilege, you've gone through the stages of how it should be. You understand that you've gotten this new opportunity to take the next step. Are you ready to take the next step? So your CV should qualify you for that position. And I think we're now getting it where it's no longer the politics that are actually winning us the position, it's the qualification itself. So I feel this is a beauty. This is a beauty, especially in Africa, because everything normally actually circles around this politics.
Absolutely.
Where it is not deserved, it is earned. It's not earned, it is just received. It is like a birthright. We need to stop with that mentality. We need to focus on the qualifications. We need to end this kind of situations. And for someone like him, he has actually done that. He is more than ready to take this step, I believe. So we can't wait to actually see him on this particular opportunity and then take us to the next levels that we expect to be in.
Absolutely. Talking about taking us to the next level, remember we had the likes of the former NFF president, Amaju Pinich, who served as the vice president of the in the CAF, that's the Confederation of African Football. And someone will say, what his position over there earned us. We didn't win the African Cup of Nations during his reign, and neither did we come close. The closest we came was under the present administration, Ibrahim Gusso, where we finished second in the last African Cup of Nations. But for the women football and for the underage, we were absolutely fantastic.
Very true. And that is the thing that I keep on saying about Nigerian football. We always seem to get the grassroots right. But what happens when we're on the international stages? What do we do to show that we're ready to take the next level? So I believe Gasso is someone who would carry this vision we have, where grassroots comes out fine, the women football come out fine, then the international stages where we are meant to be. You can't call yourself the giant of Africa, and you're slacking behind.
Collins, you don't want to go there. You don't want to start this debate talking about international competition. You don't want to go there. Okay. Because we haven't really fared badly in international stage. We haven't. In the course of the show, we will look at how we have done well in the world scene, especially with our underage of football and the women football. All right, so let's move over now to the biggest event that is currently ongoing in the capital. That is military arena have been doing the country proud. Over the weekend, it was a sweet victory against the Equatorial Guinea in the third place match of the football competition, having been defeated in the semi-finals by Cameroon. It was a 4-0 thumping by the Nigerian team over the Equatorial Guineans. And in the medal table, the Nigerian military team is currently topping with as many medals as 64 medals in the last 5 days, with more of the medals coming from handball, volleyball, and 9 gold medals from taekwondo. A man who has been concerning the we'll definitely get back to him, but while we await his presence on the show, we move over now to the world of football, where the Super Falcons over the weekend we saw the draws that was conducted, and of course the Super Falcons will be knowing their opponent. They are the most successful side when it comes to African women tournament. 9 times champions. They will be facing Algeria, and they will be facing Tunisia, if I'm not mistaken, and they will be facing Botswana in Group B. What are the chances of the Super Falcons coming out from this group?
100% chance. We don't play with the opportunity when we are actually being
you are
this is what we have grown up to be. This is why I said in the international stages, giant of Africa. We have kept that with the women. We have kept that with the grassroots. Why not go further? But then the topic now is actually the women. So it's 100%. They know the levels that they have set. They know the levels that is expected from them. Having people like Chiamaka, Nadozie, Osinachiowale, these are players that are very, very good. You see them perform daily. You see them do it daily. This is not a group that scares me, to be honest. It's not like we're playing South Africa, who are our dear rivals. So I believe we should come out on top of this. I believe 9-time champions should speak a volume of fear to the oppositions we play. But then football is being played with the legs and the heart. Ball, once the game starts playing, you know for sure that your opposition is not going to give you that respect anymore. The respect starts before the game, but once the game starts, all levels are equal. So that is what we will be expecting from our people to top this group.
Absolutely. We will be coming back to the chances of the Super Falcons coming out from this group and doing well. Recall that they were knocked out in the 3rd place match where they surprisingly didn't go beyond the semi-finals, and for the chance of winning the bronze medal, that is the losers finals, they were defeated. All right, let's come back to our man, comrade Musa Odio. He joins us live on the show. Good morning, Mr. Odio. Good to have you join us on the show. Very good week. Good morning to you once again. All right, the signal is not really strong from his angle, but really lived up to expectation when it comes to the chances of the Black Queen of Ghana. But looking like these years, rather, that is the Women African Cup of Nations, it promises to be exciting. Now, let's look at the group ceaselessly. We have the likes of Morocco, Zambia, Senegal, and Congo in Group A. And of course, Nigeria, Tunisia, Algeria, Botswana in Group B. But then in Group C, South Africa, Ghana, Mali, and Tanzania. In 1 minute, you look at the various groups. Who are you picking to qualify from these groups?
Well, definitely Mali has a shout. This is a nation that has been developing their game yearly.
They will be up against South Africa and Ghana.
Very true.
And Tanzania.
Very, very true. I feel South Africa is also 100%. The same way I see Nigeria, I always see South Africa at that level, because this is our dear rivals. These are the same people who have challenged us, taking us to many finals. The ones we have won, the ones they have won. So it is like a no-brainer for South Africa. But like you said, you spoke about Ghana, you're seeing how they have struggled. They have a reputation to keep. So this is where I feel, for Ghana especially, the pressure is most on them. They are the ones that have to prove that they are worthy to be in this level. They can take that next step. But that is the big question. Can they actually do it? Can they actually take themselves towards that step where they can feel that this can be our year? But then again, football is being played with the legs and the head. Once the ball kicks, everything goes. That's just how I see the game. But before that, all we can do here is analyze based on the reports we have,
absolutely,
the results. So I feel the pressure is most on Ghana. South Africa also do have that pressure, but they can keep with it. They have the experience, they have the legs, they have They have everything. What they have the resources. So this is a country I believe should even go all the way to the finals.
Absolutely. They are the defending champions of South Africa, and they have a very strong league that produces the best of talent. And they have one of the most, if not the youngest squad in Africa, just behind Nigeria. But let's look at Group A. The host, Morocco, is there. We have Zambia, we have Senegal, and the DR Congo. Zambia are one of the two nations that represented Africa in the just concluded Olympics games, where they were, of course, whitewashed in their group, same as Nigeria. But then Zambia, of lately, the She Polo Polo, they have been doing fantastic when it comes to women's football. I see them as one of the strongest house when it comes to powerhouse in African women's sports. But they will be up against host nation Morocco. And then Senegal is there and DR Congo. Do you see Zambia qualifying from this group or topping the table?
Definitely, I feel they are a dark horse. You expect them to break some necks. That's how I say it. Who are the top of the table here would be Morocco, the host. Can Zambia make a shout out here by actually beating Morocco? Time will tell. But again, another country I do respect, not just in Zambia, is Senegal. Maybe the results haven't been there for them, but definitely the way it's going, Senegal has a shout out there also as well. But Zambia, all eyes will be on them. They have been a dark horse also. I think they are beginning to show they have that reputation to go to the next level. But then again, we expect something new. I want to see something new from WAFCON this year.
All right, let's go on this short break. When we return, we will be taking you to the latest coming out from the Nigerian Premier Football League, one of the league I love and follow the most in Africa. Although they are currently ranked number 12 in Africa, but trust me, in a couple of months, we will be among the top 7, if not the top 5. Signature Sports makes a return after this time out. All right, welcome back to Signature Television. This is still Signature Sport, and I am Franklin Imona, and I've got my in-house analyst, Mr. Collins Ogu. I love to call him Collins JR because when it comes to the world of sport, he's an authority. I did promise us that on our return, we will be going to the Nigerian Premier Football League, where I'll give you updates on some of the biggest games that went down. But before then, enjoy this beautiful free kicks compilation we had to put together for you. The Super Eagles at the moment have been lacking set piece takers, especially the free kicks. Perhaps with the technical crew of the Super Eagles, we'll look at these free kicks and of course pick out somebody from there to join the Super Eagles. Enjoy these, and when we return, we will be talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League March Day 13.
Will strike this one. What a hit! A brace off the bench for the former KB United man. And what a way to wrap up the story here again.
That is what the Nigerian Premier Football League brings to you. Glitz, glamour, sweet goals, and of course controversies for the right reasons. And that is what match day 13 was all about in the Nigerian Premier Football League. For the very first time, just like we did mention last week on the show, that we might just have a new team topping the table. And of course, we have a new team. Rivers United is currently topping the Nigerian Premier Football League following the defeat of previous table toppers, Remo Stars. Remo Stars has suffered a 2-0 defeat away from home against Nasarawa United. While for Rivers United, they picked up where they left it off 2 games ago, where they defeated the team from Abia. Talking about Abia Warriors, it ended 1-0 in favor of Rivers United. And I can tell you for a fact that one man is having a good time, and that is coach Finidi George. Bendel Insurance. We will get to Bendel Insurance, but first, let me talk to Collins in the studio. Collins, we have a new team topping the table. It seems like the Nigerian Premier Football League is going to be a fight to finish. Rivers United topping the NPFL.
This is the beauty of football again at its finest. Rivers now on top in the league.
Sure.
After Rangers won it last year, I believe.
True, yes.
So can they go all the way? That's the biggest question of all time. So the new team come up like the Premier League.
Absolutely.
Let's see how put pressure on them. They cannot put the pressure on themselves now. They need to focus on each game as it comes, see how much they can get, as much points as possible, and then they can start thinking of how well they can go into the leagues. My own expectation this year is whoever makes the top 4 for the CAF Champions League can go all the way. We need Nigeria to actually be competing at the highest level, also in Africa, not just back home here. So I give all the praise to Rivers as well. But I want to see them go all the way, take it a game at a time. Let's see how far they can come.
I love it when you say, let's take it one game at a time. And that was a story of El Kanemi Warriors, where they pull up that impressive win. And that winner took them to the 3rd on the log with a 1-0 win over Aqua United. Yeah. All right, let's come back to our man. Finally, we have him live. Good morning, Mr. Odio Musa. It's a pleasure having you join us on Signature Sport.
Good morning, Franklin. You guys are doing part together, so it's good to join you guys.
All right, let's take you back to the event that is currently ongoing in the FCT across different venues, and that's the African Military Games Abuja 2024. No surprise that the host nation Nigeria is topping the medals table. In the last 5 days, you have been covering this event. What has been your submission of Team Nigeria and other countries participating in the competition?
Well, I would need to be serious for such and world-class event, because for hosting the 25 countries here in Nigeria and Nigeria being present at this event is huge to this country. And again, looking at the antecedent, apart from the All Africa Games way back in 2010 Africa Games, and we've not had that kind of hosting here in Abuja, and the time is speed up, and we have a lot of visitors from all parts of our neighboring country, and even the world and the north and South Africa, they are here. And I just need to be and these are people. We don't go back to Saturday. That was a marathon. That's the hallmark of the athletics event. Talk about the 42 kilometers race that was exactly 6 a.m. It was something to always remember. After 5 a.m., I was there with other colleagues
and it was a nice experience. Having, if we were there that morning, we really thinking that it was like a carnival, or it was a was there. The athlete was available. The event from the ASN was available. So I really the technical director of the Nigeria Athletics Federation, Emetuku, was also colleague from Uganda. Has been
All
a
right,
lot of
Audio, let's look at
guys
over the weekend. 9 gold medals in the Taekwondo Games. We also ran away with the gold medals for men and women in the handball competition against Ghana, where we won. And we also won bronze in the football match after defeating Equatorial Guinea by 4-0. But in volleyball and in the 42 kilometers marathon, we fell short. The UC at the likes of Algeria, who is currently a second on the medal table, topping Team Nigeria at the end of the day. Or you think that all these countries are just doing well in their various games, especially the marathon, where Tanzania showed other nations how to get the job done.
I must give to the Tanzania athletes. They're all military officers, irrespective of the naval, army, air force, and all of that. And again, I must give to the winner that the guy that won the race. He won the race. It was a good gallop for Tanzania. They were flying from all cylinders, both for the male and the female team. They both won for the 42 kilometers race. It was Tanzania that came victorious with a time. The guy that won the race, he won the race with a time of with a time of 2 hours 17 minutes and 19 seconds. While the woman that won, it was close for the women. She won the race. Her name is Shori clinched the women medal with 2 hours 36 minutes and 29 29 seconds. That was how they won the race. One thing I must give to the lady Magdalena that won the race. She was something else. I really believe she won. Even beat some men when it comes to that race. She left even our Nigeria guy that represented us, our officers here. The lady was something else. She ran and they started at the same time. Not it was not maybe they started at the city gate at about 6 a.m. And after they run through Lugbe houses, go through the Lugbe bridge and everything. We went to turn out after Akko Estate. They came back and run through back to the stadium and run through the city. They went to run through the city gate like we are going to Secretariat. They run through the Bolingo, turn around behind the U.S. Embassy and got through the National Hospital and went into the stadium through the Minister's Gate. It was fun and it was something to behold. And I must give it to her. She has really done well. And again, looking at what's
all right.
That day, it shows that what a man can do, woman can do better.
All right, before we leave the AMGA Games 2024 and talk a little about the Nigerian Premier Football League, you have been here at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium over the weekend. Overall, how would you rate the AMGA 2024 in terms of logistics, in terms of publicity, and in terms of planning?
Well, for me, I keep showering praise for the CDS because we know that if not for this game, that stadium has been not fully. And we saw because of the military or something, they put the stadium to use and have to start cleaning the facilities and start putting all those finishing touches, try to bring the stadium to a world-class standard. And we want such event here in Abuja. Because after the All Africa Games, we've not had a tournament like this that will take you around every part of it, apart from the National Sports Festival. But a tournament of this world-class standard, is good, and the message what the CDS said it was to bring friendship and to put everybody in the same perspective. And again, looking at how the what we have had in the past, I'll rate it let's say like 80 over 100. It's not a bad. They've done well because this is not the first. This is the second edition of the Africa Military Games, and this is what Nigeria is hosting it. And again, the hosting and the performance of everything, and I'm more given to the CDS and the participation and everything, and how they went on this tournament. I most commend this. I give them say 80 over 100 because it's not easy, done well, and they should be congratulated for that.
All right, let's move over now to the Nigerian Premier Football League, where we saw amazing results over the weekend. And the first game that went down was the game between Insurance of Benin and, of course, their opponent, where Insurance won by 3-1. But the biggest news emanating from the camp of Bendel Insurance, as it that coach Monday Odige surprisingly resigned 24 hours to kick off. But that did not stop the team from pulling up that impressive 3-1 win over the weekend. And in other games, we saw the likes of Kano Pillars coming back from a 2 down to draw away against Lobby Stars. And El Kanemi Warriors, a team that newly that gained the promotion, are doing so well. They are currently sitting third on the end. Coach Finidis George Rivers United at the summit. What's to come up overall in the March day 13 in the Nigerian Premier Football League?
Oh, well, it's a good one. I must say, Monday Odige has done well with Insurance. We saw how he was with the team after when the former deputy governor of Flush as the chair of the team, how they brought it from the NNL to the MPFL. From the MPFL, they went back and they came back. So, all in all, Monday Odige has done well. But at times, things happen for that things to go. The coach resigned 24 hours to the match, the weekend match, and again the team went on to win. That is what we want. We want to see winners. And again, I must give it to the assistant coach that was on board. And again, it shows that. Let me not say Monday Odige has lost the dressing room or maybe resigning. He has done well. I can't say that because who give honor to who honor is due. Monday Odige has done with the team. I saw for some maybe whether 6 or 7 the Insurance shows and they start losing game. But right now, like they are back to winning ways. But economic, as you already said, there's no small team in the end. And even in what general world of sport.
All right, very much impressive analysis, I must say. Well, by also United, Coach Ladan Boso not good at all. 1-0 defeat away from home to 3SC, Shooting Stars of Ibadan, pulling up with that 1-goal win. Thank you very much, I must say, Audio Musa, for joining us on the show. It was a pleasure having you talk sports with us. Hopefully, we'll do this tomorrow if time permits. Let's discuss Champions League football.
Frankly, I must say thank you. I was available, and you guys are really doing well. Kudos and thank you for the pleasure of being part of the program today. Just have a blessed day. Thank you.
All right, many thanks to you once again. All right, let's go on this short break. When we return, we will be moving straight to sport. Returns after this timeout. All right, welcome back to Signature TV. Franklin Imona, your sport anchor, is still here on the show, Signature Sport. And I've got my in-house analyst, Collins Ogo, and together we have been giving you the best of sport analysis and sports stories. In case you are just joining us, you have missed a whole lot, especially from the first half of the show. But not to worry, you can go to our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook handle to get claims of all that we have discussed in the first half of the show. And also do well to like, share, comment, and most importantly, subscribe to our YouTube channel to enjoy more of our sporting stories. And straight away, we move to the foreign scene. Where else should we start from if not the most followed, the most loved, and the most controversial league in the whole of Europe? And where should we start from if not where our fans are jubilating? They are celebrating the downfall of Manchester City. It is 5 defeats on a bounce for Pep Guardiola's Manchester City side in all competition. Remember, they were knocked out in the EFL Cup by Tottenham Hotspur, and they lost by 4-1 to Sporting CP in the Champions League. And just over the weekend, the recorded their first defeat in 3 games across 2 years. What is happening to Manchester City? Can we say it is the law of diminishing return or the law of injury?
Okay, so I would first go back to the point where you mentioned controversy. I'm happy you actually put it out here.
Of course, a controversy sells.
So we are definitely going to get there. But when I look at Man City, I look at it as you have been champions for 7 years. 6 out of 7 years, if I presume. And this is a team that, in the end, they have to actually rebuild. You can't keep using the same players and expect the same returns. Because football is a game that has to do with the legs and the head. I keep repeating it over again because I want to make it known that you play this game continually. You can't expect, we're humans actually, we are going to break down one way or the other. So
very true.
Man City are at the point where they need to rebuild, they need to bring in fresh legs, they need to get rid of the most experienced ones because they have lost their legs. Talking about players like Kyle Walker, talking about Ilkay Gundogan, who they even brought back. These are players that they need to actually refresh the squad with. We need to bring the younger bloods, people who haven't experienced success before but are hungry for it. I think this is what Man City is lacking. But as a rival fan, I'm here for their downfall. So it must be said. But in the meantime, if we're looking at it based on just the truth, they need to rebuild. It's the law of diminishing return, just like you said, because you have been successful for a long period of time. But
absolutely,
definitely, there are going to be drawbacks. There are setbacks that are going to happen. So they just need to see how well they can finish this season, refresh the squad. They need to refresh. That's the biggest problem they have. That is what they need to do this season.
All right, let's go to the teams in London. Big wins for Chelsea, 2-1 winners against Leicester City, goes by Nicholas Jackson and Enzo Fernandez. And of course, now, their London rivals, it was a sweet 3-0 win against the Nottingham Forest, where Bukayo Saka is continually making names for himself. A goal and an assist for Mikel Arteta's side. What can we say about those 2 games at Chelsea and Arsenal? Is it just a good day in the office, or that they feel that their opponents are not just good enough? Leicester City, we hear that they have now sacked their coach, Steve Cooper, following that defeat. And for Nottingham Forest, Ola Aina and Taiwo Awoniyi could not help their team muster at least a point against Arsenal.
Yeah, so I will start with Chelsea because this is a team that has begun a new rebuild of just the same way we have been talking of
Manchester City.
And the last 2 years have seen them be mediocre. So the fact that they are beginning to build on something new, this is the team with the youngest squad in the Premier League, as if I may say. So as the returns are beginning to show, those players are beginning to mature, they are beginning to get to the level where they feel they can compete. But I still feel it's too early for a team like Chelsea. But in the sense of Arsenal, who I expected to be competing this season, they have had their setbacks.
Arsenal will always be Arsenal. Near success syndrome. They will always be.
I'm happy I'm not the one to say. I'm trying to be.
The statistics are there.
Very
2
true.
seasons we thought Arsenal will win the EPL, but just when it matters most, they tend to falter. And now that their biggest rivals is not doing well, that is Manchester City. Look at Arsenal. They have just recorded their first win in about 3 games. They couldn't get the most needed wins. Unlike Liverpool, to which we are coming next, they are runaway leaders. Look at Arsenal. Arsenal, they are just, the more you look, the less you see kind of team in quote.
I don't think Arsenal fans will be happily listening to you when you say all this about their team. But very true. Very, very true. The thing about Arsenal is they are a nearly team. And I feel the way they handled their transfer business this season was not good enough. They needed a top 9. Kai Havertz is not a player that I would say gives you, is not a prolific goal scorer.
Absolutely.
So they definitely needed a 9. They needed an Osimhen and Victor Gyokeres. I don't know why they didn't go out to get that player. Bringing in experienced wingers like Sterling haven't proved to be...
Sterling?
Exactly.
The grandpa?
And that's even the funny part. This is who they brought in to take them to the next level. Really? Is that who you feel would give you the Premier League? This is a player who is even struggling to have playing time at Chelsea. The same Chelsea who are actually going through the same rebuild. So Arsenal have, in their own sense, dealt themselves the blow of not being able to take themselves to the next level. And then you look at Liverpool, who, like you said, will go into the next topic.
Let's not get to Liverpool proper. And Liverpool, it seems that are seamlessly slot into the Liverpool's team. And you look at Mo Salah, he was the hero over the weekend with that smashing penalty he was able to convert. And the mentality of Liverpool is the mentality of champions. 5 points lead against the likes of Manchester City, who are currently second. And it seems Liverpool are not taking their foot off the pedal. Just one defeat so far in the EPL. What did Ancelotti tell these players?
This is the most underrated team in the Premier League. And as a rival fan saying this about them, it shows how much Liverpool is being looked down on. This is a team that are always competing. They always are in the talk of the show. They are always being said, are they going to challenge? So it was looking like people were underestimating them this season. It was all about Arsenal, Man City. No one really looked at Liverpool. This is a team that has built and are here to stay. Is the simple truth of the matter. When you have the slot machine coming in and slotting in, just like you said, keeping them firing on all cylinders, both in the defense, the attack, the midfield, surprisingly, players like Gravenberg showing that they can actually play out of positions. This is why I keep on seeing Liverpool as the most underrated team in the Premier League.
Absolutely.
I am so happy that they are actually at this level where they can win it. But they now need to do it. They need to go all the way. They are actually competing on all competitions. I believe this season they are in the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup is yet to begin. The Champions League, they are undefeated also. The Premier League, only 1 loss. So this is a team that definitely the results are showing what they are made of. A team that is underrated, but definitely is going to bring the eyes back to them that they can go all the way. This is Liverpool Football Club. So let's see how far it can go actually this season.
And for some reason, Liverpool have been able to keep themselves off the social media, of the press. Yes. They have been able to handle their internal issues internally, and they have been able to do business brilliantly in the transfer market. For me, this is these rather are the hallmark of a team that wants to go all out to win a title. And now we come to one team that I believe might just be Colin's team. He hasn't told me which team he supports, but so far he keeps saying, my rivals, my rivals, my rivals. Now, let's talk about Manchester United. Manchester United over the weekend, despite Rashford goal in the 81 seconds, beginning the reign of a new coach, Ruben Amorim, was not enough to muster all 3 points away from home as Hutchinson got a stun shortly before the break with a 22-yard screamer. It was helped on the way by Morocco's right back Mazzari. Andre Onana can be applauded for stopping a 3-goal-mouth goals as he stood tall in between the sticks for Manchester United, despite the introduction of Rasmus Højlund, Joshua Zirkzee, not forgetting Ngate, and of course one man who made a return after over 13 months out, Luke Shaw. All those players couldn't get the job done for coach Ruben Amorim as the game ended 1-1, bringing Manchester United from 12th position to 13th position. It is no fairy run for the likes of Ruben Amorim. He came, he saw, but couldn't conquer.
This is a new coach that has the world at his feet when he was at the Portuguese league.
Absolutely.
And now he has come to the King of Kings in the Premier League. And I remember you asking me a question before, Seth, where you said, do I believe that Manchester United are the engines of the Premier League?
No, I didn't say so. Don't put me on the spotlight.
Says, okay, well, Manchester United, wow. Looking at Manchester United like they could never fall off the pace of the pedal. And then now you're seeing them be mediocre. Now you're seeing them relying on history to actually make a name for themselves. They have brought in this is their sixth manager, I think, since
full-time manager.
Exactly, since
Sir Alex Ferguson retired.
And I think the greatest achievement they have made so far has been a Europa League and second place by Jose Mourinho. I remember Jose Mourinho saying that his greatest accomplishment as a coach was coming second in Manchester United and winning the Europa. Wow. For a coach that has won the treble to say that. But Manchester United is a club that keeps on giving, don't you think?
Absolutely,
and
they
we are definitely at the festive period.
Oh, we
are.
Now we know. Let's look at the game yesterday. The 3-4-3 formation by Coach Ruben Amorim. A different formation, a different system, with a different coach. Do you see that as a stumbling block for Man United not defeating Ipswich yesterday? Even though the coach came out to say that the players were afraid, in fact, they were overthinking the 3-4-3 formation, and that didn't help the team put the passes together, and they were also losing chances.
Well, that is his own point of view. But I remember one great legend named Carlos Puyo once said, his dad once told him that, I would not be angry with you if you do not make the team because the other players were better than you. I will be angry at you if you don't make the team because they competed much more than you, because they fought much more than you. So before we talk about formations, you need to ask yourself, the Manchester United players, did they compete as a team? Did they actually come out to play? Did they compete? Did they actually come out there to fight for every single ball? Do they win their duels? Did they win the second balls when they were in the air? So these are the questions you need to ask before we talk about formations. Then if you're competing, then we look at the formation. Manchester United do not have the personnel to play 3-4-3.
Absolutely.
This is the thing I have been saying. When you have Mazraoui playing as your right centre back, you have Amad Diallo, who is a winger, playing as a wing back. It shows how much they lack. The personnel to actually play in the system. Then you have the likes of Casemiro and Eriksen they are blessed in the sense that they have achieved, but they are
experiences there, but the legs
are not
tiring.
there.
And that was how we saw the midfield. It was seamless for the likes of Hutchinson, the likes of the Lab, to have a free stroll into the midfield of Man United.
Exactly the point, because the thing is, Premier League is very physical. This is a league that needs you to play not just with your brain, your legs. You need to be strong. You need to fight for every single ball. I think this is a league that has grown physical year in, year out. And Manchester United have not competed in the midfield era for a very long time. They keep on losing their battles. They keep on losing the duels. You have a young player, Emmanuel Ugarte. I expected Amorim because this was your player back at sold him to Manchester United. You are missing him here. I expected him to start with.
Come on, this is an early day. This is just one match in as many matches that Coach Ruben Amorim would definitely have this formation being seamlessly interpreted by the players. Up next for Man United is a game in the Europa League where we'll see more of the 3-4-3 formation. The likes of Lenny Yoro is back. Not forgetting Malaysia. They are all there to see how they can help the team. Not forgetting Kobe Mino. Due to time, we will definitely move to other stories where Real Madrid actually picked it from where they left it, from a 4-0 win against Osasuna to a 3-0 win to Leganés over the weekend. Kylian Mbappe. Federico Valverde was also on the scoreline, and Jude Bellingham putting the icing on the cake. They're using their points to a 4 points behind Barcelona, who could only manage to draw against the Celta de Vigo over the weekend.
Yeah, Kylian Mbappe has been the talk of the show, hasn't he? For bringing the marquee signing for the season in all of world football.
Absolutely.
Has he lived up to the name? I would ask you that question. For me, the answer is a no. And this is because he's playing out of position. He's learning a new position that he didn't grow accustomed to, playing as a striker for the greatest club in the history of football. But I think he is getting there with the help.
In your own terms, the
In my own-
greatest club, in your own words.
They are.
Leeds United fans will come out and say, our club is the greatest. Like
they all know.
That's on the flip side.
That's on the flip side, but they all know who the daddy is in the game. So Madrid are actually, everyone wants to play for Real Madrid. This is the biggest club in world football. You can't even compete. They know the expectation they have on themselves. So for a player like Kylian Mbappe, he knows what is expected of. This is not PSG where he is the godfather, the final say. He is just one of those players right
Absolutely.
now. So he needs to prove that he can be the best. And it will remain the question about continue to exist in the same team.
They will.
They have.
If Ronaldo and Bale can exist, Ronaldo and Kaká can do well. I believe me, the likes of Kylian Mbappe and Vinicius will only do well. Do not pay attention to negative journalism. And that is why we want to dwell now on Harry Kane with Bayern Munich scoring his 50th goal for the club in 43 matches, breaking the record set by Erling Haaland, where he got 50 in 50 matches. Big win for Bayern Munich, and for Bayer Leverkusen, it was a 5-2 win over Heidenheim. Yes. And Dortmund defeated Freiburg by 4-0. No upsets over the weekend in the German Bundesliga, in my rating.
Very true. I think they all kept to their names in this week's fixtures. But going back to Harry Kane, this is a player that needs something for his legacy. This is a player that has not won any competition so
there
far.
We go again.
So no, we have to talk about this because this is supposedly meant to be the best striker in the whole of England, but has won nothing to prove it. You have him. If he had stayed back in England, would he have trophies back in his name? He wouldn't actually have anything to.
If he had moved to Manchester.
No, but he
didn't.
He did not.
Though he stands a chance in winning at least a trophy this season, with Bayern Munich running as the league leaders so far, and they are not looking like they are going to take their foot off the pedal anytime soon.
I'm praying for him. I'm actually praying for him.
It has gone to prayers.
It has gone to prayer because he will be a player and Bayer Leverkusen are winning the league for the first time.
And that is what you do not know where the cookies will crumble. And finally, let's move over now to the Italian Serie A, where Romelu Lukaku's strike was a deciding goal, heading at the likes of Napoli to a win over new coach Claudio Ranieri's Roma. Yesterday, they were unable to win at home. And we saw Ademola Lookman again with a goal and an assist against Parma, where they won by 3-1. Well, for AC Milan and Juventus, it was a no victor, no vanquish game. A goalless, it ended.
Yeah, AC Milan have a lot to prove this season. You can't recruit the likes of Rafael Leao, Chukwueze, Morata, Tammy Abraham, and be going goalless. This is an attack. And Christian Pulisic, if I may add. This is an attack that should be scoring goals, but I would have to give credit back to Juventus. They have retained that defensive structure that they once lacked last season. Going back to someone like Romelu Lukaku, a player that controversy seem to follow him. But for the right reasons this season, the positive reasons he has stood up for the ENUGU this season, they are beginning to show that they can compete. Antonio Conte. One thing with Antonio Conte is give him a team that are not playing the Champions League, he would win you the league.
Oh, wow.
It is just something that keeps on following him everywhere he goes. So they are proving it again this season. Can Napoli go all the way this season? I hope so, because I'm a big fan ever since obviously Victor Osimhen is there. And who would actually go without talking about Ademola Lookman?
Oh, wow.
African best player of all time.
According to you,
he is.
We have to wait till December for him to be crowned.
Anything apart from Lookman winning this, we riot. Nigeria needs to riot.
For real?
We need.
Just hope that a certain Vinicius Junior is not pulled out on him in this one.
I want to see Africa pull that one. I definitely want to see what Africa can.
Absolutely, the stats are there, the games are there. And also, coach is just saying that current form, no African in their finest of performance can be compared to a certain Ademola Lookman. He always said, and he has been doing it. Time is not on our side, though we wish to talk more and more on the show. We will be wrapping up in the world of tennis as world number one, Yannick Sinner, has definitely won the Davis Cup for his nation, defeating the Netherlands in the final. For the very first time, the Italians are winning this one, talking about the Davis Cup. Once again, let me say thank you to you, Mr. Colin Zugu, for joining me on the show. It was fun having you talk sport with me.
Same here, Mr. Franklin. I can't wait to do this once again with you.
Oh, talking about once again, tomorrow is Champions League. Well, what's the combination with Champions League? All right, and that is the size of the package on the show. Do well to join us at the same time, at same station tomorrow at 11 a.m. On behalf of Collins and I, we want to say we are done and we are gone. God bless, no stress. Adios.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and what? Without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of it, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they brought transformers. The same government didn't wire those transformers till we don't even know what happened to those transformers. For years, for more than 10 years, those transformers were there. Transformers bought with taxpayers' money, Nigeria's money. Transformers, brand new transformers. How they vanished, till I left my village, was going for Christmas for years, more than 10 years. The transformers were there. There was no light on the transformer. So let's stop the blame game. The government is our problem. The government should sit up and do what they need. The government should see government as business, not as where you come and steal money and frustrate people.
It's not good, Sharp, for the thing that is happening, because it's affecting the business and also it's affecting the productivity of the nation. For the citizens, and like for there's no light in the country now, is affecting the businesses of the masses. Businesses are not moving the way it's supposed to be. And for those that are behind the banditry, something that they're talking about, the government should please try and do something about it, so that at least people can go back to their various businesses, and it will help. It will also help to boost the economic of the country.
And the night wey no dey for north, light no dey for everywhere, and people are cry, people are suffer. May government help us for that light and security.
Time we entered this earth as human beings, we started industrialization. We started this kind of development. We call it technological, development, advancement. Thank you very much. So from there, we started emissions. Understand? Doubling emissions, CO2, SO4, methane, and the rest of them. And then you started clogging the atmosphere with abnormal kind of quantity of gases. And then it started saturating. So you start seeing rainfall when it's not even supposed to fall. And you start seeing heavy rainfall. By the time you have heavy rainfall, there will be a kind of massive movement of water on the earth. And then it start causing flooding. So far, to see that as the technology is moving on, buildings are springing up. So many people, if you go to some states, you'll find out that some people will see a waterway and they will build on it. If you go to some, then you see some people don't follow the blueprint of states and kind of building houses. That is why some governors will come on board and they'll start demolishing certain places because you didn't follow the area originally. I don't know whether I'm making sense. So as if we as people start checking out the natural pathways of water, how it collects down to the ocean, and then start changing our character based on the way we live, emission level. I think that is a baseline. That is where we can now start from.